Hello, welcome to a new season of Lane by Lane. I am your new host, Barento Raz Muhammad. We're in a new studio, and there's a lot to talk about with the new kind of split coming about. We've got new players, we got the teams and ourselves back in studio too, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. But that's enough about me. Let's bring up the hosts. We got Primal, we got Kobe, we got Freak. Welcome, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you, Raz.
You're welcome.
Good to see you.
I didn't say thank you, Freak. Do I have to mute you immediately?
Kobe said thank
Tuck
you.
points.
Primal, I'm gonna talk to you immediately. You are now flanked by chiseled veterans here. What makes you think you're gonna take the win here today?
Honestly, I'm just hoping for beginner's luck, so let's go.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, we might need a parental advisory here. You got a lot of chess going on. We may have to talk about that going on, but we have a few new rules, everybody, coming to Lane by Lane. So I'm gonna turn it over to my good friend in Riv.
Thanks, Raz. Yes, Lane by Lane is back with some all-new upgrades. As host, Raz will still be doling out the gold based on his purely subjective opinion, but now you can too. That's right, now all of you watching from home get a say in who takes the title of Lane by Lane champion. Just hit us up in the chat and who you think is giving the best answers, and we'll award each contestant with gold based on your votes. Still not satisfied? Well, I'm not finished yet, am I? This time, we're bringing power-ups to Lane by Lane. You heard me. Lane by Lane is getting some of its very own items, and you get to decide who earns them. At the end of the third round, the contestant with the most votes will earn that week's special item to be used at any time in the second half of the show. So warm up those thumbs and get ready for some fun. Lane by Lane starts right now.
It's a democracy? Who brought the fans into this? Did you guys have anything to say about this? What's up here?
Honestly, Raz, we don't trust you.
What?
We don't trust your judgment, okay? You're still new here. I miss Dash, honestly.
Okay.
I don't.
All right, no D word here. No one
Negative
mentions
points for
that.
Joe.
I'm not with them. I'm not with
Raz,
them.
I am happy to have you, my man. You are one of my absolute favorites.
Raz, dictator for life.
Thank you. But the fans will, hopefully I align with some of the people at home. Let's go straight into our first question. With Riv, not even a part of it, 500 points deducted just for that alone. All right.
You kiss asses over here.
First things first, which team is going to win the LCS Summer Split? Go.
Team Liquid.
100 Thieves.
I'm going to go with
choice.
Kobe immediately. You're already docked 500. You need a chance to come back into this.
Honestly, thank you, Raz. And neither of them said Cloud9. Why? Cloud9 won last split. Yeah, I know people are flaming them for performing at MSI against the best teams of every region from around the world. Are you kidding me? Yes, they are bringing up King. Jack has had some pretty dangerous roster moves in the past, and yet they work out, okay? Trust the process. Trust the process here. Cloud9 still
All
gonna
right.
win it.
I got to go with Freak second. Freak, who do you have?
Yeah. All right. Well, see, some teams like Cloud9 made horrible roster changes in the offseason. Some teams like 100 Thieves made the best roster change of the entire season. Imagine 100 Thieves with the real mid laner. These guys are obviously going to clap everybody. Abadaga is outstanding. He is one of the greatest mids we are going to see in the LCS. The entire supporting staff around him. There are no slouches in any single position. There are no slouches in the coaching staff. Have you heard of Reaper? The one you're really giving all the credit for when you talk
The
about
one who
Cloud9's
didn't
choices
have
before.
a job last split,
We
Free?
give him points for this one.
This is, I'm sorry, but this is absolutely free. 100 Thieves easily clapping everybody.
All right. Primal, unfortunately, you have to take the back half of this one, but it might work well for you.
Unfortunately. Oh, this is easy. It's Team Liquid, man. Team Liquid took Cloud9 to 5 games with a sub. They made no changes.
Lost twice to them.
Yeah, well, I'm still going. Okay,
That's
But
true.
C9,
Calm down.
They made a change. I trust that King's gonna be good, but Sven was the best AD carry in the
And
league.
he's not playing.
And you have to change that up. So I think it's Team Liquid. I think they're gonna look really, really good. Alfari's gonna be MVP.
Yeah, can't wait to see your Malphite 80 carry coming in. There's going to be some nice first bloods coming in early.
That was
It's
a
pretty
fluke.
creepy.
It's all good.
not a fluke. That man's a Malphite player through and through.
All right. Freak already starting out with 1,000 points. This is a 300-point difference, so we gotta go in here. We're gonna go to the next question. Look, I love this already. If League of Legends turned into a battle royale, who would be the last champion standing?
Zillion.
Oh,
You can't Killian the Zillion.
that's pretty
All right,
good.
go
You
for
can't
it.
Killian the Zillion. He can run away from everybody. If you try to chase him down, the double bombs keeps running away. You finally kill him, self-res. By the time you're camping the body, someone else showing up, Nothing else kills you anyway because you're sitting there like waiting to kill the downed man and runs away again. Like it's absolutely free.
What the hell was that?
That's
dance?
good acting.
This dude looking down, like waiting for the Zillion to revive. It's not gonna happen.
Honestly, if you have played any battle royales, you know the best part about this game, the most influential part is third partying, people who are already fighting. Zach is gonna be the last one standing. You slingshot into third parties, double kill both of them, knock them together, and then guess what? I also have the same point that Freak had, only better because Zach passive pops, and then more people people come and take out whoever's trying to assassinate you.
Making an idea even better. Okay, I appreciate that. Primal, I think I keep going back to you in last. I might have to change it up. What do you have here,
It's
bro?
okay, man. I'm saving the best for last. Look, I understand the meta around last champion standing might seem like you want to survive, so you want to get revived.
Yeah.
But actually, what you want to do is just hide. You don't want to be the last person standing by just
AFK
not
on
engaging
Teemo?
with anyone. So you pick
Wait,
Teemo.
are we AFK?
So you
All right,
pick
you know what?
Teemo,
You know what?
you
No,
hide
no.
in a bush and you camouflage. Easy.
Give Primal Kobe's points. He had to wait, like, take 600 out from Kobe, get Primal to 2300.
I'm giving him 100 points for that one. Actually, I'm a little interested in what the audience has to say. I already dished out a few points to everybody. What do the audience members at home think won this one? Because I'm a little tied here. All right, everybody. Kobe! What?
You are trolling!
Oh,
Which
Peas,
chat?
cauliflower.
No,
What about
no,
peas
no,
and
no.
cauliflower?
I can't believe it.
No. Like, I understand if Primal beats me, Kobe's got the worst answer here. There's no TP on the Flubus to save the Zac
Look,
passive.
I
Half
literally-
the reason Zac lives as a top laner helps you out unless you
All
jump
right,
away.
guys.
You're always dead.
All right, we have to move on to a special round. We call this one the power-up round. We've added this, of course. You know, the idea is whoever gets the best answer to the next question will win the power-up called Polymorph. This is interesting. So Polymorph is whoever wins this round gets the opportunity to give the answer. It could be a bad one to your competitors. So let's say Freak wins this round, give it to Kobe, give it to Primal, and they have to deal with a really bad answer.
Freak is sounding a little bit
Damn,
threatened,
that's
so I'm
evil.
assuming if Freak gets it, he's using it on me. I would definitely like to polymorph him
Your
into
answer's
a
terrible
booger.
the whole time, Kobe. You're picking King to win the LCS. You're picking Zac in Battle Royale.
All
I don't
right.
know how Raz gives you the points. This is a little
This is going to be the most important round as we go into the second half. Let me just tee this one up. What are you looking forward to most in the return of the LCS?
you.
Oh, come on. Come on, really?
I'm looking forward to my boy Raz. I'm
You're
looking
frozen.
forward-
Wait, look, at least be more subtle, everybody. We don't need a teacher's pet. Kiss asses. Look, if it's subtle, if it's nice, if it's a nice compliment.
Okay, I'm looking forward to being back in the studio because I don't know about you guys, but doing all of this remotely from home
Plural
doesn't
you,
feel
by
as
the way.
good as actually seeing your lovely faces.
Yeah,
So
Kobe and Primal
studio.
and Azael, the players. You is a multiple, right? It's second person plural in English. If it was French, it would be vous, not tu. All right, it would be everyone that I got to see today because it's been so long since I've seen all your faces in real life, and it's outstanding.
I like the fact that you bounced
Quite nice.
back with something wholesome, Freak. I
Yeah,
appreciate
good.
that one.
Except that he said, you Raz.
No,
He got
the
docked
man
points
cut
for
me
that.
off.
He got docked points for that. Kobe, now, you had a lot of time to think about this one.
The best part about the return of the LCS is going to be the players yelling on stage. I know that it's a little bit conceited, but the casters get to be right there next to them. And I haven't heard people play League of Legends live in so long. I got a glimpse of them as they were coming to the studio. Everybody's hyped, super happy to be here.
I like that
That's a
answer.
good answer. Once again, I've got to peek into the mirror here for the viewers at home because we did it for the second question. This one, I care what the fans believe. All right. Oh!
Oh,
There's
Raz,
bias.
Come on.
I'm taking a bath.
That's a lot of bias here.
Cool.
I would vote for Primal, though, okay? Can you chalk one more up for
We'll
Primal?
give it-
no,
all right.
thanks,
Yeah,
man.
we got
Thanks,
more love
man.
on the board. I'm sorry, Freak, that Kobe's
No, it's okay. They can't handle my genius. I get
unbelievable. All right, guys, we already cut off with our first half of this one. We're taking a quick break, but when we come back, we'll see who claims the title of Lane by Lane champion. See you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. Just in case you're joining us now, I'm Raz, your new host of Lane by Lane. I'm joined by Kobe, Primal, and Freak. Kobe has the advantage here with 2,900 points, with Primal following up in 2,400. Freak is a little bit behind, but he can make...
Yeah, it's biased.
The chat is definitely biased, right? Remember, it's not me.
The count's wrong.
I'm trying my best here. Remember, Freak, Kobe is the one that started negative 500 points behind.
Yeah, and who got to choose to give him 3,400 more points than that? Was it you?
That was
Raz?
the chat.
Are you the reason?
That was the chat. That was not me.
Yeah. Okay.
And as a reminder, remember, Kobe, you won the power-up round, so you have the ability to assign an answer to someone for the next few questions. So just remember that. Don't int it.
Yeah.
Don't just forget.
Pick me, it'll help me out probably. Apparently my answers suck.
Next question. Who will be the LCS Summer Honda MVP?
Ooh.
There's a lot of players out there. I remember Blabber was the winner of the last MVP.
I'll jump on it. If nobody's going to take this up, then I'm going to have to send Perkovic right out there for you guys. He's coming in hot. Yes, we're already going on with this Cloud9 theme coming back from MSI. Honestly, this team learned a lot. They did make some changes, but everybody's focusing on the AD carry change. The coaching staff also got reorganized. I really think with Perks as the in-game leader, this guy's going to do so much for the team, transitioning their strategies from out of game to in game. Plus, he's one of the best individual mid laners that we have in the entire league. I think that one is a no-brainer.
Okay.
I agree. You have no brain code.
No.
All right.
I guess the point. I guess the point. That was pretty good.
We give points for that one. All right.
Okay.
Next one, because we already have Perks that was taken off the list.
Alfari. It's Alfari. So look, this guy came in, and in one split, he's put up maybe the most dominant top lane performance we've ever seen. And I note that this isn't a regular season award. So Perks is super good, but he tends to turn up in playoffs. Whereas Alfari, he's consistent all split. He's gonna have more time to build synergy with Santorin. I think he's gonna be our MVP.
That's nice. Well, I think we're all just kind of picking a player from the teams we chose are going to win the split in the first place. So I'm still on 100 Thieves, and I'm gonna say FBI. I'm gonna go FBI for this one because look, he's already, I think, maybe the best bot lane in the league right now. I mean, Tactical's gonna run it down or hop it down or rocket jump it down all the time. His next competition, Sven's not even there anymore, so like he's gonna clap King no problem. Like Danny's gonna like feed him kills constantly. Like he'll get rookie or something. But I mean, FBI and Huhi are going to win every bot lane this entire league long. They've got a real team around them, so they're actually going to get the wins to like follow through off their lane domination, and it's going to be smooth sailing the whole way through. So FBI is going to get MVP, who he's right behind him in second place, and probably Abadag in third.
Right.
Like they're just gonna top the whole
I
hill.
like the confidence there. You didn't flinch or nothing when you end up saying that.
It's free. It's actually free. 100 Thieves are gonna have a 100% win rate in the summer split. Like it's actually no problem.
All right. Let's go to the next question because you made some ground. Most of it because of the fact that you're cracking punchlines at Kobe.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know,
Let's be honest. We feel sorry for him, so we're letting him get up some ground. It's not fun to watch if Freak is lagging
you
behind
can come up
back
here,
there.
Freak.
Oh,
You can
I am
join us
unbiased
up
here, Kobe. You're putting
90,000.
down a few notches. You question my
good,
ability
good.
as a host. We don't do that here. Next question. You have been entered into a baking competition. Which on-air talent
time!
would you pick?
I pick pastry time.
Oh, wow.
I pick pastry time.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Is it
Baking partner, by
self-explanatory?
the
Are
way.
we done?
So, like-
is it already good? Like, it's in his name. The man tweets about, like, the fresh bread he makes weekly. It's absolutely free. There is no
Okay.
better choice than Julian Pastry Time Car.
Okay, that is actually free.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick Crumbs. To be fair, I don't know if he can bake, but he could cook real good, man. And you know, I'm sure he has some sort of exotic desserts that I've never even heard of. So you want to have a pastry, you go to Pastry Time. You want to have something you've never even heard of, you go to
Actually,
Alberta.
just realized
It's a baking
I've
competition.
never asked Crumbs where the origination of his name is, and the fact
Crumbs.
that exactly you
Oh,
only leave
He's
Crumbs
second
because
place
you didn't.
choice after pastry.
I love this. You know what?
He gets the leftovers.
Crumbs eats all kinds of random ass stuff, though. You're gonna be baking up some snake pastries and stuff.
This is
You're gonna have
slander.
some
I don't see the
crocodile
problem.
crumbles on top of it.
That's
That
not
is-
great.
that is not
We
gonna
like
be
slander.
good. Meanwhile, the problem with Freak over here is you're supposed to pick somebody you're gonna have synergy with. This is a partner. You can't just let Pastry Time do the whole thing for you.
Did you go to high school?
Pastry Time does not like Freak. It's
not high
not
What's
gonna
your
work.
answer, Kobe?
Oh no, the drama. Keep that off air. Turn it off.
My answer is going to be James Patterson because we do have synergy. We are traveling all through Vietnam and Thailand, and we discovered some very, very delicate pastries in Vietnam.
How many do you cook?
But he did
0?
Yeah,
Ate some food? Does that make you a chef,
Honestly,
Kobe?
I did not cook any. I did
Exactly.
not. I did not cook any.
Kobe, did he cook anything on this travel, or did he just find these things?
We're more of a purchasing duo. We don't really make.
James is the guy to bring us to his favorite Italian restaurant, which has a French flag on the menu. The man doesn't know anything about cuisine.
It's like, yeah, I looked up on Yelp 5-star pastry. This is my entry for the baking competition.
Oh my God, I love this. All right, let's move on to the next question. This is the 6th question. I'm interested in this. All right, what LCS team is better than their record indicates?
I would like to use my power up. Raz, give me some Super Saiyan.
All right, give him the
right
power.
Now. Power up time,
I'm feeling
baby.
it.
Ah!
Oh, God.
All right, guess what? My first choice for my polymorph is going to go to Freak. Tell me why Immortals is better than their record.
Okay.
Oh.
Immortals are better than their record because they had to get a little bit of time to synergize. You look at the players actually on that roster. Look, Xerxes just came over, didn't even get to play all of Lockham with the squad. Like, they were the latest to the party of every single team in the LCS.
CLG was later to the party.
it's
That's just
CLG.
false.
But CLG,
That's not true.
Kobe.
Brock the-
CLG's gonna keep tanking because it's
Whoa,
CLG
no,
we're talking
no,
about.
no, not
They're
okay.
gonna find new ways to end this season away. We're talking about Immortals here, and the fact that Insanity is gonna show up as a proven NA talent in the mid lane. Again, they are better than the record indicates because guess what? They didn't get to play with their whole roster the whole time. So of course it's an uphill now for them.
I think that's a fair answer. You only picked up a few points on that one. But Kobe, you're going to get the second chance here. What's
Yes.
your answer?
I was going to give my second half of the power up if I'm allowed to do that.
I don't think that works that way.
I was told that it goes to 2 people. Maybe I was misinformed.
Send
I'll
both?
just go.
Oh my God, you do have that power.
Let's keep it rolling then.
It's
I'm
interesting.
gonna take another direction with
Okay.
this, with Primal. I'm gonna actually go to the very top here. Why is Cloud9 better than first place? How are they better than their record after now switching out Sven? Tell me that. Riddle me that.
Okay, because we did not see Perks at full strength. We did not see full online international Perks. And next time we see him at a high caliber international event, we're absolutely going to see that. Fudge is still scaling. This guy's gone from the worst, maybe, top, well, not the worst, close to the worst top lane in the league to one of the best top laners in the league. And I expect that trajectory to continue. And Blabber and Perks are still building synergy. They're already the best mid-jungle duo.
but what about King,
they're
though?
even better than they look.
but what
And
about King, though?
King is great, and he's going to get even greater. So I don't think there's anything.
You know, he
to
himself
concern
said Sven's the best AD carry in the league, right?
about. Yeah, right now, and King is going to be better by the end of the split.
Whoa, 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 wait a minute. Did you just... Okay,
That's
that's a little suspicious now.
oh, no. I lost one.
That's a little doubt right there. I think Kobe actually was able to succeed off that one.
That was a good
That
one.
was a good
Hey,
one.
My choice is actually not going to be CLG. My choice is going to be 100 Thieves. I think that 100 Thieves have made the best changes to their team between spring and summer. And so then will easily be able to be much better in summer than their record indicates. I think bringing in Abadage and bringing back your boy Reaper to push this team to really get a hold of some of those flexible picks for them and change their strategy, really get a team identity. This is going to be the team that's shooting up
right.
to the top. And honestly, they're going to go to Worlds. World spot right here. You heard it here.
That's a strong one. I like strong
That's a
statements.
take.
I like strong statements. We're gonna keep track of that one. Clip watchers at home,
Yeah.
please clip that. Please.
Speaking of clips, do you want to just play back my answer from the first question? Because I'm pretty sure Kobe just quoted me the entire
Well,
time.
I'm
It's a
sorry.
different
Your real
question.
answer was Kobe's answer for you. Thank you. We're going to the next one. So, 7th question. What is the most powerful Q ability in League of Legends? There's a lot of them out there. Got more Qs.
Solo queue.
We're not doing that. I'm not gonna time you out, but again, dangerously close.
Honestly, Elise Q. Boom, Elise Q. It's both percentage max HP and it's an execute because you can turn into a spider, use it twice. Boom. Nobody steal part of my answer. Nobody else do a shapeshifter.
Jace
Don't
Q.
even try it. Don't even try it, you little rat.
All right, was that your answer, Freak?
I think we'll take Jace Q. Think about the fact that, actually, look this up by the way. NA Jace has a winning record in the LCS. EU Jace is actually where the trash is. It's like a 30% win rate down there. I just want that to be known for everyone. EU Jace sucks. Look it up all time. Anyway, Jace, best Q in the game. There's a reason so many leagues around the world have high priority on Jace top, because he's going to poke you out of lane. He's going to auto you. He's going to land the Q on you. And then if you get low, if you try to, get him under the turret or whatever, melee Q, bam, lay the slack down. Honestly, it's the Jace Q. He's like an entire character just by
Let me
that.
tell you a story, Raz. Jace gets ganked by Elise. He dies. Boom.
It's not
my
the Q ability
answer's
that
way
does it
better.
all.
How you gonna give Freak more points than me for stealing my answer?
Well, look, it's, we have a few game shows out there that benefit people that come second. It happens, all right? There are a few
That is
games
true.
like that. Primal,
Yeah.
you got the last answer here.
Raz, I'm actually gonna have to steal your answer. I think it's Morgana Q. Like it's like one of the most tilting abilities to get hit
He's
by
validating
in the
me.
game, right? And when you get hit by it, you can like go take a shower, cook yourself some breakfast, and come back, and then you get to start playing the game. So I think Morg, if not for the psychological damage that it inflicts, the game-changing ability that
I think during that time you can find a real answer, Primal.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, if we're
100
questioning the
feet
answer here, guys, we have another host here, by the way, that decides points. I'm going to ask the audience at home, who has the better answer here? I swear to God, if you give it to Kobe 3 times in a row, we're going to have a problem here.
Yeah.
Oh my
we got a problem.
Let's get it. Let's get
The
it.
problem is his
Five
name
minutes.
is shorter, and
5 minute
the
audience.
attention span of the internet is so small. They get 4 letters in, like we're done. It's just
Honestly,
His strategy is just to offend everyone who might vote for him.
Honestly, Primal's answer was really good. Morgana Q is great in the hands of anybody, except for someone like Freak who can't hit any skill shots, in which case it would be one of the most useless abilities in the game.
Accidentally gave Freak points for that one. That's interesting. All right, we got to move on to the last questions, my friend. Who will get player of the game in our first match, TSM versus Team Liquid?
Ooh. Spica's gonna continue the trend of first blooding Alfari, and Spica's gonna get
6 games in a row for the guy.
He is. TSM, they want revenge on Team Liquid. Team Liquid beat them twice, kicking them out of the mid-season tournament that we had. TSM been building up for this, biding their time. Plus, they're rich now with the extra money they got from their recent signing.
All right.
It's Core JJ though is the real answer. Here's the thing, because TSM aren't going to win the game. Like, you have to win the game to get player of the game, but it doesn't matter what happens to Alfari, because the support is where all of TL's power lies. It's Core JJ, the perfect human. Like, he is going to kicking and screaming, or easily, who cares? 1v9, 1v5, whatever it is, maybe 10v0. Core JJ, like, he's going to mind control the enemies into landing the hooks. Like, it's just, he does everything perfectly. The lanterns come out.
I do love me some Core JJ.
Core JJ, he is the best
honest.
player in the league. If TL were going to win, then maybe he'd be the MVP, but they're not gonna. Again, it's going to FBI down there. But in the meantime, when he's like against trash like TSM,
Oh my
it's actually
goodness.
free. And that Core JJ is just gonna crush
I
it.
feel like
no.
Freak should probably say less. His answer was good, and he just kept on going.
There's a
and it
reason
got worse and
TSM
worse.
lost is in the
Self-destruct.
roster.
All right. Primal, you have a lot of ground to make here. Give me
Okay.
your answer, and we'll see if the fans can help you out a little bit.
Look, it's going to be Alfari. There's a big top gap, honestly. Like, this is like the best top lane in the league. I think he's going to have a massive laning advantage, and he's a player who's gotten the most player of the games of the Team Liquid squad. So I think Alfari is going to have a massive advantage, and Huni, although he's good, Alfari's going to make him look pretty bad.
All right, okay, I'll give you an extra point for that one. I'll see if we can get something from the audience here, just to see what the audience believes. Checking on the vote. If we get another Kobe.
I love these.
We get another Kobe.
Here we go. Is it Kobe in the
Are
lead?
we going to get some support for Primal here? Oh, you know what?
Baby, every single time!
the same podium every time?
Honestly,
okay. That's okay.
I just want to thank my mother. I want to thank all my
All right,
fans in
all
Twitch
right.
chat.
You are our
You're the real
champion.
heroes.
15 seconds, Kobe, give it to me.
Oh, thank you, Raz. Honestly, I do just want to thank every one of you for tuning into the LCS, voting with your brains over here for the #1. I'm only here because of you. 3 votes in a row. It's unanimous. You guys are intellectuals.
All right.
Cheers.
All right. Thank you guys for being here, competing alongside Kobe, our champion. Well deserved. And speaking of deserved, we all deserve some LCS. It's been way too long. So we'll be right back with TSM versus Team Liquid. Kicking us that summer split. I'll see you then.
Let's go.
Let's go!
Welcome back to the LCS, and this time, for the first time, all our analysts, our casters, and the players are live and in person, baby. Woo!
I'm excited. I can run around. I'm not stuck to my bedroom.
Yeah!
Get down here.
Primal, I didn't think you had legs until this point.
I didn't, actually.
Yeah.
There's probably one
grew
person
them?
out there. There's probably one person out there that just didn't do leg day. They're never on broadcast. They just come back with dinky legs.
The one thing I'll say I missed from my bedroom is my cats. They were always keeping me company. Now I just have you two.
Yeah.
Cool cats.
Yeah.
I miss them.
Rest in peps, the pet aggro that we have enjoyed of times past. But as you can already see, things are looking a little different this summertime for a multitude of reasons. First up, we do have an all-new format, a triple round robin. That does mean each team meets one another, you guessed it, 3 times over the 9 weeks that we have of the regular season action. And don't forget, spring records carry over into summer this time as well. But of course, having a little off-season times mean there's plenty of time for moves to be made off of the Rift, plenty of faces coming into the fray. So I want to know from my analysts, who are you most excited to see today?
I am excited for Abadage. I mean, this guy was a star in LEC, and I think he's going to be a superstar in LCS. This guy is lethal on a variety of picks that I think 100 Thieves has really been sorely lacking in the mid lane. And he has built-in synergy with Closer because they played together in TCL. So really excited for Faker Dage to come out today, and I think 100 Thieves is going to have a really strong split.
I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to talk about a few members here.
Okay.
Immediately just disregarding the question. But like, I'm excited for Danny and Chime. Danny for sure coming in from EG Prodigies. Coming in from, of course, an amateur, skipping that step in academy and moving up. I thought his performances in Proving Grounds are actually exceptional. So I'm excited to see what he can actually provide here. Chime, I worked with Chime, and I know what he has to offer. Originally coming in as a Bard one-trick, but I think his mechanics on like the champions that he's been playing on that run that he also had in Proving Grounds was amazing. He had some great games with Prismal. And I'm interested in the Golden Guardians lineup now that they have the veteran and Solo in the top lane. So I just named 3 people. I'm sorry.
Well, then let me in here. I'm going to go stay in the bot lane, but the biggest news has to be King and the swap with Sven. I mean, it's just an absolutely insane bombshell that drops just before the season starts, and it's big shoes to fill for him, but he should be able to do it. He's been able to play in Academy for a long time now and was really good. There was that little bit of visa issues, but now that he's back, I mean, I expect him to pick up where he left off and have a pretty good performance here in week 1.
A lot of people are excited for King to be coming through today. I just think that, Raz, you spend 1 episode as lane-by-lane host, and you think that you can make your own questions now? What's going on, man?
The 4th answer is going to be, I'm also interested in Afari. I'm just going to keep going on.
He's not even new.
We'll get to, of course, see all of these players as they take to the Rift in their respective games. But, hey, we've got a banger to be kicking things off here today. We've got to talk about our first matchup of the day. It's our semifinals rematch between Team Liquid and TSM.
Yeah, I'm immediately interested in this one because of the differing playstyles with both of these teams. With Team Liquid, I think they super focus on the top side of the map. Core JJ, when he roams, he moves up towards Alphari. I feel like a lot of the plays in how Team Liquid, wins and succeeds within their game starts with them. Especially when they look to teamfight, a lot of it happens through their side lane. So, and one of the examples that we see here with the Twisted Fate game, that's going to be on Jensen, who's playing either, towards the opposite side of the map, or just overloading on one side of the map and helping Alphari continue that split push. Meanwhile, if they want a team fight, like I said earlier, if Jensen's on Orianna duty, then we're waiting on Alphari to get side lane pushed out first, then he can join the team. So I think they actually, they never concede a wave in the games in which I'm watching, and they're thriving in it.
Yeah, and I think what you pointed out, Raz, is that they have versatility,
yes.
Right? Like, you can have Jensen on these side lane roaming picks. You can have him on the control mage like Orianna. He's even willing to bust out the Veigar, out of nowhere, and he wins games on that pick. So I think TL has multiple ways to win the game.
I think that's kind of in contrast to TSM, at least as we last saw them, where they had kind of defaulted into a team fighting play style. A lot of that came down to PoE being their main playmaker throughout the game. He was on a lot of scaling control mages. They did try to branch out at times with the Lucians and whatnot, but it always felt like it came back to the Oriannas, the Azirs, the Syndras, these kind of standard control mages, and they were pretty good at that, all things considered. Huni was the one who brought most of the spice, it felt like, with things like the Nocturne top, and he was a lot of the early focus, but they really did thrive on team fighting, grouping up, punishing teams with bad Baron setups, and really working that 5v5 and Drake control.
Yeah, and even if both teams are going to be team fighting pretty heavily, from TSM side, they're going to be there first. They're willing to concede waves, overload one side of the map like they did in this example going up against 100 Thieves. Because you're right, if Huni sees a fight, he's going to
oh yeah, he's going
mouth for it. And Sword Art has been instrumental in a lot of these games, either on his Leona, his Nautilus, his Rakan, in how these fights play out. I think he's been a real gem to watch in the later portions of Spring Split.
Core JJ versus Sword Art. You mentioned the impact that a support can have, and that's a matchup that we have actually been tracking since the start of this very season.
It is, and when Sword Art came to NA, Core JJ beat him, and he's like, welcome to LCS, and I think he wants to continue to assert that dominance. Ultimately, these are two of the best supports in the league, but they do play a little bit differently. Core JJ is looking more for those 2v kills in lane with tactical, where Sword Art is more looking to roam and unlock his mid and top, and I expect that to repeat here, but overall, I think what we're going to see is the importance of leadership from both of these guys in the context of their squads.
I also think it has to do with the trajectories of the two teams. I mean, Team Liquid looked incredible during the lock-in tournament. TSM, people were calling for heads all over the place. They're like, let's put Hanser in, get rid of Lost, what's the Sword Art guy doing? And so, a lot of those stats, when you look at them, they are kind of suppressed from the early portions of the season where Sword Art was really struggling mechanically. He looked a lot better through the later portions of the season, starting to find his groove on certain champions, busting out even the Pantheon support and stuff. And so I think he'll have a much better time against Core JJ than the stats would necessarily indicate right out of the gate.
We're going to get to see what TSM and Team Liquid get to pull out on the Rift, because we are going to be diving into our first day of summer action. Casters, take it away.
The world is run by lunatics, so who gives a let's light it up, let's make a mess, let's coalesce, let's make a fuss. The world is filled with psychopaths, so I wanna jink, I wanna fight, I wanna rage against the machine. They tell me I can't be myself, run myself so I can be. I'm unique, and I do it 7 days of the week. I'm feeling free, but the world they wanna keep me down. See, I'm a king, I won't let anybody take my crown. Lost in the mosh pit, coughing, wanna call God, but he's out of the office. Clickbait shot till we all get nauseous. Amazon boxes looking like coffins, I'm exhausted, but I ain't there yet. Life's a dog fight, baby, come and place your best. Middle fingers up till the reaper shows up. Middle fingers up till the reaper shows up. Yeah.
Thank you, La Tigress, and the LCS is back in the studio finally for the start of summer. High fives all around. Air 5 Azale. Nice. We got the teams behind us. They're really there. That's not a green screen. They are human beings inches away. One of the analysts came up and talked to me a second ago. Thank you, Jack Kaiser. And yes, we are ready to get ourselves into the LCS. We're starting off with a banger. Team Liquid and TSM.
This is going to be so exciting. If you guys remember the mid-season showdown, Team Liquid kicking TSM out. You know they want some revenge.
Sure.
2 times they beat them in best of 5, sent them to the lower bracket, sent them right out of there, and now it's time to get back up on that horse.
And I'm so excited to see what these teams are actually going to bring out because, you know, a lot of us have been talking to pros, talking to coaches, trying to get some info on what's going on in the scrims. There is such a variety of things I have been hearing about, you know, people bringing out new picks and new strategies.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, with Gwen and Viego enabled, Gwen, everybody said super OP. Viego, slightly less, but still extremely good, especially in your melee matchup. So there's so much that can go on, especially with solo lane picks. I'm definitely excited to see first one go down.
Yeah, I'm excited as well because one of the junglers we've been seeing a fair bit of as well is Fiddlesticks, one of my first mains from like way back when. And we've been seeing some Fiddlesticks jungle there as well. Of course, one of the big things with the start of Summer Split is a couple patches ago, there were some jungle changes. The camps respawn more slowly. That can shake up the meta. We are still seeing Rumble, we are still seeing Udyr, but there's another suite of champions that are showing up right beneath them.
And I think it's going to be really interesting because if you do have that clear tier of Udyr and Rumble, they may just stay on the ban list. And then you're forcing people to actually bring out some of these new champions, things that we may not have seen yet at MSI. I think it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, especially when you take into account player specialties. To me, Spica and Nidalee always an extra weapon there, you know, for specifically maybe the side of TSM. If we remember how Team Liquid went out of the mid-season showdown, a lot of focus on early ganks on Alphari up towards the top side. So that very well could be a tactic they try and a repeat as well. Santorin doing a little dance on stage. Hell yeah.
I mean, he wasn't there for the last time they beat TSM, right? That was the whole story from playoffs last time around is he wasn't playing the whole time, so in comes replacement.
Armeo.
Yep, Armeo now. And both times it was 3-1 anyway. But yeah, back on stage, back at full power here on the TL side. Of course, TSM themselves had a bit of a slow start. We kind of expected them to go pretty far, but only stopped at 3rd in playoffs. And the other thing to remember here with the Summer Split is, of course, as the LCS comes back, we also have the return of ProView. Of course, that was part way back when, but it's back now as well. Part of this triumphant return, we will be highlighting 1 match per game available for free. Our first free stream will feature 2 masterful playmakers in the bottom lane, Core JJ and Sword Art, for the free run-through.
And I am such a big fan of ProView, and I highly recommend people check this out, especially if it's someone playing the role or champion that you are really interested in. You can learn so much by checking out a lot of these pros. It really is a fun, alternate experience.
And I love emphasizing fun because some of our greatest memes have also come from ProView. If you remember Wonder pulling up the MS Paint. What is going on here? Well, we're into Champion Select, my friends, and guess what? Varus still a very highly prized AD carry from the bottom side of the map. You get so much lane priority there with it. On the other side, no surprise with Senna. Haven't had, you know, recent nerfs to either, you know, her or the TK.
I learned fun new info about Varus recently. So did you know, everyone at home, that Varus W has an active? Some people don't.
Yes.
30. Well, here's the thing, though. 30% of Varus players never hit W in a game. 30% of Varuses forget their W hasn't active. I've played with 2 of them in the last week, by the way.
They were both freak. All right. Renekton going to get banned out here. I am interested to see if jungle is just going to be ignored or if it will be targeted whatsoever. The Lucian ban, somewhat interesting. You know, knowing that they do have Huni, it could be a flex up towards top side. You know, Alphari is someone who's known for his DP. Gwen gonna get added to the ban list. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm so ready for Gwen, but from everything I've heard from people talking for Scrim, she's just turbo OP there, especially for her top lane. So not gonna show her face. Udyr as well, the de facto frontline early game power, plus still has the speed that you need. Lee Sin immediately locked in for TL, and you're talking about flex picks, Azale. This one could be, but Jensen definitely not one of the more melee heavy mid lane players. So I do expect it to be either Alphari or Santorin, with very, very high weight towards Alphari.
Yeah, it feels like it's probably going to be an Alphari pick, but would be interesting to see if Jensen did want to mix it up. We saw him in spring, kind of pushing towards more different champions, experimenting with the Ahri, the Veigar. They talked about it on the analyst desk. So if TL feels that it is best played mid, they could easily bring that out. Rumble as well is a flex pick, but we're expecting to see it in the jungle here for Spica, though in solo queue can be quite powerful in mid lane.
And I expect this to be pretty common as far as if red side does have to ban the Udyr, not wanting to give it up as first pick, then they on the second half do get to pick up the Rumble. Nocturne, very popular for top lane as well as being able to play in the mid lane. Again, though, there's so many of these melee matchups for either of the solo lanes that can go both ways. I do expect it to be Huni topside though, because TSM already were playing it, even before MSI up there on the top for Tuni.
And it looks like TL with the Ezreal Karma, their answer is not to fully engage into the fight, it's a kite back. It's to go for this marksman who is very, very adept at peeling back from this dive. TSM is likely going to be looking more towards Kai'Sa Nautilus, full-on dive comp.
And one of the things is, Karma is one of the best counters to Rumble in a team counter sense. Not as a lane matchup, but the mantra for speed up for your whole team just gets everybody off of Rumble ultimate, plus you have the shield. Also, of course, as you're referring to, watching out for Nocturne diving in definitely can be advantageous here.
And I'm curious if the Karma actually stays down at support. I know Karma top and mid haven't been the most successful, but one of the big values of Ezreal is you are safe in a 1v2 for several minutes at a time so that your support can go roam and go gank mid. Karma ganks are not as good as Nautilus ganks, like you'd want, in a lot of cases, a different support to pair with an Ezreal.
And it is interesting because when you were going that route, I thought you weren't talking about roaming, but actually flexing the pick, right? Because we do see Karma sometimes played in the top lane, sometimes played in the mid lane as well. So we have to keep that in mind. But given the tendencies of TL, you're definitely expecting it to go down to core JJ, them to play a poke heavy bot lane, try to focus on lane dominance. These guys are an incredibly powerful duo.
Yeah, they are.
Aggressive early picks here from TSM. Definitely a lot of playmaking ability. Rumble, even though Rumble did get a slight nerf to the clear speed, and you feel it early on. It does not clear as fast. Simple as that.
Red, blue, and Gromp.
Exactly. It does not, your first clear is where you really feel it the most. Still is able to join a lot of these long range plays. Like Nocturne, diving in super deep, trying to pick people off. Rumble Ultimate is very good at, adding that little bit of extra damage or the slow to be able to keep them within Fear Tether range. So I like the possibilities here and the playmaking that TSM is looking for.
I'm curious now, you're seeing Orianna, Xin Zhao drop at the table. Xin Zhao definitely a very strong jungler that I think hadn't gotten enough play, but very, very strong in his own right. You're seeing Nautilus, Leona taken away. Yeah, sure, they're getting rid of the hard engage tanks. Generally speaking, enchanters tend to be a bit weak to hard engage, and it means that Karma's more likely to be down at support, and there's a Rel.
One of my favorite combos with Nocturne, baby. You know this one, Freak. You put the E on Nocturne, and Nocturne all of a sudden, you can snap stuns people, so the Fear Tether is guaranteed. Love it. Very aggressive look here from TSM. It is into, as we mentioned, some defensive capabilities on the side of Team Liquid, though.
Why would you be wasting that tether on Nocturne when you've got a perfectly good Tristana to jump in there?
That's right.
Get it together.
That's not the Malphite player. Whoa, we'll see about that. In this one,
Volibear Sylas.
Like the Lax pickup, these are some pretty good ults to steal away here for Sylas. See what the last option will be.
Yeah, so Volibear jungle, Lee Sin top, Sylas mid. Almost certainly the way you're lining all of these up. Sylas blind pick mid. Viego is gonna be the answer to Sylas in the mid lane. Power of Evil will be the first LCS player allowed to and picking Viego.
Really, really good into melees. I play a bunch of Viego jungle, but also interviewed a bunch of the mid laners in the LCS. They love this champion into any melee matchup in mid lane because level 1, you just rank Q and it's deceptively long. Be able to get it through minions, poking them down, plus getting the extra passive that you get on it as well. Really, really can be a strong mid lane early presence to play off of. Plus, Sylas does need to scale a bit more, so maybe TSM, this could be the linchpin that brings it all together, and you need to kind of build on that.
It can be very difficult to push him out of lane, too. Like, this is a resourceless champion who can heal up consistently, utilizing that Q, often rushing towards Blade of the Rune King. Really powerful duelist. TSM clearly wanting to dive to reach that backline, but some tough targets there on the side of TL. You have mobility on the Ezreal. 3 pretty beefy frontliners there as well that are going to be difficult to actually take down.
Always remember as well, Viego, very snowball-y champion. Want to try and concentrate there early. You get some momentum. Then as soon as you get that 1 kill, starting to reset. And the true test of Viego players, and especially since it's had so many bugs, people haven't put that as much time into it, is how well you can play everybody's soul that you pick up.
You just mash R. Let's be honest here.
Okay.
You go untargetable, you press R again. Nobody's using those abilities.
Execute him again.
I will say from experience, when a Viego steals a Xin Zhao soul, that is terrifying. He's got like 1100 range dash afterwards. Like, you're not getting away from that, man. Like, there are some really, really obnoxious ones that you can take over. Also of note, by the way, not going to matter here, but you get your support's Relic Shield. So if you gank bot lane and you kill Leona, you can just like give your AD carry 60 gold and then hop out afterwards. There's a lot of good synergies.
Typical
there.
AD carry brain over here. He's just like, how can Viego give me more gold as the AD carry?
He stole my kill. He's taking my canyon. You better share it with me if you're going to take my canyon, Viego. Well, we are on to the Rift. Here we go, the beginning of the Summer Split. If you did not know the rules changed this year, you carry your record forward. So 12-6 is how they went to the first 18 games, 27 more to go, and then it's playoffs and the chance at winning the LCS title all at once.
This one's going to be so exciting. Interesting to see CoreJJ has gone Spell Thief, so additional mana regen can really be a big injection of gold, but you kind of have to put yourself at risk to do it, and a lot of people would normally go towards Relic Shield, towards Guardian, the more defensive option. He has gone Exhaust here, but he's playing Comet and Spell Thieves. He wants to bully this lane.
I love that point, because when you're looking at some of these early possible plays from TSM, well, might have a delayed invade from Team Liquid.
Oh, they can get wrapped on, though. TSM's bot lane could come behind them, potentially.
No one else is there. Like, I feel like you don't like the level 1 fight anyway. So yeah, they went for the Q poke. Looks to see if it was in the jungle. Anyone's doing that. Okay, no leash in the bottom side for either team.
Okay, I do want to focus on some of the early plans, though, here that we're setting up from TSM in Champ Select. Because of some of these matchups, there is a lot of focus on, can you work off of this Viego level 1 early pressure? You can see he's already trying to push the lane here. Rumble trying to push down towards this bottom triangle of the map. Tristana plus Rel combinations looking for possible all-in threats. Can they actually work off of the Viego and possible bottom lane presence?
I'm looking for it right now. Top lane is fighting back and forth. Huni feeling comfortable with his Nocturne counter pick. Says, okay, I'm good into Lee Sin. Level 2 for the mid lane now.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup because Lee Sin, traditionally, you want to pick it, as a really strong laner. You want to be able to shove. You want to be able to fight. And while you can get the push with the Emax still, you can't really look for all-ins into the Nocturne because with the Fear Tether, with the Spell Shield to block one of your abilities, it's very difficult to take those extended fights. So it's more about push and move in this type of matchup for Lee Sin.
Yeah, Nocturne always looking to try and Spell Shield your E. And Q plus your passive through the wave does wonders. A Rumble does do sort of a reverse clear here, just starting red and then back up towards top side after taking everything off blue. Yeah. This is going to mean Volibear is going to be the one ending on bottom side and possible Team Liquid pressure.
So this is interesting, right? So the way what basically Spica has done is he wants to play around top lane in this game because he's clearing bottom to top. So when you recall, you're going to start with Gromp up to Wolves, etc., and that's kind of his generic efficient pathing. Yeah, that ward's going to spot Santorin's would-be gank. That's not going to happen here, but it means that based on that pathing, we expect TSM to play topside.
And again, as we're looking at this Viego, as this is the new champion finally in the game.
Yeah,
love it. Well timed here. Again, I just really want to emphasize how much this does when you get to last pick it. You get to counter pick it into a melee matchup. You've seen this is the 3rd time that PoE has pushed up the wave, and here's the reason that he got that deep ward there. Seeing the Volibear, seeing the first attempt at a gank, getting that early information on your opponent jungler really does wonders.
And you guys touched on it earlier, but the ability for this champion to snowball, it's such a difference when you're playing with a winning team versus a losing team for Viego. You get access to these bodies you can pick up, turn into the other champions. Most importantly, reset your ult and get the untargetability during these team fights to become so disruptive and just sustain tank through everything.
I guess since we have some time here in the early lows, we can actually talk about some of the tricks for Viego as well. My favorite one, especially for mid lane Viego, is you cast your Mist on one of the giant wrapping walls on the side, and then you channel your stun as you're out of vision. Wait for yourself to go re-invisible. The camouflage will re-enable on you if you stay in it, and then you can walk up to the edge and throw your stun out of the edge of a camouflage to try and get them by surprise.
It's a nice one. I didn't know that one. Well, right now, Alfari gets to go fight for a ward. Thank you to the Scryer's Bloom from Volibear. Gets to queue back to the minions and keep going.
Ooh, they want this.
Spica level 4 looking for a dive. Level 5 hook cross. Nice flash to flash. Is going to get away from the stun. Not going to get much more to that one. Gets the CS.
Yeah, you can do something, on Viego very similar to Vi. Any Vi player is very used to doing this, charging up, Vi's Q and then flashing and using it. Viego charging up the stun, doing a similar thing here.
I mean, you can see the bot lane. You got to look at the CS down there. It's already 14, 15 CS that they were ahead. This is becoming a bit of a problem. Yes, as Karma Ezreal, you have to be worried about a potential all-in, but when they're poked so low, they can never actually look for it. So as long as Spica is being tracked, they got nothing to worry about. And second plate's almost going down.
And
okay. Nice Arcane Shift by Tactical. He's totally safe, and Powered Q puts less than 200 again, and Sword Art doesn't do much for healing, so the bot lane pressure, absolutely incredible.
And this is kind of what I was talking about, why with the matchup, I kind of expected, hey, maybe TSM will have jungle presence on bottom side, because a Tristana Rel lane does rely on threatening with that all-in. If you don't threaten it, versus a heavy poke duo, double range, Karma Ezreal constantly harassing you, these are the ramifications that you're seeing here.
Absolutely.
This CS lead developing.
And especially when you lose control of the side press, you lose the push, then you have nowhere to actually hide from this poke, right? If you're just stuck farming under tower, it's pretty rough.
All right, first dragon of the game, no problem. Santorin claims it, 6:05 very early on. So TL pick a duo just for lane control. And I got to point out, by the way, one of the big reasons Ezreal, I think, should be back in the meta, should be considered an S-tier AD carry, is he is absurdly good with the new Divine Sunderer. It does more damage, heals you for more. Ezreal should always be going Divine Sunderer, and he is one of the very best AD carries with that item.
100% agree with you, Freak. And guess what? My second favorite item in the game right now, Muramana. I think that thing is just unbelievably turbo broken. If you could build it on any champion, whatever it works with, jungle players, you play Kayn, play some blue Kayn with it. All of a sudden, your abilities are doing tremendous amounts of damage. Ezreal gets to do both of those. So definitely love the build pass for him. That does mean that you want to focus a lot on your money for Ezreal. Econ for Ezreal is incredibly important because especially the even one item but 2 item power spike is tremendous.
It's worth pointing out that as much as TL are certainly winning the bottom lane, again, CS lead 15, they've got, I believe, 2 plates. The gold is basically equal because, hey, 9 CS lead in the mid lane, 4 CS lead up top, the jungler up at camp right now as well. So we are still in a very close game between these two.
And Spica is critically now 6, so you can expect him to look for some sort of a play with this ultimate, whether it is going down towards that bot lane, trying to use the setup of Sword Art, or going mid lane. He wants to fight.
And another reason that he wants to fight, I love pointing that out, guess what? He's got the Dark Seal. My favorite thing to buy on these AP junglers, it's honestly quite efficient just for a base. And then if you do get a single successful gank off, you can really, really snowball, especially if TSM are looking to try and be proactive.
Upgraded boots there as well. Of course, certainly valuable as a jungler to run around. Worth noting, every big smiteable camp has 20 armor and MR, so Sork Shoes is actually a clear speed increase. You are not just wasting the magic pen compared to, say, like wave clearing in a lane. Bot lane, seeing each other. Core, I think he sussed out, like, wait, I saw them missing. They might have walked in a try here. That's the kind of play where a lot of players would have just died for free in the Fog of War. He's like, wait a second. All right, we see Triss, I can walk through.
It's also interesting to note that Santorin is not just going for Chem Tank, right? He's actually going more of the scrappy build, likely going towards Divine Sunderer himself. Does have the Sheen already, so going to be a lot more damage than you otherwise expect. And if you're trying to dive past this Volibear onto the squishy Karma and Ezreal, like TSM wants to do, well, he can make you pay for that.
And it's one of the champions that can actually utilize it really well, getting a lot of sustain out of it since the healing was also buffed a lot.
Okay, ult's in, ult's away. That's going to be Power Viva living. Ult for ult, not the worst thing ever, but Jensen's cooldown should be shorter.
All right, let's see about this Scuttle Crab, though, here. Jungler face-off. Spica's got his double buffs, though, in his bottom lane. Also, capable of moving up with plenty of CC, so Spica going to be able to run Santorin off of it. Love how, the Smite does 900 damage nowadays after transforming it, as well as being able to take off Scuttle Crab shield, but Spica critically saves it. possibly for this gank here. Looking for a little bit of an opening on TL's bot.
At that point, it actually was uncooled, and he just smited the blue buff on his way down, so couldn't have smited off the shield. I looked at the 2. I was like, I'm curious. It's going to be like way faster if you do this. It's like, oh, you can't. Okay, it's fair enough.
It's so nice for champions that couldn't get it off before.
Like Rumble. Rumble needed buffs, obviously.
Rumble. Kha'Zix is definitely one of the best. You actually just one-shot Krabs off. You just smite Q it with your isolated Qs. Yeah. All right, let's take a look, though. Volibear always does like to get early action. Hasn't really been able to accomplish anything as far as influencing lanes quite yet in this game. But we are looking still for the first use of some of these big long-range ultimates on the side of TSM. Nocturne ultimate, maybe with teleport coming back up, or with the commitment here to the possible Rift Herald fight. You see the recall from Lost, so TSM would probably want to just avoid this one.
Okay. It's TL with control of everything right now. Their gold actually going their way more and more now. 300 gold lead to Team Liquid. Good job there. The bot lane, 20 CS now the advantage as we see the Kindle Gem come through. Yes, indeed, that is the Divine Sunderer build path, who wasn't expecting anything else, but worth just double-checking that is indeed what he's going for, so that's obviously going to be a strong build down there. Everfrost coming through for Jensen, and Blade of the Ruin King first item for Power of Evil across the mid lanes.
It does feel like this first attempt for TSM is going to be very important. They are playing a little bit of a less traditional comp here, very heavy on the dive, relatively low range overall. It is the 4 melee champions, so these comps tend to struggle in the later stages, especially reaching someone like the Ezreal when you're protected by that Karma. Exhaust is there too. So I do think TSM is going to have to kind of pick their moment. It's just a question of when do they want to fight? Are they okay giving up the next dragon? Do they wait till number 3? Or are they ready to go now?
And whenever you do have those strengths and weaknesses in your composition, so much does pivot on the support player here. Sword Art trying to set up, because TSM have loads of damage. They are not lacking in damage in any aspect of it, and so a lot of it is on Sword Art, getting that big setup for them so they can get the first kill to reset Viego and try and snowball that fight. Dragon, though, number 2, will be picked up without contest here. Really like how they also deeply warded through the red jungle pre-Dragon here. Good Dragon setup from TSM. And you saw Huni as well. If you pay attention to the mini-map, Nocturne hovering away, very far away from Lee Sin, so he can't get interrupted. The possible Nocturne ultimate plus teleport is always very scary coming from top laners, because you can shut off the lights, not allow your opponent to answer with their own teleport.
You mentioned Engage a little while ago. I'm interested to see that Sword Art has rushed for the cooldown boots, actually. I feel like you don't commonly see that on tanks, but it's going to give him way more flashes. Obviously, Engage tools on Rel are not that strong normally.
Exactly, and he knows that they're going to be very reliant on him setting up the fight, right? He's got to find that perfect engage, snap everyone together, lock them into the equalizer. Rumble comes over top, Viego comes over top, and everything can go your way off that perfect engage.
Meanwhile, I love what Team Liquid are doing here. Slow and steady on the bottom side. Tactical and Core JJ have been mining gold here. They actually use the Rift Turret as well on top of this turret. So there's only a single plate left on the bottom side.
Of note, though, Core JJ has not earned gold very well. Sword Art's the one who's actually turned over his support item. His Sightstone's up. Core JJ's still on tier 1, so despite the lane pressure, he hasn't earned much gold on Karma.
Yeah, and that tells me that he's just a little bit hesitant to actually step into engage range. Of course, he will eventually get that 1k gold, so it's not the end of the world, and maybe just wanted it for the mana regen, but it is the trade-off, right? You go Relic Shield, you get it guaranteed. If you go Spell Thieves, you've got to put yourself in danger to farm that gold.
Yep, end of the day, finally gets it now. Yeah, one of the upsides of Spell Thieves is that if it's a good matchup, you just get the gold way faster. You can get like a 13-minute tier 3. Like, it's actually absurd. 13 minutes tier 2. Like, as you mentioned, yeah, he's had to be a bit more fearful, hasn't been able to just chain out of the turret. So, okay, he's the one kind of on the downside here. Divine Sunderer done for Ezreal. Huni pushing topside, gets plate number 1, and is there going to be a backstab because Rumble's coming in behind him?
Yeah, Alfari's here, but
Ult's back, flashes away, but they're still going to just land CC. Rumble over the top, going to force him away because here comes the teleport as well. Kick to disengage. They should be safe unless PoE pulls a magic trick out of his hat, and they will not. Couple of cooldowns per either side, but no kills.
And you always, when you have a play like this, have to look at the opposite side of the map because that frees up Jensen on the Sylas. And you see the roam from Jensen. This is very good play down to the 1 turret tower here. They can either dive Lost or push him out.
4 seconds to get the plate. They're not going to get it. Instead, it's going to be the jump forward. The heal is burned, and the auto. A solo kill, first blood lost. Show them how it's done. But but now he's got to run away and he will get shut down in the end.
Oh, what an outplay there from Lost. Keeps the tower alive, clears out the wave, and Tactical had the moment of hesitation. Do I try to finish the tower? Do I go for the kill? He kind of split the difference and ended up paying for it.
So big from Lost here. A player that so many people have been looking at on TSM, coming in, filling in double lift shoes. And in that situation, there is only one way out, Azale. You gotta fight your way out. He does exactly that.
Charge!
Goes right at Tactical. You know, shows him how the Malphite Tristana is supposed to be played. Right in on his face. Gets the first blood. Just honestly well played here. He sees, he knows what's coming because you see that control ward up on the opposite side. So Tactical taking 3 turret shots. And Lost is like, you know what? I'm right in there. Perfect. This is my way out. We'll blow down the door. He gets the first blood. Yes, he dies in a blaze of glory, but first blood acquired.
Well, and I love that he actually used the explosive shot on the minion wave, right? I think in a lot of situations, people would have used that on the enemy champion, realizing that they're going to be into this fight. Instead, quick thinking immediately clears out the wave and makes Tactical take way more damage from the tower than he would have from the explosive shot.
Yeah, it's really worth, you know, the quick thinking there. Because you saw, as soon as he saw with that ward, Silas coming over, immediately he's like, all right, this has got to be my only escape plan.
Mythos across for the top laners. Stride Breaker as expected here for Nocturne, as he just needs to make sure he can chase things down. Gore Drinker, the more standard option for Lee Sin, though you can go different directions in both those cases. Either way, we are items across. Divine Sunder, yes, indeed, is in for Volibear. That is definitely one of the items of the patch. Certainly very, very strong. Is getting people off of Chem Tank in a lot of cases.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Power of Evil is going kind of the more defensive option. He's going Shield Bow here. This is very much the Drain Tank style. You know, a lot of times you do see more offensive options here with the Mythic. And going more into the Blade of the Rune King on hit style, but this is going to allow him to scrap, and he's going to be fighting against a lot of melee champions, the Lee Sin, the Volley, the Silas, and just looking to straight up Drain Tank.
Yeah, might be for competitive, you know, the extra shield allowing him to survive. Team Liquid first position inside the river, though, and that's a stolen Rumble ult.
Couple ults over the top, flash away from Sword Art. Nocturne ult turns off the lights, the TP coming down as well. Will he find a useful target? Jumps in at the Lee Sin. Of course, pretty tanky, though, overall. Not going to mean much. Sword Art hits the back line, equalizer over the top, locking him down. That's a bunch of damage. 2 for 0 so far to TSM. Looking at the third as Lost jumps in. Can't quite find the kill, but they're still on the chase. It's a 3-0 to start, or a 2-0 to start, I should say, as it's still TL running for the hills, running for their base. They will live. But TSM take the fight. They take the dragon.
And the critical aspects we were looking at for TSM's composition, Freak, right on point. They use the Nocturne ultimate. They kite back under the cover of darkness. And then, as soon as the teleport completes, they go right in. And Sword Art on the Rel, the one who had to lock them in place for the Rumble ultimate. Spica is able to get his off there. And TSM are able to get Dragon number 2. Well kited for the initial engage from Team Liquid, as they were the first ones into the river here.
They were, right? They're looking for this initial play. TSM back it up. They kite out the equalizer, and Huni arrives with the TP, goes immediately in, and then Sword Art from the brush, snapping them all together. Equalizer layered over top.
Burns them all down there. You can see Rumble shining here. Speak is able to chase him off. He's not even level 11 yet, but he's able to get his Flame Spitter going, got the overheat on top of the ultimate, just the barbecue in full effect.
All right, well, TSM's barbecue's got them off to a good start in summer, honestly. 700 gold lead now as well, up to the Dragon. Gonna be a while till Soul, sure, but it's feeling good. Riftmaker has come through for Spica, so he's gonna feel good. That's a change from Night Harvester that we saw so much in the MSI for the most part. And Mythics are done almost across the board. Waiting to see now if, as time goes on, Core's shields can make that equalizer look a bit better.
Now, this last fight also makes you think about the flank angles for Team Liquid, because that was a straight up trying to just run down TSM. And yet, if you look at their front line, it benefits so much from getting flanks. You know, Lee Sin highlight plays, always coming from Warthog, flashes.
Ooh, TP coming in.
Teleport might be a good one here on to BOE. This is looking rough for him.
How fast can he walk? Not easily. This Cloud's not going to do anything to really get him away from the vision these guys have. Kick back, shield bow popped. How good's life still going to be? Not that strong. Jensen finds himself the kill. Good help from Alfari, but Herald and a turret dying on the other side of the map.
Exactly. It hardly even feels worthwhile. You get the 1 kill. We'll see if they can get more here in the mid lane. But if you're giving over a tower and the Herald for just the 1 kill, TSM's going to be really happy about this. And they will be able to defend mid here. We'll see if they want to look for an engage of their own.
Yeah, the best they can do is poke. Honestly, their engage tools are Volibear running at you and Lee Sin acrobatics, maybe. But otherwise, hard engage is... I mean, Jensen could take Rel Ultimate. Like, yeah, like you kind of, but like none of those are as good of tools as just Sword Art's kit.
I like how you always want to leave the door open, though. Hey, Lee Sin might do a crazy backflip over here.
Yeah,
Watch out, Ward Hop into flash.
I've seen that. Fudge did it.
Let's keep our eyes open there. Jensen as well on the Sylas. We've seen him repeatedly steal this Rumble ultimate, which is a very good team fighting ultimate if you can get the engage or the flank from one of your other teammates. If you can't, maybe he actually switches it up, steals a Nocturne ultimate or even looking for a Rel ultimate to try and take that mantle on himself. It depends on how Team Liquid are actually able to control some of the vision and actually get those possible angles.
Yeah, I think the Nocturne ult situationally can be really powerful, right? If Huni is going to be your TP, if he's out in the side lane and you can get a hold of that Nocturne ultimate, you delay the global response from coming in if you want to start off a play of your own. So we'll see if he can find a situation for that. But for now, it just feels like we're heading towards a collision course for this next Dragon, right? TSM have gotten 2 straight. TL is going to want to put a stop to this Infernal Soul stacking.
Attempted red steal, going to be claimed by Spica. No smite required. I believe it was down for a second anyway. Regardless, walking back, going to look for some chickens. You know, again, more barbecuing. It's a good flavor as the mid lane wave gets hit with some spells.
And I want to highlight the timing of this push from TSM. There's a minute and 20 seconds left on the Dragon, so what they want to do here is immediately take away the defenses of Team Liquid before Dragon setup. They have a full minute now to actually get their recalls off, reset with control wards. Now the mid tower is down, so they can push in, get their control wards here, and make sure, hey, there's not going to be a Lee Sin backflip behind us. There's not going to be, these crazy angles for Team Liquid to get in. So this preparation, I think, even though nobody dies here in that play, the timing and choice there from TSM to utilize that Rift Trailed was quite good.
And now TL does not have the bastion of safety that is your mid lane tier 1. There's more opportunities for flanks of their own and for plays of their own. Lost here, though.
Gets the chain, forces the flash, lost ults to get away. He's going to live, sure, but a nice acrobatics there. A good start from Jensen.
I mean, you lose your flash for pretty much nothing. He just straight up walked into range of Jensen there, gets his rocket jump interrupted. Now he doesn't have it.
Knocks it over the top, hits Ezreal, has to bring the flash to get away, was afraid of being feared off. That is Stride Breaker at work, and now Volibear Santorin flashing to get away as well, but here comes Rel. Sword Art starts it off. Equalizer finally able to be cast. 1 for 1 so far, though, as he's already picked up 1. PoE side is now he is Santorin. That is not actually the best champion to be right now, so ults right back out. That's now going to be on cooldown. 1 for 1, I do believe.
Yeah, it was interesting because TSM saw Jensen finish his recall there, and so that's why they pounced on it. But Team Liquid turning it around, getting the 1 for 1. Dragon burning quickly, Freak.
Looking to attempt it, no smite available. Easy grab for Spica, making it their 3rd Dragon. But the re-engage, is it good? A couple of bits of damage come through from Tactical, but he's been slowed down. That means there's not much more to be had. Are they going to jump the wall? Looks like they're afraid, a little gun shy. Health bar so low on TSM. And they know, right? They're throwing the skill shots over. Is someone coming around?
They're chasing. I mean, Alphari wouldn't be still going if they weren't chasing.
Here we go. They've stolen an ultimate. Rumble over the top does not catch much, but it does make Spica burn the Zonias. Karma puts on the shield, puts on the haste. It's time to run away. Zonia's active is all they get. And oh, Tactical. Dangerously low. Thankfully has a shield and able to survive the explosive charge.
TSM should be able to get a nice reset off of this. Yellstar, is able to revive and get back to them, so full safety there. Spica's stopwatch, well used to turn this one around. Let's go way back, though, to the initiation. This was after they saw the recall complete from Jensen from the Sylas, so that's why TSM went for this.
Exactly. I mean, both flashes were forced off the AD. Santorin did buy a lot of time there with his stopwatch, would have otherwise gone down immediately. It is the trade of kills, but the critical fact was TSM killed the opposing jungler. They only lost their support, so they guarantee the Dragon are now at soul point. And when you're playing these dive comps, Infernal Soul is so incredible because the shields are not going to save you when the damage gets too high.
Yeah, if you one-shot him and he can't hit the button in time or you're not in range of the Karma, sorry, it's too late. You can't shield it any later. So that window gets closed a little bit, and that's going to be something to watch for, absolutely. And especially without any real tanks on the team. Obviously, both Alphari and Santorin building more fighter than anything else. 140 CS Volibear at 23 minutes is not exactly rich, so he is easy to kill for the mages on the team. Mostly just the Rumble, to be honest. Zoni is now done, so stopwatch that got broken. That's back and fully repaired. Good repair service, and now we wait for the mid game to move forward. 3 minutes till Dragon Soul.
Yeah, honestly, I think Spica's a great one to highlight for TSM because the Rumble ultimates have been on point thus far, and it's definitely been a question. How much time has each jungler put in on some of the newer jungle champions here? Spica seems like he always is able to pick them up quickly and really provides that versatility that this team looks for. Now he's got 5 stacks on top of his seal as well, and chasing through the jungle.
Stun lands, but it doesn't mean all that much. Honestly, J even saves the mantra. Doesn't even bother going for the bigger shield.
Yeah, I
just pops really is active.
Don't love the equalizer. I mean, even if you want to go towards the Baron, it's almost like a poke equalizer. But the Viego stun is not going to lock you down long enough to really get good value there. So now there is a window of opportunity here for TL where they can play more confidently, move forward, try to pressure this tower, because TSM's team fight is so much weaker without the equalizer.
Team Liquid constantly spending globals to check out the Baron pit. We saw the Ezreal a while ago. Blue Trinket now used as well. They got a second one, and they have True Shot Barrage back up in about 10 seconds, so they're not going to be too worried about Baron sneaks, but it has shown TSM have been the ones to own that part of the river. Ultimately going to have to walk away yet again.
Continuing on the Rumble too, though, I do really love, especially with the recent buffs on Riftmaker, he has gone with the Conqueror, so there's a lot of actual healing if he can make use of some of the time where he can deal damage. If you get chucked out like that, though, makes it very dangerous to be able to get into position to do some of that damage and get your life back.
And I think when you're looking at, 3 people with Conqueror, you're looking at innate lifesteal as well for Lost, double lifesteal items for PoE. You need some healing cut, right? And I'm not really seeing anything over on the TL side just yet. I want to see an Executioner or something in there.
Yeah, I think Core tries to go towards the Legendary for it now. The engage top side, big damage onto Huni. Maybe bit off more than he can chew. Equalizer pretty much perfect. Nocturnal stolen and gets him with his own medicine. Re-engage comes across. Jensen burns a W, pops the Zonius, has another W, keels right back up. But the ulti is enough to execute. Now PoE can be on the chase. You thought Viego was toxic? How about when he's Silas half the time? As it's time to go back in, though. TL flash forward, 1 auto attack. That's enough to shut down Rumble. No more tools left for damage. Centron walking away. Here comes Tristana. Lost on the chase, finds the kill on Tactical. The resets keep going in. They've got a Volibear now as well, and Sword Art is on the chase. He flashes in, flings him back, finds the stun, a double kill for Power of Evil.
That's what you've been waiting for. Viego has made it to pro play, baby. The resets keep on coming through for PoE, and those team fights are just so fun to watch when they get the kill onto Ezreal. That is such a critical soul to steal, because then you get the Arcane Shift forward as well, and you saw PoE, no hesitation there. That's going to be big rewards for TSM.
Yeah, swapping through them one after another. That is the Viego dream. You're piling in, you're getting the kills, and Sword Art had so much confidence with the re-engage after Spica had been pushed out of that fight. TSM, they get the big team fight win. They get the Baron. Let's see it one more time.
Okay, so this is the initiation, and Team Liquid, Jensen here, as well as Santorin, immediately focusing on Huni, and they buy a lot of time as well. Stopwatch coming through here to wait for Alphari's teleport actually looks pretty decent for them, but then PoE gets his first kill. We don't get to see it because guess what? That's Infernal Soul on top of the Baron. TSM have so much power, Freak. They're going to come running straight through looking for that TL base.
They're going to get a lot done here. I feel like at this point they've still got plenty of time left for the Red Bull Baron power play. That's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Infernal Soul going to make the team fights easy. TSM are in such a good spot.
That last team fight was so fun to watch, but I really love how it illustrates how careful you have to be as a threat, as a carry for the opposing team in giving up a vulnerability. If you flash forward on Ezreal, if you give up that soul, that is going to be so dangerous. For a Viego team to pick up. But very well done by TSM to get those resets for them, and now they get to reap the rewards.
All right, mid lane tier 2 falls. Gold lead up to now 5, almost 6,000. It is 6 if you round, and we'll see what turret's next. Looks like top lane maybe.
Yep, you can see the pings up towards that top side. They want to steal away the jungle, get all the waves pushing in their direction, and really expand the gold lead. This feels more like a Baron, where you're trying to just extend the advantage, and less like you are really going for the throat and trying to end the game here.
El Centurion tries to run forward, of course. Not getting a whole lot done with that one. Easy rock jump away. Lost feels totally safe. And they can try yet again. Top lane now being pushed in by Huni. Nice sidestep there. Doesn't get by True Shot Barrage. Blue is attempted. It's wanted. It's claimed. What about the re-engage, though? Equalizer. Lights out as well. Paranoia. Zonya's going to immune some of the fear, but not all of it. Easy second stun. No. Jumps back. Gets attacked. Should just live. But the turrets are under fire. Top lane tier 2 is gone.
I was a little bit surprised Yellowstar doesn't try and ult out of that. Maybe it's on cooldown. I can barely see.
Sword Art, you mean?
Barely, yeah, Sword Art. Barely see the screen there. don't know if he would have been able to suck him in, but regardless, they get the tower afterwards and a bunch of rewards. You already see almost 4,000 gold off that Baron power play, even though they don't lock up any more kills.
Bit more jungle control. We still wait for everything to tick down. 4 minutes to go on Elder Dragon. A fairly similar time for Baron, honestly. As Infinity Edge comes through for last, he's huge on 3 items. That's going to feel good. Tactical actually moving towards Frozen Heart. Keep in mind, the range of that aura is 700, so he's almost always going to be in range of affecting Huni and PoE and all these people, but that is just getting a little bit more max mana to make sure he's got a little bit more Q damage. It's very durable.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like he's trying to just survive the dive, right? Viego, Nocturne, Tristana, everyone piling in on top of you, feeling the pressure from that, going a bit more of a defensive option here, and PoE wrapping around on Jensen, who does not have his Zonias.
But not going to be attacked any further. PoE did not land the stun on the dash forward, so okay, nothing else to be had. Off we go. The Ran doing zone, by the way, also done for the Viego, one of the other items that got buffed in the recent patch. So yeah, frontline looks good if you're not taking magic damage.
It is kind of scary to dive this Team Liquid composition as well, because they do have a lot of delay and sustain on their team. So TSM definitely hesitant here. They don't want to risk the game, even though they have a lot of damage, a lot of power here. Nobody is super tanky to be able to tank these towers. So they're just boxing Team Liquid in. What you want to do is deny them any extra gold here. They're mining all of these jungle camps, trying to increase the time here that Team Liquid have to stay boxed up and don't have a lot of options available.
All right, mid lane under fire, 4 shots in, down the half health from the turret, still willing to siege. Bit of Ezreal poke, puts Sword at half HP, but they're gonna be fine. Wave cleared out, turret at 1/3, and an easy step back for TSM. 2 minutes to go to the next objective.
Well, we'll see exactly where TL will move forward to fight. It does feel like it's likely going to have to be at Baron, at Elder. If you give up one, it often feels like you're going to be losing the other in this position, which may just be a bit too much. They're going in, though.
Trying again, they find the stun, very nearly killing off Core JJ, but he lives. The siege then continue, though, as it's a 5v4 to push it down. Ezreal not quite spell shielded by Huni. Lights go out. Is there even an engage, though? It's going to be tough. Okay, it's the ult away for PoE, but you are taking this fight without Core JJ around. This can be dangerous. They still get the shutdown. They knock down Sword Art, and it looks like the re-engage might still happen. Alfari kicks him over the wall. Volibear flash to chase. They find the second kill. Just what TL needed to get themselves back into the game.
Let's see if they can actually push much on this, though, because they've been boxed up for so long by TSM. They've got all waves pushing against them. There's a minute and 30 seconds left on the Elder Dragon. There's a minute left on the Baron. So, yes, it's really big to get some kills, get some gold back for yourselves. But because the map has been controlled for so long, there's not a lot of extra objectives to grab.
Absolutely not, but at the very least, they will have time to get the waves going, hopefully get some vision over on their side to try to look for that fight. Here it is one more time. Jensen going in, really well-timed stun from Sword Art, but he goes down immediately, and then Alfari just sees the angle. And when I initially saw this kick go through over to the Raptors pit, I was like, it's not going to work out, is it? But Santorin, no hesitation, flashes over, Jensen chains over the wall, the Q comes through from Alfari, works out very well.
Yeah, that flash also kind of doubled for Santorin. He got over to get the kill, also got away from PoE, who was charging up the stun there on Viego. Yeah. He's out of there as well.
Okay, well, we still got this game state of 5,000 gold with a Dragon Soul. That is TSM's lead. They are very much in control. They're going to the top river, but they don't own all of the wards. There's a decent set of vision for TL, which means they can surmise some of this. They don't know for sure. They know Baron spawns right now. And indeed, True Shot Barrage hits him for a bit of damage. So it's time to go for the team fight. 7k health already. Alfari walking up. They got to get in there pronto. 2,500 equals over the top. Here comes the team fight. They're going to get off the Baron and take the battle instead. Volibear dives in towards the backline. Rel catches on to 4. And it's time for the backline to die. TL are running away for their lives. Ult comes in. Huni will not fall. Tactical, though, knocks down Sword Art. But nowhere for Jensen to go. Has to flash and dash, get away. Does live. Huni not going to channel the recall. Finally does go back for it. 4v4 on the map. Somehow TL get away with a 1-for-1 against 5k gold and an Infernal Soul.
Yeah, and will someone be willing to actually start up Elder here? It looks like TL want to reset, but that does give TSM an in, and they're actually TPing for this. Huni is trying to get behind these TL members.
Okay, Nocturne ult is down, so is the flash. Alfari Jensen TPing right back in. Scuttle actually goes to Team Liquid, making that easier for them. Tactical feels safe to jump in, look for a Q, doesn't find it, but we are going to be into a 4-on-4 with no smite on Team Liquid. It's a 90-10 at worst, bit of damage towards Huni, stays alive. the back line, Alfari gets a kick, but not much more. Flash to safety, but may have just lost his life. He's running low, burns a stopwatch. How about the re-engage? How good's it going to look? Gets a shield, stolen equalizer, gets some zoning tools as Santorin has respawned, but so has Sword Art. We know he's coming from the top right. He's coming from flank angle, so TL moves off to the left, gets away from that one. Lee Sin now pushing into the mid lane. Only 2 turrets taken the entire game so far for TL. Looking to get a third maybe at some point.
So much can be won and lost here off the poke from Tactical. Ezreal with red buff has been able to scale extremely well to this point. You see Tactical trying to play a very offensive look here through the river to gain some sort of advantage, chunk somebody down for on the side of TSM.
Remember, levels don't matter. Smite is just 900 flat. Here comes the dive yet again. Rel plus Nocturne finds a bit. Huni dived upon, gets killed. Big shield, traded 1 for 1. Both top laners are dead. Hear about the re-engage. Santorin down to 800. Dive in, comes across. Shield pop, the ulti. He's going to die before he lands. Big damage out of Lost, and now suddenly they've got to win a 3v4. Lost jumps so backwards.
Low.
Health bars are low. Is the fight going to be good enough, though? PoE dropped low. 1k health. There's the dragon, and it's now too late to win the fight anymore. They've got to get away from the Elder Dragon.
Tactical just couldn't get in and actually finish off those kills. There were so many low health bars on the side of TSM. You almost feel like maybe they should have just risked it, try to go in for it, because with the Elder Dragon buff, TSM is surely going to get the Baron.
Again, we're coming back to so much healing on the side of TSM. Really need some grievous wounds being applied on some of those targets so they can't, get that healing right back up. PoE here, right back out over to the Baron, and TSM aren't going to stop with that.
Blue Trinket spots it, but they're ready to go for this fight. And yeah, all the important champions basically have the Elder Dragon buff on. You can see the map movements in the minimap in the bottom right corner. TL are not even interested at looking at Baron. They confirmed it was happening, said, okay, it's yours, touche, we'll see you later. Only a minute 40 left on Elder Dragon, so maybe they can withstand some of that, but this Baron siege will still be very scary.
I mean, this is as strong as TSM gets. You have the Infernal Soul, you have the Baron, you have the Elder. You want to end the game now. Pretty much any fight you can take is going to be a good one over on their side. So it's going to be up to TL to wave clear and decide how much are we willing to give. Are we willing to give 2 inhibs? Are we willing to give 3 inhibs? When do we take that fight?
Well, they're diving in now. That's going to be an easy inhibitor given away, but the rest of it might be a bit more difficult. Now, top lane's in a decent spot, but bot lane is not. And waiting on Elder Dragon. 1 minute left on that. That's kind of the buff that makes you never take a fight. Baron itself is not so many combat stats. You can't win a battle. Clearly, we've seen TL fight them close. But for the next 50 seconds, they really can't contest much. They can wave clear, even that's a bit slow.
Yeah, Tactical again, once you can see him trying to do something with the poke.
They find the stun, they find some damage. Equalizers, big damage as well. Shields come across, not going to be much more. Out they go, but that is going to be the inhibitor lost for sure. Still 40 seconds on Elder Dragon, but that's going to be TSM backing up. They don't care about Nexus turrets.
I like the aggressive move there from TSM. Don't waste any time. Drop the Nocturne ult, drop the Rumble ult, push TL off the tower, take the second inhibitor, and now look to pressure that bot lane. They shouldn't be able to get anything more done with this Elder, but they'll still have the Baron buff, still have Infernal Soul, and 2 lanes of supers.
And remember that we are carrying over our spring split records to the summer split. Everything is put together. TSM tied there with Team Liquid. This would put them up alone in second place there, tying them with C9 until their later game of the day. So definitely a meaningful one at that.
And here we go, looking to get some meaning out of the bot lane as we've got a minute 12 left on the Red Bull Baron. That's almost certainly going to be the third inhibitor. It's more fightable, as well, not quite going to land. Nice try, though. Huni gives the thumbs up. Yeah, it's mine. Should be the inhibitor dying, depending on how hard TL fight for this one. The wave clear again can be mediocre. Nocturnal, Rumble ult, will they dive? No, just to push them back, but that's enough to kill off the turret. So now, you can't fight for that one. Do you take the next fight? With 2 ults down, maybe you have a chance, but Santorin's on a half HP and can no longer reliably engage.
And it's just so difficult. You look at the mini-map, supers are getting close to the TL base in the mid lane. They're pushing up in the top lane. So TSM doesn't need to rush it. Play this out slow, claim the third inhib, and the game gets so hard from there.
But down 2 ults means they're not really willing to team fight anymore. On the TSM side, with Karma Shield, the health bars are fine for TL, so just using minions for Siege means they will not get the last inhibitor. And the fact that they're afraid of no turret with Baron speaks some volumes towards TSM state.
Yeah, I mean, Lost got chunked to 50% here. Now life stealing up.
Huni dropped fairly low, gets the Sterix popped. Ulti comes across, puts it down to 500. Does not have a lot of good ways to heal, but he does have TP and a Baron recall to get right back to base. Crucially, only 3 seconds left of the Baron buff.
Man, Tactical is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. He is poking them out constantly, trying to threaten them. But TSM is pushing in. The Nexus towers are under threat. They're looking for this third inhib still.
Jensen's peeling away. They know this. They know they can take that fight. Power of Evil, tanky enough. Nocturne comes in, going for the dive yet again. They find a couple of stuns. That's big damage on the core JJ. How about the re-engage? They're right in front of the rubble of the Nexus. And there we go. Huni's going to drop for 1. Guardian Angel going to be popped for a second. A good fight so far. A shutdown comes in for Tactical. He's staying alive so far. They're looking pretty good on this one, 5v3, but can the disengage work? Core JJ stays alive. Alfari at 50 health. A big shield for Sword Art, but it's time to shut them down. The kills coming through so fast. 1 man left alive.
And they do it! Team Liquid defend their base at the last second here. 1 inhibitor left. Tactical just moving deep into that team fight. Ezreal coming into the back lines, baby. And TSM, they can't get that single kill. The 1 kill they need for PoE to get the reset.
I mean, that was huge, and Alfari set so much of it up, getting lost incredibly low, and with the Tristana push out of the fight, it allowed Tactical to fly forward. And they are on the push here now, still 30 seconds on Spica, because they didn't have the waves going their way. They will collect gold, they won't collect much more, but watch Alfari in this. When he gets back in onto Lost, kicking him out of the jump, being able to flash on him, get him incredibly low, and then the follow-up comes through to finish him off.
And while he's taking down the enemy AD carry, Huni's just getting pelted with damage. So 2 kills early on for Team Liquid, and there's so many extra answers that they have. Alfari with the GA got back up, gets back out with maybe 20 HP there at the end.
More than 0.
Yeah, exactly. Positive number of HP, and Team Liquid don't drop a champion here in their defense.
And let's be real. Oh, I love this, by the way, Core JJ. Yes, the item is outstanding. The new Wardstone is very, very good. If you're level 13 on a support, buy the new Wardstone. It is always good for you. Just FYI, free info, always buy it. Tactical, of course, very durable now. On the Ezreal, as we mentioned, Frozen Heart is done, Guardian Angel is done, Divine Sunder in the inventory, but Elder Dragon is being hit. So can TL win this fight? 6k health. When does the battle begin? Huge set of CC from Sword Art, not anywhere to go. Tactical only has armor, and he burns down to the Rumble. Guardian Angel popped. Can he get away, though? Centauran barely will live. 1 for 0 so far. Zonia's popped. 2 for 0 so far. PoE can't do enough damage. Sword Art, can he be chased down? Lee Sin Q's going to land to get the shield, though, and then knock down the top laner. Alfari going to lose as well. 2 kills in for Spica. TSM turn around that fight from their jungle.
And Lost is still there. They're actually going towards bot lane. They want to threaten the game-ending play. There's no Baron recall here, but TL are resetting, and if you see the reset, then you go to Elder yourself here. So it's becoming this little bit of a game of chess.
As ult spots, Fog of War is the one difficulty. With chess, you know where the pieces are. This is Stratego, and right now, TSM doing a whole lot better.
It looks like they have Tactical going up for maybe a red buff or something up there by the Baron, with 2 members of Team Liquid recalling to defend the base. With the inhibitors being exposed, they give up the Elder Dragon. TSM now will have Elder number 2 for second round of a possible Baron fight. Look at this, the teleport's available there for Power of Evil. Huni's is still on a low cooldown, but it looks like Alfari will have to walk his way over as well.
And TSM clearly are still in the advantage as far as map state, as far as the state of the base. They have the Infernal Soul, but even with these super buffs, they're really struggling to end the game. As Israel has gotten more and more durable, it is so difficult to actually deal with Tactical, and Tactical is playing these fights so aggressively, stepping forward, looking to poke you out, daring you to dive onto him. And though they force out the GA in the last fight, they haven't been able to crush through and end the game.
Exactly. The Guardian Angel was so critical in the last fight because that was a well-executed dive onto Tactical, but they can't kill him twice. They only have enough juice here with Nocturne, with Rel combination, Rumble Ultimate to be able to kill him once. Now with the Guardian Angel not being available for Tactical in round 2, and having both of the Uber buffs here on the side of TSM, they're coming once again to try and finish that job.
The front line's looking pretty good on the TSM side, of course. You've got the Zonia's, of course, done for a while, but Randuin plus Spirit Visage in for Viego. Zonia's is done here for Sword Art's Rel as well. So can even immune even more damage. And now we see the next siege. Inhibitors are back up, but it's Elder and Baron yet again. Elder on for a minute, Red Bull Baron for 220. And now we get to see the siege play out. Nocturnal dives in, they find the stun, they force the flash away, and Ryle finds two. Frontline dropping soon. Goodbye to Alfari. No, he gets the shield, and he still drops. He still dies. 1 for 0. Tactical finds the chase in for a kill. Jensen needs his Zonias, but he's stunned up. He cannot do anything but be feared and die. And it's time for TSM to siege. Tactical will get attacked. He will almost certainly drop. And yes, that is 1,000 gold shut down. It goes to Sword Art for claiming the last hit, and the rest of the team is surely to drop. It is Core JJ against the world. TSM worked as hard as they possibly could for it, but they will knock down the Nexus, and they will get revenge on Team Liquid.
TSM and the boys of Summer, they open up Summer with a victory over Team Liquid, getting some revenge for themselves after the midseason showdown, but more critically, one of those very, very hard-fought wins over a top-of-the-table team, moving them up into tying for first with Cloud9.
And I love that they brought out a very different look here right off the bat. Heavy engage, looking for the dive, aggressive options here for TSM to kick it off in Summer. And man, does it feel good to be back.
Yeah! We got them right there. I can look over. It's like, oh, I see them on the screen. They're bowing. Wait, that's right over. Oh, hi, it's those guys. Nice.
I gave him a wave because usually they wave to the crowd, but there's no crowd here, so I'm like, yeah,
we're in the crowd now, baby.
We'll just wave to them. That'll be the camera shot. It's just over us looking backwards, and you'll just see my bald spot. It'll be great. Azael's got just that. Either way, TL, I don't know what that was. TL, unfortunate. After the long break, they fell in Game 5 of the LCS Finals. They got to watch MSI from home. They come back to the Summer Split. Hey, they're still in second place. They carry the record forward. And you had to believe they had a chance there. The early game looked good. They were fighting back against Baron and Dragon Soul, and wasn't enough.
I'm just so glad that all of the pros I was talking to, all of the scrim info, promising really exciting solo lanes and crazy team fights, actually showed up on stage.
Yeah.
It actually delivered. We got, Viego dive comps. We got all this, crazy stuff coming out. Yes, Gwen was banned. I'm still, fingers crossed that she gets through one time, but that was a great way to start.
It absolutely was. How many times have you been lied to by the pros? It's like, we're going to get assassins in the mid lane. It's Oriana's headphone.
Woo! Well, we are back. It's been fun. And don't worry, we've got 4 more hours of the same. Yes! I'm excited to be here talking about this one now as part of the summer kickoff. It'll scroll and I'll read the rest of it later. All right, as part of the summer kickoff, the LCS is excited to be working with BMG as our music partner. BMG will be supporting the LCS in spotlighting new artists and song releases, the first of which is Flay's TGIF, featured in our Ruled by One video. Check out the full song while we take a break.
The world is run by lunatics, so who gives a f? Let's light it up, let's make a mess, let's coalesce, let's make a fuss. The world is filled with psychopaths, so I wanna jink, I wanna fight, I wanna rage against the machine. They told me I can't be myself, but myself's all I can be. I'm unique, and I do it 7 days of the week. I'm feeling free, but the world, they wanna keep me down. See, I'm a king, I won't let anybody take my crown. God, it's Friday, and I'm feeling alive. I'll do it my way, till the day that I die. Thank God it's Friday, and I'm getting some love.
Middle fingers up till the Reaper shows up. Yup.
The world is owned by maniacs, so I'm making art, I'm going hard, I'm taking names, acting insane, breaking guitars. The world, it don't take prisoners, so I'm going wild, I'm acting up, cause I got sick of taking my trial. Lost
shows up. Yeah. Middle fingers up till the Reaper shows up. Yeah.
God, it's Friday, and I'm feeling alive. Do it my way, till the day that I die. God, it's Friday, and I'm getting some love. Middle fingers up till the Reaper shows up.
Hello and welcome back to the Verizon post-game interview. This time we're in studio. Power of Evil, it's good to have you back, not just here in the LCS, but also on stage. How's it feel to be back here and playing?
It has been insane. Honestly, what a start to the season. Instantly with like a crazy close game. It was really hype.
Did you expect it to be that close coming in?
I expected TL to put up a good fight. I think last time around they won against us in the third place match, or like the way to the finals. But I think we have been doing pretty good in scrims, and I think we have been improving a lot throughout the season. So I was pretty confident going into the match. And after the early game, I thought we had it in the back. Took a little while, but we got it in the end.
Right, and so tell me about that, of course, because Viego, a champion we haven't seen ever on the LCS stage for a variety of reasons. What was the reasoning for taking that here up against the Silas?
Well, so in the early game, you could see the advantage of Viego is that normally you always have to push against the Silas. I shoved him into the turret a lot of times, and we even attempted the early tower dive on him, which I think he did a good job at avoiding. And from that point on, you normally have a pretty good control in team fights. You try to get that one reset, and I think you could see it on the top lane. When I got that one reset, I just kill. And I think that's kind of like Viego. He's like Katarina, but a little more fun.
A little more fun, yeah. Is there anything specifically in the 1v1 matchup, though, why you would want this champion kind of as a counter pick?
Well, I feel like at any point in the game, you just win the 1v1, so you never need to be worried about the side lane. And your items just match up really well against Silas items. So you can go for the Blade of the Rune King, or you can later on about the Spirit Visage to even get more healing. So I feel like your item set is really good against him.
Right, and then of course, things got a little tricky, let's say, as the game went on. How are you feeling in that bottom lane team fight where you guys got ace despite trying to win the game with the Baron buff?
Honestly, I felt like I'm really proud of how we played this game out, because you could really see around the second and third dragon, they outranged us a ton. And we did a really good job at these objective fights to keep securing them. We got every Baron, we got like this Dragon Soul, we got the Elders. And we always, I would say, like won out at these objective fights by, like using the objective even as like a shield against the Azrael, because the Azrael was like just outranging us way too hard with the Karma. So we needed to permanently make them engage into us. And at the very end, when we are strong enough, we engaged on them, instantly backed out, and we would just use our ultimates to like get objectives like the turrets, right? And you could see that on bot lane, we were a little bit overconfident. We went a little bit too deep, and it bit us back.
All right, well, last one. It's a very long season, right? It's the first time we've carried the records over, but we're now resetting here in the summer. How are you feeling about you and the rest of the squad kind of moving through the end of summer?
Well, we have a pretty good advantage now, starting on the top of the win-loss ratio. And obviously, it's one of the best feelings to start the season with a victory, and if it's like such a hype game as well. So hopefully we can, transition that to the next 2 days and, win against EG and GGS.
All right, well, hopefully more Viego. Power of Evil, thank you so much for talking to me. All right, we are going to go to a break, but don't go too far away. When we return, we're going to see the new face of Evil. Don't go too far.
everyone, and welcome back to the LCS. We saw quite a few roster changes during our offseason, and as Evil Geniuses prepare to take on Dignitas Quantum Pay, we've got to talk about Danny, their new AD carry.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what he can do. He has come up straight from amateur scene into the LCS starting spot, replacing Deftly, and he is a very mechanically strong player. I know Dominate, for example, talked about how he was able to carry him in Challenger sometimes.
There it is.
So that's a heavyweight. That's a good mark for him, and he really impressed in the Proving Grounds. I think a lot of people are really excited to see him now getting his shot for the first time in the LCS.
Yeah, EG Prodigies went the distance, and a lot of it came down to Danny's performance. I love just watching a Samira play overall. I think obviously he has quite a few AD carries in his pool, but just being able to see him move up, I'm interested. Whenever you do end up skipping a crucial step in Academy and moving up, a lot of it comes into the faith in how you work, develop, and I think EG has a lot of faith in him. It's more so my concern about going into 2v2 lanes when you're going up against LCS talent.
Yeah.
Because when you're facing amateur talent, easy. When you're going up against Academy talent, like a lot of it comes down to how he performs in lane that I'm interested in. But in terms of team fighting, and I think a lot of it comes down to, I think it's going to be a positive move.
With so much intermingling between the amateur teams and the academy teams, we're getting to see a lot of these surges to the top and making these premieres on the LCS stage. And one of the teams that we were all fascinated by during spring is Dignitas, because they were maybe a bit of a surprise to many in how they performed in some of the games. So I gotta ask you, Primal, if we're going into the summer split right now, evaluating Dignitas, are they a contender or a pretender?
Okay, so first we need to define our terms.
True.
Yes. Contender is top 3. Let's say it's top 3. That's a podium finish. And unfortunately, I think Dignitas is not a contender. Some might even say pretender. And the reason why, for evidence of this, I think we can just look at their playoff. They had some really, really questionable drafts, giving away Kaisa, Rel, Hecarim, which was like the God Squad, back in spring. We saw them lose composure, when they're under pressure. Dardoch not having a great game, seemed to lose his leadership, and the team really, really relies on him. And now the rest of the league has gotten better, right? They lost to 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves is upgraded in the mid lane. So I think it's short odds against Dignitas to place top 3, but I would love a Cinderella story.
Yeah, I think that second half for sure, the teams around them getting stronger is what I'm kind of clinging to, where I'm expecting Team Liquid, TSM, especially after the performance they had, and Cloud9 to hit top 3. And then 100 Thieves is definitely fighting for a championship with the acquisitions that they're making. So I think it docks them down to, 4th, 5th, around that area. It's going to be a tough one for them. I think they're a strong team fighting team, but the limitations in lanes will come through.
Yeah, and I think other teams around them have improved as well. We talked about EG with Danny, the substitution, as well as CLG finally finding their main roster. They're sitting at 5-13 right now, but they did end that season close to 500 and 4-5 in the second round robin. So a lot of teams are going to start pressuring them a lot more now, and I think that's why a lot of us are expecting a little bit of a drop off in the summer split for Dignitas.
Yeah, I'm just interested in the rising players, because I know coming into the season, development was being pushed on, like that story around the Golden Guardians developing players. But Dignitas, I think that developing roster is an eye catcher to me. Fake God getting Player of the Week throughout that split was a big one. And then Neo in that conversation as a top 3 AD carry, easily, he has been a standout for me. Watching him in Academy and moving up, I was skeptical as well. I knew that he was an aggressive AD carry, but he's coming in as a performing, aggressing AD carry. And that, I remember hearing an interview from Dardoch coming into the split where you're saying the bot lane is the rock of their team. And so if you have faith in anybody on that team, it's going to be in the bot lane.
He's on my fantasy squad, so obviously I believe in Neo quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Neo put in some good work for me in fantasy during the spring.
Yeah, we kicked you out of the league.
I know. I saw that. I was like, well,
rest in peace to the other opponents in my league, by the way. I have 4 Dignitas players. I literally have 4 Dignitas players.
That's a good
You better hope they're a contender then, man.
Yeah. Yeah, even in this matchup, last time Neo played against EG, he put up a 17-kill game on Callisto, which is absolutely insane. And if we want to talk about the contender-pretender conversation, for them to turn it into contenders, we need more of that, right? We need more carry performances from the bot lane. We need Fake God and Saligo to continue to be solid, continue to improve, and we need them to continue to be the great team fighting team that's always on the same page behind Afro and Dardoch's leadership.
Yeah, there's a stronger mid lane pool now with Abadagi. That's just a fact. And I think that for Saligo, Earlier performances in the split, I wasn't too happy with, but he's gotten better. I just need to be able to see a point of the map. For sure, it's going to be bot lane, but I think for Dardoch and Soligo, that 2v2 needs to get better, and then we start talking about their charge into the playoffs in summer.
Well, and that was such a huge thing that was brought up prior with this team, where it's not just the fact that you have this talent that is in kind of that developmental stage, but how that actually compares with the leadership of those veterans. You mentioned Dardoch and what he said in past interviews, but if we're zoning in on that bot lane a bit more, what the dynamic between Afromu and Neo was really able to bring to the table to accelerate Dignitas.
Yeah, I feel like Afro is such a leader for that team, and especially when he's on the playmakers, I feel like you see that big difference when he's on something like the Karma, which is very strong in the meta, versus like, but we need his Alistar for engages, as well as for playmaking, setting up Neo to find kills and then kind of become that late game threat. I think the bot lane is, like you said, the rock for Dignitas, and the solo laners are a lot more of the times playing weak side or roaming down to support them.
That's why I think this is going to be an interesting matchup, because I think a lot of people are going to be expecting just 2v2's bot lane, but Ignar is going to leave. And that's something where EG has a very clear team identity.
Move to predictions.
That I would say the team identity for them is being head straight to mid lane. Help out Jizuke early. Impact is a phenomenal team fighter. And so when we have the conversation of who we think is going to be the stronger of the two, I think EG already has shown a lot of great promise coming into Summer Split. So I'm liking what I see from EG coming into this one.
And it's so important to emphasize how bringing in a new member can really just rattle the entire team, but also thinking about some of the strengths of those players from before, right? If we're looking towards the top side of EG, for instance, while it got a little iffy sometimes when some targeting happened up there on maybe some NAR games with a lot of deaths, that is still, it's a sad thing to reflect upon, but still a source of strength that they can potentially pull from.
I mean, that's Impact's comfort zone. He's used to getting camped, and he doesn't break, right? So I think even in a scenario where he gets camped, I do expect the solos to pull through for EG. So I give it a slight favoring to them, but I think Dignitas is, again, still a really strong team. I wouldn't be surprised if they beat EG.
And I think with EG as well, when you saw last season, some of the things they struggled with was the consistency. There were those Mundo games from Sven Skaren where it's like, dude, we know you can be an MVP, but I don't know what you're doing. Like, those are the kinds of games or performances that can lead to you dropping a game against pretty much anyone in the league. Like, most people are going to pick that up when you have those kinds of moments. When Jizuke had some moments as well. Like, I think the consistency is the big concern for this team. And, Danny isn't going to be this silver bullet who's like, hey, now everyone consistently plays great on the top side of the map. Like, there are still things for EG to work on themselves.
Wait a second. I didn't hear a prediction, Mark. What's your prediction?
I don't know. Are we ready for predictions?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Okay, we'll get there soon. For me, talking about the variance of Evil Geniuses is for sure every EG's fan, like, that's the hot button conversation around Jizuke. But also, if you bring in a young AD carry, people are not going to expect success on the first day, let alone the first week, right? So if they do end up faltering and it comes through their AD carry, I really don't want there to be people like obviously raining nonsense on that. But that, I think, if the development is there from Danny, that in a week 4, week 5, as we gear on towards playoffs, this will be a stronger EG.
Yeah. I'm curious to hear from you, Raz. EG evidently thinks that Danny's an upgrade.
Yep.
What do you think that Danny brings to the team that they were maybe missing before or they wanted to amplify?
I think he has a killer instinct. Like, whenever I watch their games, this is why it's always tough to kind of make that comparison if you can bring it up to LCS. Because in Danny's games that I've seen during their Prodigy's games, like, their 2v2s were great. Like, when they found opportunities for a 2v2 kill, they went for it. It kind of reminded me of what Neo is doing to opponents right now. So it is those 2v2s that I'm expecting, but obviously harder competitions maybe not happening. So it comes down to if he sees those angles, is he ready to go for it in those kills? I think so. That's why I have a lot of faith in him.
And as you can see on the screen, the players are getting ready to head on to the Rift. So let's hear it. Predictions locked on the desk. I'm coming to you first, Mark. Who's it going to be?
I mean, I think all of us are going to say the same thing. I think we're all going to EG. I'm going EG personally. I think that they have made a lot of these kinds of improvements that you're hoping to see over the course of the season. Jizuke, honestly, was pretty good last split. His laning phase was second best in the league by a lot of metrics, and I think that kind of aggressiveness that you want to see out of him, whether it's on the Echo or some of these other playmakers you saw in the last game, Silas, Viego, there's quite a few of them in the current meta that I think he'll be able to pick up and probably lead his team to victory.
Yeah. I already leaked my prediction. Still EG. For pretty much the same reasons I said before. I think the addition of Danny gives them sort of that killer instinct they are looking for from the bottom lane. And I think that's really consistent with their team identity. They like to fight. They like to go in. And I think now that they've had a split together as a team, we're going to see a little bit more consistency from them. So, EG.
And I've already basically said it, Evil Geniuses. And a lot of our conversations revolved around the bot lane. Impact is still a top 3 top laner in this league. Whenever Impact has been given draft resources to succeed, he does that. But when he's put on weak side, he's an incredible team fighter, and I think he's going to give them games. So I just think Evil Geniuses has a strong top side of the map.
Well, I'll let the Dignitas fans out there know that while I was just making predictions for fun, I did officially submit in Dignitas'
There you go. All right.
So somebody is vying for the black and yellow here. We are going to find out if DG and Danny can best Dignitas Quantum Pay as we hand it over to Freak, Kobe, and Azael for the call.
Thank you very much, Latigress, and welcome back to the LCS stage. Yes, we are still here. It is not a mirage. We are casting the LCS in person. Look, I'm real. You can touch my shoulder.
Look at that.
You know what the problem is, though, Kobe?
Yeah.
Is that you can't mute his puns in person.
Ooh.
His mute button's right here.
Yeah.
Just let me know. I got you.
And these headsets aren't
start
soundproof,
now.
Kobe, so you're...
It's perfect. It's great to be back.
Cutting you off. You could hear me the whole time. It's outstanding. It's so much worse for you guys. That was good, though. Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Honestly, as far as this game, a lot of people, and rightfully so, super excited for Danny. This young player, honestly, skipping Academy is a tremendous feat. And he's only even been playing League of Legends as a whole for like 4 years, with his professional play just being a single year. So yes, you should be super excited for him and for the bottom lane matchup. But honestly, I just got to look at Jizuke. I've heard that this is Jizuke's meta. I always loved his echo play as far as melee assassins. There are a lot of options now for him as well.
Yeah.
And he's going to look for those outplays. He's going to look for those 1v1s and try and get those, those big moments, right? To get the team ahead. You can already see his evil mind working away right now.
There's Danny.
So that's what I'm super excited for.
Freshest face of the LCS, Danny. Real name Kyle. It's always surprising to me when you pick like a very a normal name as your alias, and it's not your name. Right, I understand when your name is Apollo or something, right? It's yeah, I'm just Apollo, that's who I am, whatever. Huni, that's basically his name. It's Sunghoon Ho. So it's okay, sure, it's your name, and he's my name is Kyle. I'll be known as Danny.
You know what this feels like to me? When I first started playing World of Warcraft. And all the people chose Alliance would play humans. And I was like, what? Why are you playing a human? You're in a video game. You could be anything. Why are you just going to be a normal human? You choose your name, and your gamer name is Bob.
Yeah.
There you go.
Got him.
Yeah, just RP it up. Bob the Farmer in World of Warcraft.
Yeah. I mean, Sam chose Kobe. He just took someone else's real name as his name. So,
true, you got me
you're
there.
the pot painting the kettle at this point. But I'm excited. I'm excited for the man on your screen here. I'm excited to see Danny play. So, fresh face the LCS. He's 17 years old. Birthday in December. He's going to win Worlds at 17 years old. It's incredible to watch this man's career going forward. Okay, we're skipping that one. But if you heard his coaches talk about why they signed him, right? Said, okay, we got enough footage, watching him in amateur, that we think he's ready to go. Yes, of course, he's rough around the edges, right? The man's had 6 months of competitive play. Sure, it's going to be a road upwards, but he matches the play style that we already have with our established players. Ignar looked weaker in the previous split because he didn't have an aggro AD carry ready to go in like he's Malphite, right? We don't have an AD carry that matches the kind of style we want out of Svenskar and Azuka and everyone else, right? We need someone to match all of that, and Danny matches that. So, you're going to see some all-ins that aren't going to work, but you're going to see some all-ins that are going to look incredible, and that's what I'm excited for.
And I mean, one of the things that really kind of got me hyped, speaking to some people from EG, is that they were saying, no, this isn't a development move. We think he's an upgrade now, and
upside.
We think he has this insane upside, and he's going to be incredible in a few years. And so I was like, okay, you're selling me. So I'm getting pretty excited about it. But of course, over on the other side, Dignitas looking to pick up where they left off in spring. Of course, they had a really, really hot start, and people are questioning, can Dignitas continue to develop and improve at the same rate as some of these other teams, because they do have a lot of veterans. But you look right down to the bot lane, you look right down down to their AD. And this guy burst into the LCS last split. I mean, as Primal was talking about the last time these two teams matched up, he had 17 kills, I believe it was, on the Callista.
Yeah, Neo has been great for Dignitas, and this is the team. This is the NA powerhouse team. You know, 5NA upsetting all of the predictions last split, riding to the top. The Dignitas party bus was in full effect. And if you're talking about building up new talent, who better than to sit right next to you than Afro Moon? You know, he's built up so many countless North American AD carries. So having that as a lane matchup, definitely going to be a fun one to watch as well. I like how they quickly panned over Dardark there. He also had the fun story following the kind of roulette of jungle champions at the very beginning of the season. It very much was this team that was so wholesome in how they were actually led jungle first. And I say wholesome as a jungler. That's the team I like to see. 5 people defending level 1 invades of opposing teams coming in and trying to take a single jungle camp. And Dignitas were like, no! And they would win games off the back of that. And when you hear them in interviews post-game as well, they're all, you know, talking about how, they're just looking at improvement. They're respecting the veterans that are on the team and all of the new guys on the team, constantly hungry for how can we do better? How can we really, you know, climb to the top of the ranks of the North American LCS?
And he's also my hope for Fiddlesticks in the LCS. If he can keep that champion diversity going, maybe Dardock is the guy to bring it out. He was, 12, 14 games in a row, something like that in spring, that he had actually brought out a new champion every single time. He was cycling through, you know, so many champions. It was cool to see them really have a lot of success with that style, as you're talking about, playing for the jungle, you know, even last picking him in draft a lot of times to be able to give him the pick where he could find what would slot in and potentially give them that advantage, because he was really kind of the spark plug for the team in a lot of ways.
Now you got me excited. Fiddlesticks is my most played this season because it has had such a high solo queue win rate. Always like to go by the numbers.
Of course.
Freak approved numbers.
I agree.
But honestly, you know we're gonna slam him too. Like if he's one micro Teemo off of your spot on double jungling the Raptors red or the Wolves blue or any of that stuff, it's always really fun to look at those tiny things. So definitely hoping for some variety there to keep it spicy. Just to check in for everybody at home who's just turned in, they are still working through some of the checks here on stage. So we're not just reminiscing just because we're happy to be here.
We're not the ones holding up the show. Or reminiscing because, you know, these players got to make sure they're ready to go. Obviously, they're not in their home setups. For some of them, first time ever. For some of them, first time in a year and a half since spring of last year.
For all of them.
So, so we're getting back into it, of course, in some cases. The other player on the Dignitas side I want to talk about, you're talking about Afro and Neo, but Fake God as well. Fake God is a player that I think really stood out to me in the spring split. You could say, well, you know, part of that was the whole thing was online, so hey, he looked more comfortable there, but I thought he was a top performer from the top lane in the spring split. I thought he looked really, really good. As we've seen, like, Gwen bans everywhere, like, you know, there are a lot more carry tops out there. I mean, Lee Sin can really have high impact. Like, I want to see him continue that trajectory as another top laner who has been growing really fast this year.
Yeah, improvement is the key, you know, when talking about him, how much better he looked with Dignitas than his time on 100 Thieves. I think, you know, it's really night and day, like the way that he has been able to actually perform. You know, it only really felt like when he'd been playing in the LCS before that he was only able to perform on key picks, and they had to really kind of give him preference in the draft to try to get him a Jace or try to get him something to really have a way in and to really be able to contribute. And that wasn't the case in spring, right? You could play for him, he could play weak side, he could play a variety of champions, and he has leveled up at a really promising rate. So definitely some great young players over on the Dignitas side that are looking to continue their development going into summer.
Yeah, a lot of it was people underestimating specifically the solo laners of Dig, both Zuligo and Fake God. And they've just been, you know, all smiles, performing, being hungry for those improvements, and actually delivering so much has led to the heartwarming story that was Dignitas last split. Now, if we're looking at this, you know, entire year, as you have to combine it, the question becomes for the whole league is really looking at, does this Cinderella story of 5NA continue? You know, are they able to ride and continue to improve? We talked about how they're constantly looking for those, but that it is a steep slope to actually keep up and work all the way through summer with, these teams spending so much money, bringing in a lot of powerhouse players and coaches.
And you mentioned the Cinderella story. I mean, these guys finished 2 games behind first place in the spring split regular season, and they keep that record going forward. And I mean, anyone looks at that roster on paper, especially at the beginning of the year, and you're like, well, yeah, 7th, 8th place team, whatever. It's like they were like tied for 4th or something like that. Like they really did play well. They earned those wins. It was really, really solid. So then, okay, are you better than that record or not? Like, was that a fluke? Did you get 3 free wins and you should have been 8-10? Is that what it should have been? Everyone's, 8-10, yeah, sure, whatever. But at 11-7, it's like, well, can you keep that one going? You're a game behind TL. You win here, cool. You're tied with Team Liquid. Didn't expect that? No, but that's where they would be.
And that's the question that I think we're going to get answered here, right? We're going into a lot of games in the summer split.
27.
They're going to be playing 27 games, and there's no hiding behind that, right? If you have a couple lucky wins here and there, that's not going to make up the difference when you have played this many games by the end of the split. And that was something that a lot of detractors did talk about in spring, is the fact that Dignitas was often playing from behind. A lot of the wins that they picked up were off of, crazy base defenses or a backdoor, or they're down 5K and they win a big fight at Elder. It was not always this clear dominant victory that they would actually establish for themselves. Usually was off of one big moment.
I will say though, I agree in a lot of the wins, like they were fairly lucky, but I will also kind of go to bat for them to say, look, team fighting well is a skill.
Absolutely.
That look, if you just have the better hands, it'll work out. This is the kind of stories I've heard from like teams that go to scrim internationally and whatnot. Like, hey, LCS squads go to Worlds or MSI, whatever, and it's like, yeah, our macro's as good. Like we're up, we have the dragon set up, and then we fight them, and it's like, yeah, their hands are better. Sorry, like their Kales just hit more skill shots than ours do, or whatever. Kale's not really a skill shot champion, but like that's the kind of thing that would happen, and that's a lot of what would like sometimes make these things go through. And it's like, look, if Dig had better hands,
this is heals.
Kale
is so good with his heal.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Many Kale in my day have missed their ultimate on me. Thank you very much. For some reason, they're casting on themselves.
Everyone that's not on me is a missed ultimate. So I don't know what these dummies are doing up there.
Exactly. Honestly, too, you guys are talking up some of these games that do get down to crunch time, where there are these tough decisions of forcing fights at Elders and at Barons and base races and looking for backdoor opportunities and vision denial. What better team for Dig to go up against than Evil Geniuses? Because guess what? They've got Jizuke. They have a lot of split pushing options as well. A team that really does like to, play the entire map. So we might get into a lot of these, more exciting situations. And those are the ones where it really comes down to your instincts on stage. And it really does test your in-game leaders. I love those ones where you put to the test how quick can you think on your feet. It's one thing to plan out from Champ Select, your level 1s, how you want to go. Early game goes like this, dragon stacking, blah, blah, blah. But when you get down and dirty, Azale, when the pressure is on, I want to see how you react.
Absolutely. And when I think about, in-game leaders and even their team fighting, right? Aframu is someone that really does come to mind, and how well he worked with Neo, in some of these incredible base defense moments that they had, the synergy between those two, finding these kind of iconic team fights that were able to bring them back into games. And I think it's going to be a big test for Danny, not even just in the 5v5, but how do they match up in the 2v2? Because Dignitas' 2v2 was dangerous. It was one of those that could look aggressively for kills.
I also like the opportunity, for Danny, because there's so much pressure. Your heart has got to be pumping. He's only been playing competitive for barely over a year and being thrust into the LCS. If you come in and you do smash a bottom lane like that has Aframu Neo in it, that was one of our tremendous bottom lanes from last split. Neo very, very high on the kills for AD carries. Aframu always doing a really good job setting him up. This is where you start to create like legends. You come in this hot, people start talking about it like, yeah, man, this guy didn't even play Academy. Just came straight into the LCS, start slamming people in lane. And that's what gets people invested in new rookies, in building up your brand. Those are the opportunities where you turn on your stream and boom, everybody wants to see what the new hotness is doing.
Absolutely. Do have a quick update. Should be about 2 minutes until we are back into game. And I think it's also, building that confidence as a new player, right? Not getting overwhelmed by the circumstance. It is a new situation to be up in the LCS, to be playing on stage, to have that additional pressure. And
looking at these bald heads up here, they're like, oh
Yeah.
my God.
I mean, the glare coming from the caster
Yeah, I'm
desk.
surprised you can see right now.
It's nasty, you know. It's one of those added things you got to deal with. You know, if I turn like right
Yeah.
over there, so
You got to be careful. You might light something on fire. Like, there's a reason everything is black, so there's not like extra reflections, because that's how lasers work, Azale.
Yeah.
Thankfully, our heads are concave. Convex, whichever way is like outwards.
They're
so
not
it's
concave. I can make it concave for
Please
you.
no. Okay.
If you do
That's
me
what I
wrong,
thought,
freak.
that caves go in, so that's the mnemonic to remember it. But yeah, thankfully we're diffusing the light more often, so it's not so bad.
Actually, he does have kind of like a little dent.
There is
Have you ever
actually.
noticed
That's a scar from chickenpox.
So
Sixth grade.
I'll give you concave. There you
Yeah,
go.
there's right there. Goes right back in the camera. You just can't see me. It's like the things you put in a license plate. They're illegal, where it washes out the license plate numbers. So you can't tell if you're running a red light. I have
yeah.
that, but for facial recognition,
Just like
automatically.
a black hole.
Yeah, you just can't see my face. I'm just John Cena on the desk at all times.
Thank you for the perfect example here.
Yeah.
We're an educational fill
We
squad
really
here
are.
for you at the LCS. We're bringing back
Teach us
Professor
about
Kobe.
engineering, Kobe. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So we're going to transition to statics. Statics is probably a great way to start here. If you want to start building a bridge, freak, first you don't want it to collapse. You don't
I
want
do
it
not want a
global.
bridge to collapse.
So
That's true.
We'll start with the basic. Triangles are the strongest shape that you got here. Honestly, we're not going to go into a lecture here. I don't want to put people to sleep. We're about to get back into the game, I promise.
Speaking of triangles, that is, I think, the way to think about bottom lane, by the way, is you want to make an isosceles triangle when you're playing bottom lane. So you want to find someone, and you and your support need to be basically like at your engage range of that champion at all times. And you got to find like who's the weak point. Like, are you hitting Zyra?
Yeah.
Are you hitting Ashe together?
We should plug Core JJ's YouTube
That's what I was
video.
gonna say. Core JJ demonstrates that so well.
Yeah.
He has a YouTube video talking about it, and it's like basically the concept Freak is talking about is Core JJ was demonstrating that a good engage is one where both you and your AD are hitting one target while they cannot return fire on the correct target, essentially, right? So, if the ADC from the other team can only actually attack the support when the support goes in, and the support can attack the AD, these types of situations that you can set up can be extremely advantageous, and he actually illustrates it very, very well.
Yeah, plus then you really need to explain the Pythagorean theorem to your jungler before you get into game.
Okay, yeah.
Because if you do it after, you're not going to get any bottom lane ganks. They're going to be stuck on Krugs. They're going to go straight from Krugs to Raptors. It's a headache. So do your prep work. Link up that video and explain it when you're in champ selecting. You have plenty of time.
League of Legends is here. Don't worry. Trigonometry has not left the station. We've got Callista on the ban table. Udyr here as well.
Whew, all right, Udyr off the table very early in the ban phase here, so maybe we see a Rumble follow-up, as there has been a lot of focus, even with the small nerfs to the first clear here. Honestly, though, bottom lane focus from EG, banning out the Kalista Thresh is very interesting to me because remember, Dandy's coming in here. You got the pentakill on Samira, does like to play really aggro bottom lanes, and if we are trying to hype it up for the bottom lane, that is going to be a place to start it out.
Absolutely. Just limiting some of those aggressive options, right? We have seen how deadly they can be in lane, and Thresh, one of Afromu's kind of, I'd say, signature champions.
Sad to see Gwen banned away again. Also of note, right, if she's just giga busted and everyone wants to play her, you wouldn't want to ban her blue side. You get first dibs, right? So it's the kind of thing where either you're afraid of counter picks or she has enough counter picks available that you're afraid of first picking it away. But twice we've seen her banned, but banned by the team who could have had first dibs.
All right, Rumble not banned, so Rumble looking like he's going to get picked up here. High probability there for Svenskeren, but I saw Impact and Solo Q putting a decent amount of time in on Rumble too. And remember, definitely can be flexed to the solo lanes too, even though we've gotten lax and used to seeing them in the jungle.
All right, looks like roughly the same 3 first picks in this game, or a similar set of them right there. Rumble going into the jungle here for Svenskeren, Lee Sin top, almost certainly for Fake God, and the Ezreal for Neo. Great champ again.
I was going to say, when you have Rumble early, you always want to look for some extra CC on your team to keep people in place for the Rumble ultimates. But also you start to think about diversified damage types. Rumble jungle, as we saw in the first game, trying to pair it with stuff like Viego, these AD threats that are going to really make your opponent sweat in choosing their rune shards when they're loading in just for their lane matchup, but also the build moving forward. So isn't going to be that quite yet. Kai'Sa pairing with a lot of dive. I want to see CC. I want to see CC in almost all 3 rest of the picks from EG.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're asking for that, I'm just thinking Nautilus, right? This is the pairing we saw at MSI from pretty much everyone who liked to play Kai'Sa. Slap it up in there with the Nautilus. The Nautilus has the lockdown
Yes.
for that Rumble ultimate. It gives you the dive. It pairs well with a lot of these aggressive solo laners that have been very popular in the meta. And when you're thinking about Jizuke, you were talking about this being his meta, playing the Echo, playing divers, even the Viego can really fit into that style. And now Dignitas is going to have to be thinking about that. What aggressive picks do you want to try to ban away from EG?
And they also are thinking about how can we get away from some of this stuff. Ezreal, Lee Sin, two of the most mobile champions in the entire League of Legends universe. Definitely some options there. We saw how well that worked out for Team Liquid in the previous game, though, as it was mostly them on the back foot. You know, not being able to set up some proactive plays of their own. When you do on the side of EG lock in Nautilus and Rumble, you also think about dragon control, because it's very easy to control these jungle corridors that are leading up to Drake. And, you know, Nautilus ult ticking through multiple people on the enemy team, Rumble ultimate going down. That could be a very easy focus for a game plan here for EG.
I want to see a Nocturne ban come through as the final ban here on Dignitas' side. I think what do you want to combo with a Rumble that hits backline, with a Kai'Sa that reaches backline, with Nautilus that ults the backline? You want one more person to come over the top to help guarantee you get that kill, because Ezreal's going to probably get away from you otherwise, and I want to see if that comes through. We've seen it as a pick into Lee Sin. Looks pretty fine. Huni had lane control the entire time in that matchup and arguably just did more that game on the Nocturne top, but Gnar going to be banned away instead.
I also like how, even though we had a hover over Viego, nobody's rushing into it. Because I still feel like, yes, you know, people are super excited for it, you know, and it's very good into a lot of melee matchups. Even in mid lane, some of the range matchups can definitely get much more difficult for him. So they're holding on to it here, waiting to suss out some of the solo lanes picks first.
Exactly. I mean, if you lose access to that mini wave, it becomes very difficult to actually sustain through a lot of those range matchups who are constantly poking away, pushing you in. Can make it very difficult, limit the options of Viego when he's always having to play through the minions to look for stuns as well.
All right, time for the last two picks per team. Dignitas, well, they've already picked their top lane. They've already picked their support. So mid lane Karma. I mean, we have seen Karma as the soft counter to Rumble. I really like the Mantra Shield to get away from Equalizer, and it's going mid.
It could also be Dardoch potentially taking Lee Sin. Like, we could see some flex going around here. They have the ability to move this around between solo lanes. Lee Sin as well can be moved between mid, between top, even in the jungle. So it will be interesting to see if Dignitas wants to throw kind of a bit of a curveball. They were one of the teams that was never afraid of mixing things up when you consider all of the diverse picks they had in spring.
Look at this. Tristana mid picked up for EG. Very, very aggressive. Rumble, jungle, Tristana mid, lots of damage, but not going to have that extra point to try and set it up and keep people on. Oh, no, but Viego locking out. Okay, it's not locking.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No.
Okay, bring it back. A deep breathing here. Much more likely set picked up here. This is one of the ones here where, you know, in some of the matchups versus Lee Sin, you really have to worry about the range of the E for harassment. Yeah, he can also annihilate waves with it, but Set is very good at pulling you back for the clap. And then especially with the buffs to attack damage Set, being able to trade quite effectively there. Obviously early on too with the passive with the double punch.
Show us the comp. Lee Sin Jungle is finally back on the menu. I have to believe it. Akali.
Absolutely, the Dardoch Lee Sin here. He was known for this champion, so aggressive on it. And it's interesting because so many pros have been talking about how they don't think it's a good pick, but it is performing well in solo queue. Dardoch took a lot of champs that people weren't willing to pick, made them work on stage last time around, so the flexes do come through. Karma also a better matchup into the set than the Lee Sin is. This can be very annoying for set early. We'll see exactly what Fake God wants to go for, if it's full on for lane, if it's full on for support. A lot of options here, and Soligo getting the aggressive Akali into Jizuke's Tristana, who may be forced to take something like Exhaust now.
The thing is, too, with it, if you're looking at Tristana Akali isolation, you're like, whoa, Jizuke with full mid-prio early on in this game, that could be crazy. You know, giving that up to EG that have, as we said, Rumble and Nautilus very good at trying to set up for these dragon fights and focus there early on. If you have Tristana pushing in Akali early on, explosive shot, you know, chunking off turret plates and setting up for those dragons, that could be very detrimental. But Lee Sin is a wild card, okay? Coming from the jungle, can punish Tristana. Aggressive rocket jumps in when you're trying to really punish that Akali. If you're not careful, if you're not warding to protect this mid lane matchup, if you're not invading on the jungle to try and track jungle, that is the strength of Lee. You know, the mobility of this champion and trying to surprise.
And this is such an interesting matchup. You know, having played a lot of Tristana Mid myself, when you're playing these aggressive matchups, you need to utilize your push to create an advantage. Because if it just goes to parity post level 6, the threat of the all-in from these aggressive champions like the Akali becomes very, very real.
Well, we are on to the Rift for our second game of the day. EG inherit their 10-8 record from Spring. Dignitas surprised the world with 11 wins in the Spring Split, and they carry it forward here into Summer. They are up against, though, the newest face in the LCS. Danny, formerly Shiro of EG Prodigies, now onto the LCS stage. EG says the extra aggression is going to make him look good. Thank God, bringing Karma into the top lane.
I'm really, really interested to keep track of the flex pick. Already the delayed invade here. Svenskeren gets the deep ward.
Damage. Actually, this is decent damage. Impact goes for the stun, though. Dardoch down to 200 health. Actually has to burn his flash early, and the chase down shouldn't be too good. Honestly, Akali Q pretty expensive. They're still walking in. Nautilus is going to land. We are getting ourselves a fight. Ignite is on the Impact. He's going to live. Danny's now in, and he's looking for the first kill. Flashless. First blood at a minute 17. Welcome to the LCS.
The youngest player in the LCS, straight from amateur, straight into first blood. 2 kills for Evil Geniuses. We told you it was going to be a party, Azael. Guess what? The party is started.
Oh, man. EG and Dig there scrapping. And it looks like a lane swap, actually, here. Oh, Soligo, you were in trouble.
Oh, wow. Well, he's flashless. Otherwise, it would have been a flash for flash at best, or a kill easily otherwise. And I like the swap, though, right? Put Triss in a matchup, Chico in, put Set in a matchup, he's going to completely crush.
Yeah, I mean, it's really smart. And Soligo has to go back to base with no buy. He has 0 farm. He's not even going to be able to afford a potion, and he's going to have to TP back.
It's just so cool also to go back and forth with the chess game. Okay, Champ Select, we at the last second, we lock in, we move the Karma up to a top lane matchup to get Lee Sin out of there. And now they move the Set with no flash because it would be easily punishable by this Karma down to the mid lane to switch up the matchup once again, reversing the tables here. And Jizuke with Tristana can push it extremely quickly. Still having the flash can get very aggressive. And this is going to be a big point here.
Exactly. When you have the push against Karma, you know, utilizing the Q poke becomes very difficult, right? Because do you spend the Q on the wave to try to contest the push? Do you try to look just purely for harass? If you don't, you're just going to be locked under your tower constantly. And because Karma generally wants to build into these supportive style builds, the early levels are your best time in the lane. And it's just on a build towards Mythic that is going to be very effective in the 1v1. And if you're going towards Moonstone, it's just not going to help you out very much.
Well, thankfully, probably goes Shirelius. Overall, just a better item. I think Moonstone is basically unbuyable on most champions, so would kind of hate to see that one go through. Regardless, it's not going to be a high damage Mythic. It's not going to give him a lot of lane control. It's just not as bad for the 1v1, that's all. At least he can move fast sometimes. Kill punches go through. Soligo down to half HP already. 16-16 in CS, though, in that lane. Nice hook. Nicer arcane shift away.
Oh, they're going in!
They're going in. Big damage on a Danny. Doesn't have good ways out. Flashes backwards. Has somebody heal pops that one as well. So now it's time for the re-engage. 4 versus 3, but Soligo's right behind him. TP coming in, though. Jizuke wants in on this fight, but Danny is going to fall for 1. Trading back on Afro. 1 for 1, but the numbers still favor Evil Geniuses. Still the kills are coming across. Dignitas fighting better. They got stronger hands. Now on the bottom side, Dardoch is barely going to make it a 1 for 1 as the chase continues on for Fate God. He's TPing now in as well. Looking for damage, and Impact doesn't have the damage, or does he? Chain's going to come in.
Here comes Soligo.
And Soligo, can he find it? Jumps over the wall. Can't quite find the rest of the engage. Does have his flash. Flash Q not going to find the kill. Out goes EG. But this battle, I think, went 3-2.
It's a bloodbath. 7 kills at 4 minutes. Fight, fight, fight.
Fight! The party got started before minions arrived, and the party don't stop till 3 in the morning. Both Scuttle Crabs actually still living longer than all of the rest of the members on both teams. Svenskeren trying to get the first Scuttle Crab of the game, but Dardoch might have different ideas.
All right, yeah. Crab. Okay, Impact will outlive Scuttle Crab. Good job, Impact. Here's that fight again.
All right, let's take another look. Now, Danny had nowhere to go. Both summoners already blown, so good collapse there by Dig. Then on the outside, Dardoch barely slipping away until Jizuke. I actually can't even remember. Did he finish him? Okay, he did. He did end up going down the double bust.
They got flash autoed, I think.
Going over on the other side.
Yeah, heal was not bad. Now Danny, he's been caught out. Great Hex Flash over the wall. The man's playing a bit aggressively, and now with Ignite on, he might just die. Just barely getting out of range, but be careful. Afro has his E back up in like 2 seconds, and it's going to be Danny just able to walk away.
Neo had the heal. I feel like he could have played that a little bit more aggressively. It seemed like he was nervous as Kai'Sa was approaching the passive proc there, but with the heal, with the Ignite being committed, could have gone a little bit more ham, I think.
All right, with all the action, trying to refocus on what this has done to some of the lanes too. Jizuke with the Tristana continually shoving in the Karma on top side, especially without Flash. FakeOut has to play it so safely, and it is affording EG a lot more priority in setting up for these. You see top 3 gold earners in this game are those carries for EG, and they've got Impact in mid. Flash should be back up pretty soon here, I believe, for him to be able to set one of those plays up.
1,000 gold lead about to grow here as a turret plate is claimed that a damage on the minions, and now the mid laners are fighting yet again. Keep in mind, no Ignite for either of these, so the damage on the kit is all they're going to get here. Slowly go. 28 to 34, but has a wave to farm.
Yeah, not too bad for Soligo thus far, but the problem is going to be Karma, right? You're just hard stuck under your tower, you're getting out farmed, you're losing plates, that gets dangerous, but Senscared heading down to this bottom side does have Nautilus for the setup, and we'll see if they can make anything happen, but seems to be just heading back towards the dragon, or rather his own jungle, and Jizuke will just keep the push up.
Yeah, I don't think anyone saw the Dignitas member put the ward in the brush here on the lane brush, and there's no sweeper transferred over yet, so they can't deny the vision. Dardoch pops over though.
All right, nice anchor is going to get him away. The stun not going to land on anyone but the Nautilus, so a good play by Ignar, but you've got Dardoch here. Flashes, ward hop slows him down. Double kill picked up in the bottom side. Jungle Lee Sin here to stay.
And I like how he wants both of those. Ward hops right back in there on the control ward to be able to hit the E on both, slow them both down. They pick up the extra kills, and this could be the way that they stop the possible dragon focus from EG. Akali, very, very versatile in evading in mid lane. Shouldn't have too much to worry about. They actually don't go over to try and transfer for Dragon. Dardoch, you see him recall instantly instead because they want to try and contest this counter jungle as EG are moving in off of the bottom side play. I don't think they expected Dardoch to recall that quickly and try and collapse for it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll be able to actually get anything done there, though, as Impact will just back it up. But Ignar being behind Impact here, they may be looking for a bit of an aggressive move.
All right, looking for it once again. Aphromoo on the own is starting it up, and then Dardoch wants to get the E on both, so he's able to get the active from his whip, plus the damage and slow there, taking them both down.
Yeah, the sequel is good, but the original, the Lee Sin
Yes.
jungle, it's looking nice.
Hey, one day we'll get Rumble mid as well, and I'll just be like, everything I wanted to see, comes through into this one. Huni didn't get to play Rumble in the previous game, but we are on to this one. EG still keeping the pressure up. They are still up in gold. A lot of that is how much they are clapping top lane, 66 to 44. Thank you for swapping Jizuke up to that lane. Big ups there. They're going to get first Herald very much on the spawn as well. That's going to mean probably the rest of top lane turret, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, with how much topside has been just Jizuke Kingdom, and because you have Akali mid versus the set trying to get harassed and pushed out so frequently, I think it's a really good call by EG to use the support timer here where Ignar and Aphromoo are both roaming. It's just so much in their advantage to be able to pick up this Rift Herald without having to commit their AD carry also. They don't have to commit any loss of resources on bottom side. They just get the Rift Herald. They can just pressure here, finish off the entire tower, and start to move this Tristana around the map. Continue the snowball, and maybe even go for a dive.
Well, slowly go in a 1v3, waiting out for the turret to take a bit more damage. Okay, that'll die for sure, and it will be solo gold over to Jizuke, as none of the champions ever out of the turret means they don't get to inherit any of the local gold, so that is a very rich Tristana.
It's kind of funny because we did a dueling drafts last split where Emily actually, picked Tristana top, but for Dignitas, and it's coming out in a Dignitas game against them. It can be really effective situationally, and I just think they've been so intelligent about it. Jizuke is going to be so rich, going to show up to these team fights when they are ready to scrap at the Dragon. well ahead of the pace of the game here. And it may be very difficult, for Neo to really contest what Jizuke is going to be able to bring out.
Oh, Dardoch did not have a blast plan to go to. Kicks, but can't maybe land the Q. Set ult comes across, and they're ready to chase on down, though. One traded back at least. Svenskeren will lose his life at the end of the day, but now more damage. Jizuke pushing in, flashing ult. That's not going to be enough. Just barely lives. Needed one more auto, but the Shroud was there to stop it from happening.
Yeah, the only problem with the EG, topside play, and it, problem in quotes, is that when you're focusing on getting that first turret and that Rift Herald and all this extra money and being able to move the Tristana around, you do give up the first dragons. Off screen, Dignitas got that first dragon, so they've got at least that timer, which would delay the stacking, but you probably don't even need to rely on stacking. Here is the cone. Dardoch hopped and was over a little bit outside of the cone range, but it doesn't matter. He's able to kick one back in, so they do trade anyways and get the Svenskeren kill.
All right, back on the map as the resets come through. Kraken Slayer and Boots done for Jizuke. Okay, finally we got the Divine Sunder through for Neo as well on his 2 kills, but the only 2 players with Mythics right there are those marksmen, a top laner one side, a bot laner on the other. And we got a while until the next major objective happens, so unless we get some kind of intricate sieges, we're just waiting for Dragon.
Well, honestly, I don't want to wait for anything. I want EG to just turn this up to 10. Keep on pushing, keep on using the Tristana. Don't let Dig, stabilize here. They've got such a tremendous advantage with the Tristana mid here. Jizuke's already got a full Kraken, can easily push in. You want to continue to make them bleed gold. You see him getting another turret plate here, try and just push in this Akali over and over. It's just Sorkshoes on Soligo. No big super threat here, with the Akali right now. And EG want to continue to ride this mid game.
And I do really like the EG composition. You have pretty solid engage with the Rumble. You have diverse damage profile with the the Rumble and the Nautilus, mixed in there to be able to set up, to be able to go in, to be able to team fight, double marksman, the set to really make things difficult as well. I mean, if Lee Sin or Akali are diving in, Sek can just dunk you out and actually create space for those marksmen. So I think it's going to be pretty difficult here for Dignitas in the team fight, and a lot of it's going to depend upon their kind of X-Factor champions, right? You need to get a big kick from Dardoch. You need to find the perfect engage from Afro. Because in a straight-up 5v5, it just feels like if you're fighting front to back, you're going to get slammed.
Impact sitting back to the top side now. I think they just keep looking for the lanes to go to and, putting Jizuke in a spot where he can get more turret plates. Like, he's so rich. It's ironic because Danny's 17 years old, but Jizuke is the miner, getting all the gold from knocking these plates down constantly. I was sitting that one for about 5 minutes waiting for the opportunity. Decent damage there in mid as well. And, oh, that's a Lee Sin kick. That means, yeah, the Q lands, you got to take it. That's the rule.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the rocket jump out. Jizuke, no harm, no foul there. Waits for the Q second part to complete, so Lee Sin's not riding over with him. Rocket jump away. No harm, no foul there. And you see Jizuke also, he immediately just goes for the quickest, shortest trade with Akali. Don't let her have any sort of, extended engage on him. It just buster shot her away for a big damage. You get this big chunk of damage onto Akali, and it's relentless pressure. This is why I really want EG to continue with this mid-game plan. You just keep up the pressure. You counter jungle, but also playing off a mid lane.
Equalizer over the top. Smite comes in. Dardoch is going to try to jump away, but he's been CC'd. He's going down. Jizuke, Goomba stomps for 1. The punch almost finds a second. Jizuke, Goomba stomps for 2. Now on the bot side, Neo and Danny are fighting, and Danny, he does it better.
It's the solo kill for Danny. He's hitting him with the emote as well. Let him know.
Neo can dodge bullets, but you can't dodge plasma. And Danny just makes it rain down there. Gets another one for himself. That means it is EG victories all across the map. They even have the time to push in on both mid and bottom. So Jizuke gets his little chunk, then Rocket jumps away, gets another turret plate. Danny as well, mined another turret play on bottom side on top of the extra kill here. So you really get this balloon. And now from Champ Select, we get to go to the part we were talking about, these jungle fights. Yeah. When you have Rumble and you're able to just basically take up the entire space here behind red buff, you chunk them down low enough that Jizuke on this super fed mid lane Tristana with full Kraken gets to live the Tristana fantasy of jumping in for those kills. Plasma fully proc there, gets the kill. And this is going to be continued pain for Dignitas unless, as you're saying, they can come up with some, numbers advantage, maybe flank play to get that kick.
And you can see PD already done. Jizuke picked up the plates mid, got 2 kills. He is ridiculously fed.
Well, big damage coming across here. Rumble, Equalizer buys a bit of time. Impact can't find his way in, but a stopwatch forced out of Ignar. That said, it still has a couple of turrets taken. EG ready to take their first dragon of the game as their gold lead is 4,000. Jizuke walks in for it. Soligo coming around, though. Bust shot it away. Flash, the kick's still going to land. Not the Q, though. And ultimately, it's not going to mean much.
Is that one of the most Jizuke plays you see? He's trying to go for trades on 3 people at once and is able to actually get away with it. I was so close there with the kick. Sometimes the angle a little bit off there doesn't land it, but Jizuke, yeah, he's super fed and he's feeling it. He goes for the trade, does win the trade versus 3 people.
They don't have 5 mid. This is an easy trade for him.
Oh my gosh. Well, it's looking great for Evil Geniuses, looking to find their 11th win of the season. Danny stepping in his first LCS game. Hey, he got first blood. He still killed the enemy AD carry, gave him his only death, and the team around him's doing just wonderfully.
Definitely say that again. This one more one-sided in the opening than our previous game. EG with all of the turret plates having fallen a minute ago, able to quickly melt through them now. They're just paper thin after turret plates are down. Tristana, side lane. Turret goes poof, my friend.
Absolutely, and with Jizuke this strong, you have Fakeout kind of locked in a lane in this 1v1 that Fakeout can't threaten Jizuke whatsoever. So all you can do is try to give up the minimum, try to wave clear it out. If Jizuke ever gets eyes on where Dardoch is, then you can just start to push freely.
And if, oh, it does land, but if you look at the inventories, looking at the mid lane difference right now, it is, and I'd say mid lane, but honestly, I just mean Tristana and Akali. How can this Akali ever get anything done as far as assassinating anyone? There's just no power there in inventory to try and back up an assassination threat. So Jizuke can continue to play super aggressively, walking up, chunking people out, and when you chunk out people and get those health advantages, then you just get to take stuff on the map for we're basically free here as you just walk up, take down the Rift Herald, and it's just so difficult for Dignitas because they know they have so much less damage threat, even if they're able to pick somebody off.
All right, well, minions dropping back and forth here is
Woo,
EG.
first item completed for Akali.
Yeah, great, finally has a single item, but you know, you get flat pen out of the mythic passives, you gotta find another item to complete before you really deal good damage, and yeah, just, you know, under-leveled a little bit, obviously under-farmed, a full item behind Jizuke who's got Merc Treads done. It's such an uphill battle.
I'm going to be interested to see if Jizuke goes for the traditional IE third or, you know, with the Merc Treads already, does he want to go a little bit more defensive, pick up some MR? Because anyone you'd meet in a side lane will be magic damage. Ezreal has a decent amount of mixed magic damage as well. Leona is magic damage. There's a lot of magic coming out there on the Dignitas side. So if you want to play more through side lane, look more heavily for the split push, I think it's defensible to go more for kind of a different build here.
And if we take the very difficult side of it, the Dignitas side, because they're like, Jizuke, yeah, he can buy whatever he wants right now.
That's true. Yeah, that would work. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dignitas here with the, okay, we got a 1v1.
Committed, goes stealth, jumps away, it's gonna follow! That is how close he is killing. Imagine the man had 5 more ability power, could have solo killed him, but instead Impact TPs and just shuts the man down.
Honestly, I gotta be honest, I wanted that for him. After how much they've been getting pushed around this game, so close. Heartbreaker there for Soligo, but close is not enough, my friend. And Jizuke gets away again. He didn't even use his flash. He actually had his calculator out and was not sweating.
Nope, not at all. Not even close. That's the Merc Treads in action. The MR there. If you have Berserker Greaves, you're just dead.
Well, smart plays. And now we get to see mid lane under fire. Walk in for a couple of autos. Will it finish the turret? Honestly, Dignitas not really willing to defend. So just like that, 5 turrets. Dardoch not going to go for a big kick. They got to walk away from this bit of punishment. Ultimately, it's going to be fine. Rumble ult is down. Ezreal hits 2. Doesn't seem to matter much, though. Flash engage. They're going to look for Danny. Going to get a bit of CC. Is it the kill? Ults over the wall. Chase for Neo. Ignite should kill him, and it does. How about the rest of this fight, though? Can Dignitas somehow come back from this deficit? Dardoch is burning, but he should be okay. Jumps in for the shield. Can they find anything more? No, just the wave, but at least it's a kill picked up.
I think that one was definitely a greedy save of the flash there by Danny. You could see he was wiggling his movement. He knew it was coming. He really wanted to dodge it there. He banked on dodging. If we, oh, it's not the replay, it's a different one. This is the 1v1 here. Take it away, Zale.
And he goes, I mean, when you hit the shuriken, it's kind of this mind game. Do you want to go over the wall immediately? And you could see he used the buster shot as that was coming through. but not able to actually knock that back. And then Aframu trying to peel for Saligo with the ult there, but Impact just flashes over it. Easy finish on the kill, and I mean, so incredibly close from Saligo. He hit the full combo.
Yeah, if he stayed for one more auto, that was a kill, right? Slightly misjudged what R2 would have done. I don't blame him for it, but yeah, ends up turning around. He definitely, I think, had the tools to finish that kill by just staying a second longer. Ultimately, though, we're looking around the Dragon. Good smite. Svenskar grabs it. 20 seconds on this Dragon respawn with a 5,000 gold lead. Dignitas may not have a good way in. Looking now at mid lane being attacked. He just jumps in for it. Flash burn. Neo nearly dies, but does not go down. Locket comes up. Isn't going to be enough damage, though. Dardoch forced run away. Here's Soligo. Lands the E. Jumps in. Gets one. Ults and Shroud. Now for the chase down. Danny at 2/3 HP. Going to get caught out. Going to get assassinated as the Goon Squad comes in. Dignitas from a gigantic gold deficit have the better hands. They find the 2 kills.
And they're not done yet. They're going for a tower dive on a Nautilus. That is dangerous.
They're finding a lot there as Impact shows up. Almost finds himself 1 kill. Now the chase. The 2 junglers are battling. And Dardoch finds himself the kill. Gets a bit of help from Karma, but still, the jungle supremacy is there. Maybe Rumble could be overrated after all. Let's wait for Zero.
There are 2 objectives up right now. Focus, focus. The Dragon is available. Baron is on the table. Don't overdive. You see, Dignitas are getting their foot in the door here as far as making the comeback a reality. They do call it off and go for the Dragon here. Nice job getting the extra kill and calming down to focus on the objective.
Yeah, that was a bit too far there for Jizuke. He goes in, just barely doesn't have the damage. The TP flank from Saligo, so much credit deserved by him in this split, the switch, replay. Barely doesn't have it. Aframu comes in. And even though Jizuke survives the initial play, when Saligo hits the shuriken flip, it's lights out.
The Buster shot there, as the Rumble ult is coming down. They timed them. There was just anti-synergy, 0 damage to the Ezreal from that Rumble ultimate. If even a tick of it, if it just touches him for a second, you put one baby toe on that red carpet, all of a sudden he goes down. You know, you get Triumph heals and stuff coming through, but yes, definitely props to Saligo on the teleport and landing the E. So much damage now is in Akali's E after the buffs. Very, very good comeback here from Dig. They take advantage of that aggressive opening.
All right, Shirelia's done. Staff of Flowing Water in as well. Ability Power and Ability Haste. No longer move speed on that item, but Karma is ready to buff everyone up and give them a bunch of stats. Obviously, outside of Lee Sin, they can use the AP reasonably well. Ability Haste, of course, everyone can go for that one, so we'll see if they can find some kills out of that. Impact playing a bit more defensively now, cutting away, but going for a tank item next.
EG just got to reset a little bit after that one. They're still quite a bit ahead here. 4K in the gold lead, have incredibly strong marksmen. You can see that Jizuke is going towards the IE third, so that's going to be a very big power spike for them. And Serpent's Fang is the option here for Danny. I actually really like this in a game like this. Instead of just going towards Collector, instead of being on autopilot, there's Karma. There's also the Safeguard shields as well here from Dardoch. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like the pickup, even though on range, damage reduction there, or a shield reduction not quite as high. They did just recently buff it up to 35% instead of the 25% to feel a bit better. And Kai'Sa is definitely one that can apply it effectively. So we'll see if that is the extra little bit as far as some of these all-ins that actually have been so close and come down to slivers of health.
Yeah, and it's really convenient too, because so many of Kai'Sa's builds like want to get the serrated Dirk, and so many they're just like, oh, I'll just go Collector, whatever, it's there. But it's like, actually, yeah, this synergizes really nicely. You've already got the part of the component, so yeah, go ahead and shut down the Locket. Go ahead and shut down Karma and Lee Sin. It is a really good tool, so that should look nice. I'm really glad that Danny has itemized better than all pro players ever. He has 100% hit rate on itemizing well. Like, I'm already now Danny's biggest fan.
We're living a real-life freak build better moment.
Yeah. This is great.
Live on stage here. Here we go, though. Digger are living some real-life dreams as Neo with the red buff. Loving that, Ezreal aggression, looking for the picks. Looking for some of the harassment there. Doesn't really get much a hold of EG, but you can tell Dig, even with the very slow opening here with EG having a lot of power, they're trying to create their own comeback. They are never a team to sit back and just go down waiting. That's what you definitely got to know about them so far in 2021. And it's no different here.
And that's something I always love to see. I mean, when you are already at a big deficit and you just go into the turtle shell, you sit back in your base, all you are doing is allowing your opponents to actually dictate the pace of the game, to farm away your jungle camps, to expand that gold lead. So I like to see them trying to take things into their own hands, and it's starting to feel somewhat reminiscent of the Tactical and the Core JJ, the Ezreal plus Karma combo here, trying to play aggressive, utilizing the move speed that is being given by that shield to allow Neo to step forward without using the Arcane Shift and really try to poke away.
And Neo's definitely one I'm looking at because, the Muramana is finished there. That's when Ezreal, to me, really starts to become this big mid-game threat. So I want Ignar, Nautilus is going to have eyes on either the Ezreal or the Akali, depending on the position.
Rocket jumps away, kites the ulti, still gonna have Dardoch on his tail, isn't enough damage flash, but I think the Q is on, so yes, they're gonna chase him with Akali, and Tristana just cannot survive the dive duo.
Yeah, can't get out of there, and that is huge. Dignitas are looking for more. Will they move up towards the Baron or just try to force a siege here to extend the advantage? Because Jizuke will be back with TP in time for the Dragon.
It's funny because I've had a lot of players, jokingly tell me, yeah, if you get behind EG, your main goal is to look for Jizuke, find him on the map. And they did it. They found him. Here's an answer, though, from EG.
Big haste, big locket shield, but it is a 5 versus 4 on the map. Now the TPing in Akali, he'll be there well before Jizuke. Set ult not going to find a ton. And now how about the re-engage? Zonius for Svenskeren, and Kais over the top. Danny finds one, but he gets instantly shut down. 1 for 1, maybe not the way you want to spend your ultimate. Anchor nearly lands. That could have been a kill into Aframu. The respawn still waiting. Jizuke up right now. And the question is he going to be enough to turn the tables here? Keep in mind, Neo's dead. Neither team has a marksman until that TP finishes, and then Jizuke probably owns the Rift again.
Back-to-back punishes here from Dignitas. EG, they look for the 4v5 play there. Danny diving in, does trade, but this is with another Dragon timing. They go for it right before the Dragon, trying to set up the advantage for themselves so that they don't let Dig, get to number 3, get to the soul point. Now, though, they've got him on the map in 2 seconds.
Akali ults up right now. Now they have the tools once again to one-shot Jizuke if they go for it. He did go Infinity Edge, did not go Bloodthirst or anything else for defensive stats, so he is going to be a bit frail. Dardoch in, Stride Breaker, not going to find much more. Ulti puts Svenskeren down to 600, though, and at this point, the smite advantage should be just too much. It's not going to be easy to make that fight happen. Kick comes across, Equalizer as well. Here comes the re-engage, so they cannot find Jizuke. But how about the front line, though? Solo go very, very low, should be invisible. Kites out, almost finds impact. Can they get the rest? Dardoch ward hops to safety, just barely stays alive. Health bar is very low, loses the Sterix gauge, but it's now EG forced to run away.
And Neo is back here, and with the low health bars, it would be so dangerous to move in against that Ezreal, so they will push it to soul point. Dignitas fighting from behind for so much of this game have grabbed themselves a win condition here. They just need one more Dragon.
And they've done it so many times this year that you always have to respect this from this team. Clawing themselves right back out of it. Pick after pick after pick. Also timing it here with the Dragon, number 3 soul point. Yes, it is the Cloud Drake, so it's just going to give you the move speed, and we're looking at the ultimates here for effectiveness. But honestly, here's some pretty good ones to use it with. Akali, Lee Sin, trying to really rely on mobility and those angles. The extra move speed does actually go a long way here for them in trying to accomplish their goals. Tristana, level 15 here for Jizuke, has been kind of capping out in the effectiveness in a lot of these setups.
And they find the root, they find a couple of spells on impact, but he's going to walk away from the rest of it. Now mid lane could be under fire as EG, count on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ready to siege mid.
I mean, Jizuke has everything he needs to really be dominant, but he hasn't been able to execute in these fights, and now they're looking for the fight.
Decent damage on Ignar. Didn't have Aftershock available, but might not matter going in now for the play. And they put big damage on the front line, but be careful. As Impact, he's running low. He will die. Dardoch finds that kill, and Equalizer has done nothing to turn that one back around. Huge under Jizuke. Almost finds the kill, but will not. Health bars, though, are low. Is it enough? Yes, they can chase down Ignar. Dignitas keep having the better hands to win the team fights from down in gold. They are just better at the 5-on-5s. They are better at the 2-on-2s, and now chasing down 5v3. They got Baron ready to go.
As soon as EG split there was no hesitation. Dignitas goes right in. 2 members from EG were segregated towards the mid lane. Dignitas find the fight, get the kills. They are on the Baron.
They are ready to go for this one. Ulti's going to land. Svenskeren is not allowed near the pit. Dignitas seem to be the best team fighting team in the LCS. You get them within 5k gold, they will find a way to beat you 5-on-5.
They're doing such a good job of using their mobility advantage in these jungle fights. They've been disengaging off these Rumble ultimates, collapsing and focus firing down the single target. Meanwhile, this damage from EG not quite sticking, and the Karma shields as well as the Leona Locket keeping them above water, despite despite, you know, the Serpent's Fang as well, trying to cut through some of those shields. And you see the focus really paying off here. Mobility from Dark goes back in. They get the kill on the single target. Then they focus the biggest threat there. Jizuke gets kicked out. Ignar gets chunked down as far as the poke just being followed up here. But really, to me, the beautiful things have been stuff as small as every time there's an objective, who does Neo target with his ult? The jungler. He shoots his Ezreal ult at Svenskeren every single time before the dragon fight, chunking out him lower so he can't get in there for the smite fight, chunking him out again for the Baron. And just look at the damage that he can put out on this Ezreal with Muramana transformed and working around the mobility of these fights so well.
And I think it makes a lot of sense, especially when you're thinking about the other carries here, the double marksman. They have sustain built in. They can actually shrug off some of that poke. Rumble can't do it nearly as easily. Yes, he is going to have some amount of sustain here, but nothing like what he needs to be able to actually deal with the damage that Neo is putting out at this point in the game.
And here we go. Dragon Soul in 1:45. Rebel Baron on for longer than that. Dignitas, if they play their cards right, should get that objective. They find a stun, and they get Jizuke to flash away at half health. Big kick comes across, and Ignar cannot do much to set things up. The shields are too good. The Rumble Nautilus combo does absolutely nothing, and Svenskeren burns his Zhonya's only to die instead. Means nothing. Mid lane gonna fall. Soligo on the side lane. Yeah, he had to lane against Impact earlier. Forced to TP back at level 1 with no items, and look what he's doing in this game. So much more. 4-1 and 3, killing the backliners. EG forced to sit inside their base.
And Dignitas are actually ahead in gold now after being so far behind. We saw what they could do from a disadvantage. They now have a huge lead, and they are looking to go for more.
Set ult comes in, Soligo kicked into the turrets. That's going to be a problem. Ult's back to safety, gets a big Karma shield, and hey, you know what? No problem. He's fine. Don't worry about it. Turret going to fall in the mid lane. Baron still on for 50 seconds. And remember, they can always retreat to this Dragon Soul and claim it for the move speed. That dive gets even scarier.
This is just such an incredible continuation of the story for this team, because saw so many people, honestly myself included, thinking about the transition between spring and summer. Is this Dignitas party going to continue? Are they going to continue to just rock the LCS? 5 NA, McDonald memes every single angle that you look at, and they're still putting it up here again. 5,000 gold on that Baron power play.
5 NA can win, baby.
Yep. It's looking good. It's looking great right now. Dignitas doing their best to prove the spring split was not a fluke. They really are a top 4 team in the LCS.
Matters.
Spring split certainly does matter. They carry forward the 11 wins. Again, that's looking good, and they're carrying forward a win against EG. And this game started as a catastrophe. If you missed the first 2 minutes of the game, it was a 2-0 start with every summoner spell basically down, and they came back from that. They came back from almost impossibility, and now it's going to be Impact trying to come back to his base, but how can you? Ult's into 3, but really, who cares about the shield? You got Danny over the top. Is it enough to re-engage? They find 1, and now it's time to run. That is okay. That is a kill picked up. That is good by Jizuke, but is it still going to matter? Lee Sin Q lands. The team fight looks like it's 3-1 so far. Ignar and Svenskeren going to try their best to run away. Equalizer, yeah, who cares about that spell at this point, honestly. Soligo can tank the entire ult and still go for the kill. 4-1 in that fight. The Cloud Soul is theirs. The TP coming in for more.
Soligo said, yeah, you guys level 1 stomped us. Look at me now. 6 kills. Akali is flourishing. He's in his lane. He's out of his lane. He's dominating this game after such a painful opening. Dignitas, stand tall.
Looking like the best team fighting team in the LCS. They did it in spring. They're continuing on in summer, and they're going to find Ignar running back to his fountain, chase in for the kill. Not a problem at all. A rampage for Dardoch, who had the worst jungle start you could have imagined. The Nexus will fall. Dignitas proving their mettle over evil geniuses.
A kill a minute, and what a comeback as well. Dignitas fighting their way out of the deficits. Constantly finding picks, constantly finding angles. And you said it, Freak, just having better hands in the 5v5. Yep. They straight up outplayed EG, who was playing from a monstrous advantage. And despite that huge lead, they never really got anything from it. I mean, Jizuke had well over Flame Horizon, had farmed so many turret plates. What did you get done in the 5v5?
Honestly, so much props to Dig for, even when they're that far down, counting what strengths they do have. Okay, we've got some early dragons. We've got champions with tons of mobility. Akali, Lee Sin, Ezreal. So we look for our picks and we make it happen. Hey, congratulations, guys!
Yeah! Dignitas, let's go! Beautifully played. And I'm going to jump into some very specific details really briefly because there's going to be AD carry players being like XD, lol, look at the Akali getting the kill. Turret plates are not experience, right? If you're buying a Phantom Dancer and an Infinity Edge and a Lord Dominix, none of those are tank stats. None of those make you suddenly better against Akali. So, hey, if she's farming normal amounts of gold, there's no difference in the kill threat there, and sure enough, an assassin's good against a marksman.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I was considering, if you want to play more in the side lane style, going towards something like a Hex Drinker on top of the Merc Treads could have made sense. Because there was such a magic-heavy comp, right? And Jizuke was punished time and time again. He did have the itemization to really put out a lot of damage, but he wasn't really able to capitalize on it because Dignitas were so relentless in punishing any sort of misposition, in utilizing the move speed in their comp, the mobility in their comp, to find fights that were advantageous to them and to outperform their opponents.
Now, I want to bring up something with you guys because you both always love discussing like this, stuff like this with me. This discussion of Serpent's Fang.
Yeah.
We recently, or the Bounce team recently buffed it for range champions from the 25% to 35% because 25%, everyone's like, this doesn't do anything.
Why buy it? Yeah,
right?
true.
In a lot of these fights, was it just that we were overloaded with shields because there was Karma, Mantra Shield, and the Locket sometimes going off simultaneously, and so the shields were just that big that, like, yeah, they completely brush off, Rumble, damage over time and stuff like that. Does it still need to get buffed again for range champions, or is it fine? Because for melees, it feels great. I play a bunch of with Kha'Zix and stuff like that because it gives a bunch of lethality. You think it's fine for range, and that was just too much shield?
I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, I think it's ultimately like their team fights weren't very good ultimately, right? Like Dignitas played their fights better. Tristana never got to free hit. Like when you cut the shields down by 600 and then Tristana just auto Z with Kraken Slayer, yeah, you're gonna find that kill, but she just died constantly.
Yeah, and a lot of them too, it has to be the Kai'Sa touching, which is very short range, and hadn't applied it yet to some of them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was just Dignitas were so proactive, right? They were the ones always starting the fights, it felt like, and finding these angles where by the time Kai'Sa gets there, by the time the team is actually in, someone is already dead or almost dead, and the fight is just in disarray.
Yeah, so ultimately, I think it's reasonable. Again, I think Dignitas played it better. Their 5-on-5s have been good. They did it all spring. They're doing it all summer. 1-0 so far. Obviously, it's working out nicely.
100% win rate.
All summer long, baby!
All summer long. It's beautiful to watch. Now, on the other side, our boy Pastry Time. We'll be talking with Soligo in the Verizon post-game interview, so we'll see you there.
He's grown up. He's a man now.
Our man Pastry Time.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-game mini where the victorious Dignitas, although perhaps an unlikely victory, and here with Saligo, their mid laner. How are we feeling after a, let's say, back and forth game? Let's put it that way.
Yeah, especially since we got really behind early on from like the level 1 and also their lane swap as well. I think like we were winning like a lot of the fights early, which gave us like a lot of hope. And then like at the end of it all, it was kind of more of just relieving that like we actually managed to win the game.
Was there anything in particular you were leaning on, whether strategically or just around a champion, to kind of get through the mid game and then to an eventual win?
I think for us, our main strength from that game came from our team fighting, and like I think we were behind gold like most of that game, and also just like around the map, we were like kind of losing everywhere. So yeah, I think we mainly relied on like our ability to fight together well to like get us through that game.
And is that something that you feel like you've built on from the spring? Because obviously you had a pretty long off season, maybe a bit of time to relax. How do you feel like maybe that reset helped refine Dignitas' play style? Because again, teams stayed together, and it seems like a lot of that style has kept intact. So kind of do you feel like the break helped you first of all?
Yeah, I think the break helped us a lot actually, and I think for us like we had a really disappointing end to our spring season, and I think going into the off season, a lot of us like we all knew what we had to work on, especially individually, like. Because I think as a team, we all came together really well, but just individually, we were always lacking in like some ways or some parts. And I think we worked on a lot of that over the offseason, and I think we're in a much better spot now.
For you individually, what do you feel like you've been working on?
Kind of just everything in general, but I guess mainly my communication has been something that I've always been like working on, even like since my debut.
So kind of bring back to the game then and talk to me about the matchup. Because Akali, I feel like a pretty well-placed champion right now, but not something we always see that often. Why did you want Akali this game?
We saw that they locked in like double ADCs with Tristana and Kai'Sa, and like normally Akali isn't like that great into Kai'Sa by itself because Kai'Sa W can reveal Akali, but we thought that it was like just a good comfort champion for me, I guess. So we picked that, and then it ended up working out.
And then once level 1 happened, how are you feeling?
Well, the level 1 was really rough, of course. So, like, I knew that like eventually once I hit level 6, that would be like the time for me to start having proactive options in that game. But yeah, for my mindset, like getting to that point, it was like more of just survive, and then also like try to like get me and Fake God to swap lanes as well to get us into our actual matchups.
Right, and then last one, kind of as you got to that point, I feel like you had an amazing game, team fighting on Akali. What are the changes, or what are you thinking kind of at that stage of the game when you finally feel like you can actually, have an impact past getting beaten up by Set all lane phase long?
Yeah, at that stage, I think there was one 1v1 I took with Tristana around, it was in topside, and I was down like a full core item, and I still like almost barely didn't kill him. And like at that point, I knew I was like, yeah, like this champion's really good this game, and like we can actually win this game.
Yeah, certainly something you're taking over. Saligo, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to pop back to a break, but don't go too far away because the new king of Cloud9 is coming right up.
Welcome back, everyone. Golden Guardians will be facing Cloud9 in just a few minutes. But before they do, I'm sure you've heard the news. Sven is out, so it's time to learn a thing or two about your boy King, the new starting AD carry. The brother is and was a monster, a 5-time Oceanic champion, the OG double-if-like, put the team on your back type. And for someone playing for 6 years, he's damn young too. Despite being held back from starting in 2014 and being too young, he quickly became the ace of that Direwolves team. He faced off against names we know like Raze, Lost, FBI, all fell to the King from Down Under. But more than that, it's been about that journey, maturing as a player from being that resource-heavy type to a selfless Seraphine allowing his top lane carry to thrive. And now he's rejoining his former teammate, Fudge. He won his last 2 championships with the man, and I think he's ready to make a 3-peat happen.
You are bringing me back to the days of spring, Raz. I mean, reflecting upon what King has done and the work he's put in for all of his teammates in the past. Now we get to see him on the Cloud9 squad. And as excited as we all are, though, for his debut at this point in time, I think it is very fair to say, as Raz just touched on, that there are very big shoes to fill when it comes to Sven.
Yeah, and they're big shoes because he's one of the best AD carries in the league, and he's also like 7 feet tall. Right? So it's worth noting that it might not be the case that Sven sits out the whole split. I believe in the video that Jack put out, he said he has a path open to regain his spot. But yeah, King, I expect him to be really good, but the synergy that Sven and Vulcan had in lane, their ability to be super dominant game after game, that's something that takes time to build. So I'm very curious to see what kind of player King is, if Vulcan sort of changes his style and looks more to support side lanes instead of, mid and top instead of look to dominate lane because he has to build more synergy with King.
And I think that's why I'm interested to see what he does, because Sven was good about being weak side. He could play different styles and slot in different places. He was the all-pro bot laner, you know?
Yeah.
So like you're saying about these shoes to fill, it will be kind of difficult for King. I think he has all the tools to actually step up and do that, but there probably is a lot of pressure on him because I'm sure C9 fans are, looking at this move being like, what happened to Sven? What exactly happened in the situation? Because there wasn't a ton of clarity around the move.
Yeah, that's why I think it's just a rough situation for King, just because a lot of people were expecting him to come in and debut with how strong he's been performing, how much of a consistent player he is. But then coming in for, the best player in North America in the previous split, like that is always he's going to be made a comparison rather than being put in his own limelight. And I think that's pretty unfortunate, but I think he's going to have a strong performance. I have a lot of faith in what we've been seeing in his performance in Academy.
While it is a difficult position for him to be put in, it's not like he is completely unfamiliar with his teammates here. You mentioned, Raz, that there has been a history between King and Fudge, and we're going to get to see that in action today.
Yeah, and C9 are no strangers to risky moves with their rosters. They've been one of the best orgs about kind of churning their roster out and finding new talent to replace them. Fudge being a great example, coming in for Licorice, who had then replaced Impact. And so there's this kind of history with the team. And Fudge, for example, has been incredible so far in the LCS. I mean, it was a rough start in lock-in tournament, but the growth that this player has seen in just a very limited amount of time is incredible. In fact, you go into an international tournament and start showing up other teams. That is so insane to see out of a really young player in Fudge as well. He is not old. There's a lot of these young Osh players.
Yeah, and I think that gives him an extra angle to just win a game. Because at the very beginning of Spring Split, a lot of it was like, okay, well, if top lane performs poorly or Perks has like a bad game, that it can be Sven and Vulcan in the bot lane, who are the rock-solid bot laners that will get you a huge advantage. Vulcan will roam across the map. They'll still have that angle. Vulcan is still going to be as impactful as he was in the previous split. But yeah, you have top lane that can now play consistently through carries, and I think they're a lot more comfortable playing through Fudge. So a new angle to Cloud9 being a top-side focus, I think is great.
When we talk about the tools that King has at his disposal to really make an impact on this team, you also have to think about those tools on the rest of the team and the way he's able to play into that. If we're looking at Cloud9 and the fact that they have been working so hard to have that flexibility to play through multiple carries, how eager are you to actually see the way King plays into that aspect when it comes to Cloud9?
Yeah, very, because I mean, as we've identified, Fudge has emerged as another carry on the team. Yep. So maybe King doesn't have to be that carry. Maybe he can just be the guy who does his job in team fights. And it's actually blowing my mind to think it wasn't that long ago that Fudge was considered a liability. And it seems like every look we get at him, he's better and better and better. And I'm hoping to see, as you guys mentioned, more investment top to support that narrative.
Yeah, I mean, there was like, what, 8 Gragas games in a row in Spring Split where he was kind of like the
Yeah,
weak side,
Gragas
like,
did
all
it.
right, get over there, Fudge, have fun while we go play around Perks and bot line.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm excited to see this kind of a flexibility that they started showing at MSI, excuse me, where, you know, they were showing the Lee Sin top and some huge carry performances.
Yeah, and speaking of Lee Sin, I mean, it goes back to the what's made Cloud9 so strong is their mid jungle. It's should be a reminder for everybody, the fact that Blabber is the split MVP.
Yes.
That he is just still the best jungler right now in North America. And so Cloud9, they're going to be relentless in how they play through mid, and it's like the end point. You know, you can start through mid, but now you're going to end towards the top side that I think is really nice to see. And now going up against Golden Guardians, I really want to see what this new look looks like.
Yeah.
Because the inconsistency, I think their first 10 minutes in the later portions of Spring Split was just the most like up in the air. We really need consistency in their first 10 minutes, and I think Solo gives that. Solo is the type of person, if we see, the veteran top laner, I think the comparisons that I've heard when, talking to people is like Haunter, what he provided when he was on Golden Guardian. If you have that cool-headed top side of the map, can give it to you. And I'm high on Chime. Chime when he was with Prismal, with Golden Guardians Academy, and they made that run, I've always thought that Chime was, developing at a really fast pace, had great team fight IQ as well. So Golden Guardians, I hope can put it. This matchup, maybe not.
It's a tall order.
It's a tall one. But I think as they're going along in the split, I think they should be taking some wins that people don't expect.
Yeah, and to go back in history a little bit, there was a point at which we were excited about Golden Guardians. We were like, whoa, these guys are way better than expected. Iconic, we thought was a pretty strong jungler, and overall, it's clear that he has some room to develop in terms of his consistency and pathing and how much he supports his lanes. But now that he has Solo and he has a more stable top laner, I think this is another opportunity for him to prove himself.
Yeah, I think just when you have 2 really young guys in jungle in a top lane position, top lane is such an island where wave manipulation matters so much more, crashing your waves with your jungle. It's just really hard to develop 2 players out of college at the same time, and so I agree that Solo, being that kind of veteran presence in the top lane, won't need as much attention and will work also better with Iconic probably.
It was interesting because I think the stat that people were oftentimes pointing out with Iconic was the fact that he would be able to hit 6 the fastest out of most junglers because he's he's just full clearing, right?
Yeah.
So if that's going to be the angle, and previous split, it's Niles who is just looking to aggressively skirmish in the lane. I just want us to be on the same page, and that's what I'm looking for with Golden Guardians. As long as they're in the same page, keep the first 10 minutes consistent. Going up against Cloud9, it's the first step to look at.
One team with some roster changes, the other one coming fresh back into scrims and some LCS action after quite the busy extended offseason. But it is time for those fresh faces to clash on the Rift as we once again hand it over to Freak, Kobe, and Azale for the call.
Thank you very much, Latigris, and it's time for some tradition because we have some business to attend to as our defending champions Cloud9 are taking to the stage. Many teams have won the LCS. It has been made by many, but every split, it is ruled by one. Cloud9 took the LCS last year. They took it this year. They repped the LCS heading to the Mid-Season Invitational by winning the Mid-Season Showdown. They battled on our behalf. They battled on North America's behalf. They went to Iceland. Sadly, they returned home at 5th. But now it's time to defend the title and see how strongly the players can play once again.
Yeah, I'm going to be really excited to see how much they have learned from that event. A lot of teams really speak so highly about getting that practice, about what it's going to do for them back in regional play. Obviously, they're going to have to relearn some of those lessons as there was a roster swap immediately after, things changing up, some of the roles being changed around as well between head coach and assistant coach. But I'm really excited to see how hot they come out of the gates.
Yeah, I was even listening to the interview that Fudge and Max Waldo did with Monty, and they were talking about only a few days of scrims, and readjusting to meta after being so deep in MSI meta. There's a lot of stuff that goes along with winning a region and going off to an international competition and then coming back. Sometimes teams have this like hangover upon returning to home soil here. We shall see if it actually emerges here. This one might be more of a headache, of a hangover than usual because of the bottom lane change. You know, that definitely throws a wrench in things. I have heard though, like King Yin, you can see it on his face right now. He's just so excited for this opportunity. As soon as he got told that this was happening, he immediately jumped in solo queue and he's like spamming, 15, 20 games of solo queue a day. Is what Fudge was saying in the interview as well. So I'm super excited. Whenever you get to have an opportunity like that for a new player, it really can mean big things. Excited to see how he's integrated into the team, even if it's been only a few days.
Exactly. And as Raz was talking about earlier in his segment, though he is new to the LCS, he is not new to professional League of Legends. It is not a rookie stepping on stage today. This guy has won the OPL a bunch of times, has been to Worlds, has been to MSI. He is a veteran. He has played for a long time. He's only 23, but he's been playing pro since he was like 17. So, he has a lot of experience, and that may give him a bit of a head start on some of these other players as they're joining teams. We can expect a higher level from him.
And the guy I'm talking about, Fudge, who was talking, about him, played with him on Mammoth at Worlds there. So it always helps to have, a friend as well.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, though, they are against Golden Guardians. They are the one team probably most sad about the fact that your record carries over from spring. 3-15 was a rough look. Well, they swapped out two of the players. Niles and Iconic came from Maryville U. They kept Iconic. Eyes were still on him to get better. We'll see if that happens. But Niles was also a bit aggressive, didn't have a lot of jungle help. He fell apart. So Solo is a player I am a big fan of. I think he is an outstanding top laner. He is a big part of the reason FlyQuest made back-to-back finals last year, went to Worlds with that squad, didn't find a team for spring. He's back. Solo is great. Solo, he's against Fudge. It's going to be tough, but he's such an outstanding top laner. On this side of the map, we do get a real rookie in Shime stepping in.
I honestly agree so much with Solo. It always feels like we find ourselves in these situations where nobody in North America has picked him up for any position on any team. This was the same before he got picked up on FlyQuest, and they went all the way to Worlds. Yeah. He was not on an Academy team. He was not on an LCS team. Boom. They went all the way to Worlds with him. And then after he makes it all the way to Worlds with this team, what happens at Zale? What happens again? Nobody picks him up for a whole split again. And then all of a sudden, it's like the NA team that's having him the most troubles is like, we got to change something in top lane here. Let me call up Solo. Hey, you're still in there? Yeah, man, right in there. Yep. What you guys need? He's always willing to provide whatever the team needs. I feel like he does fit into whatever team pretty well. He kind of even self-professed himself as like, the
glue man.
Glue man to put in. You need tanks? I got tanks. You need carries? I got carries. What you need?
The glue man is such a horrible nickname.
It is a horrible nickname, but he chose it.
Okay, but either way, I am excited for him to come in. Not just specifically because I do think it's an upgrade for the roster, but I also think some of Solo's greatest strengths actually align with some of the big weaknesses that Niles had. To me, a lot of the issues stem from the fact that Niles had poor wave management, right? Yep. He was always dying to ganks, and that was often because he would overpush, he wouldn't be able to reset, he was low on resources, and he would get stuck in these awkward positions where his opponent's freezing the wave on him, and then he would get ganked, or he would get solo killed, or whatever. When you look at Solo and a lot of the times that he has really been very successful, he is so good at actually playing weak side of the map. Even when he is pressured, he is often staying very relevant as far as farm. He doesn't necessarily need jungle help because he is used to playing weak side of the map and very proficient at it. So I do think that is going to help tremendously. For Iconic, who is a young player, it's one less thing that you need to deal with all the time, right? You remove a variable, you say, okay, you don't need to help Solo. There may be games where they play towards him, but it allows you to have your pathing freed up a little bit more and know that you don't have to be plugging holes in every single lane.
I also want to look at the other solo laner here, Ablaze Olive, a guy that does not get a lot of press, does not get a lot of focus. And, talking to my boy, Tanner DeMonte, another North American mid lane player, he was talking about how he actually put Ablaze up as the best North American mid laner. Not a lot of people do that. Pobelter up there very frequently. Palafox definitely mentioned all the time. But he really had a lot of good things to say, especially about Ablaze's lane phase. and his ability to play for himself and to get some leads. So I really want to start putting this up there because he's going against Perks, okay? Perks, literally the most decorated Western player of all time. Mid lane, back here, in-game leadership, individual plays. It's a tremendous opponent to put yourself against. And so this is one of the ones where you really want to put up there and prove it.
And for a lot of these Golden Guardians members, it's still about development. Yes, Solo is a veteran, but Blaze Olive is new to the LCS scene. You know, he obviously is developing very quickly or trying to continue that development. You know, Chime being brought in, Iconic is still there. You know, they do have a couple of veterans on the squad, but they are trying to really improve around them and get to a point where they can become a more competitive team.
Right, for 3/5 of the Golden Guardians roster, it is their rookie year. Right? 6% of Golden Guardians, actually probably 80%, because Niles will probably qualify, will be on the Outstanding Rookie of the Year ballot. Like, this is what they signed. Golden Guardians signed a fresh roster to say, okay, we're playing the long term. We're going to grow them all together. Okay, yes, they've signed in Seoul. They think that's going to be better right now. Niles is down in Academy. He's still getting his reps and whatnot. But, of course, we're into the draft. We got to get onto that right now. Gwen, banned red side, by the way. Udyr first picked. I think every team is going to consider him the most prized jungler, so no surprise there.
Interesting to see that he was even left up, though, right? You know, he has been getting banned out. Rumble is still available for Cloud9. They got a couple really big power picks here, and the interesting thing to me is going to be, do you go towards Nautilus as Cloud9 to try to go for that super prize bot lane duo, or do you move towards the Rumble to really secure the jungle?
And it's interesting for me, too, because you know, a lot of people obviously going against this, but I actually think Udyr is overrated right now. After the last round of nerfs, he still does have very good early game, very good clear, still has the extra speed, but does just... There are so many more options now, I feel like, in the jungle that I think it is being so overly prioritized as you always have to ban it. And you can really get some high priority stuff back for it, which to me, you know, with a Lee Sin, Kai'Sa pick up here for Cloud9, and they even then follow it with the Rumble. So it's not like they drop down a tremendous amount, giving up a lot for it. I think that positions you quite well because if you are able, you know, to control some of the space here versus Udyr, and you have a lot of slows, you do have a decent amount of control here. I really do think you can have very, very good team fights.
One thing I will say, though, is, you know, when we kind of looked at this triumvirate of really powerful junglers we saw at MSI, it did start to kind of hash out that Udyr certainly had the advantage over the Rumble. You know, Rumble was kind of in the advantage against the Morgana, and then the Morgana had it over the Udyr. So Iconic is going to be in a good jungle matchup here, but Fudge getting his Lee Sin, we saw how damn good he is on that champion against some of the best top laners in the world. So I want to see what he can show for us here today.
Oh, he's up against Solo. I would actually consider him. I mean, he's obviously one of the best top winners in the LCS. He didn't have the best showing at Worlds, at least at the very start. You know, rounded out okay. But I do think, honestly, top lane matchup will be fairly close. We'll wait to see what his matchup's going to be into the Lee Sin. We're almost certainly seeing Lee Sin top Rumble jungle. It's what Cloud9 showed us the entire time through MSI. I just hold up the hope that one day they'll flex it. One day they'll flex it for a good matchup. It might not be today.
I will also say, though, okay, yes, Fudge, MSI, Lee Sin. The players are amazing. Love those highlights. Blabber and even Perks have put a tremendous amount of time in on Lee Sin. So if they have the opportunity, you know, they can definitely throw, because a lot of people are looking at MSI and think it's always going to be top. That is a very valuable flex, okay?
Yes,
I'm really hoping for it because it's going to catch a lot of people by surprise, but Blabber played a ton of Lee Sin.
Oh!
It's not. He's only on Leona. It's a hover, it's not a lock.
I got so baited.
I
was spaced out. I saw time. I saw Bard. I got excited. I apologize. I have a small brain.
Hey, we all do sometimes. It's okay. Gnar is going to be locked in. No problem there as well. I wonder, right, Mega Gnar gets bigger when he evolves. Like, does his brain grow as well? Like, does he?
No, it stays a peanut.
Oh, okay, great.
The skull grows.
Yeah.
Right. It just flops around in there.
Exactly.
All right. Okay, Viego comes in, though. Set support. Viego in mid, it looks like.
And Perks has been playing a lot of these style champions. If you tune into his stream post MSI, he was playing a lot of Gwen, a lot of Viego, you know, getting comfortable on these champions. I am excited to see him bring it out. I do think the aggressive champions fit his style more than the control mages. When you look at a lot of the best metas for perks, it has been where he has individual agency.
And I love that we're seeing this put to the test here, because so much of the talk has been the meta now revolves around AP jungle and these melee AD threat solo laners. That's exactly what Cloud9 are slapping down here versus a much kind of older style, more traditional setup here from Golden Guardians. You've got the Zoe in mid lane, very kind of universal. You can look for your picks later no matter what. The lane is fairly safe. You don't have to get close to the Viego early on in the lane, and you can focus on clearing the wave. And you even do have answers as far as the possible roams and looking for those picks. So I really do like that this is going to be a test. Throw down new school versus a bit of the old school, and we actually get to see it play out.
Yeah, it's an old school comp a little bit from Golden Guardians, but still new school players. I thought Stixxay with Newbie was one of the strongest points, probably the strongest point of Golden Guardians. Stixxay single-handedly carried, I think, 1 or 2 of their 3 wins on the season. And coming in with Chime, look, if he's ready to go out of the box, if it works out right now, and keep in mind, right, they're somewhat new playing together. Obviously, they weren't playing together in Spring Split. And in the Summer Split, obviously, well, King has shown up as well, right? So both duos are going to be a little bit raw together. And if there's a time to strike, it is now. Stixxay and Solo, probably the 2 strongest points of the team. Can they strike here against Cloud9?
I think it'll be really interesting. Definitely going to be a tough one for them, but I think Golden Guardians are going to surprise some people this split. I think they're going to do better than Spring. I do believe that they have upgraded, and we'll get a chance to see
I thought you were going to say, they're going to surprise some people. Watch them after they go after stage. They're going to be hiding in the corner, jump out of the shadows at you. Surprised me.
Waiting to start.
For that. That's the horror theme.
Yeah, exactly. I've been watching, Kobe. Be careful.
Oh, my God. We still actually need to make hide and seek with Kobe and
We made the trailer.
Yeah.
It's actually still like the pinned tweet at the top of my profile, and it has like
nice dedication. I like it.
Yeah, like people kept talking about it. Like, when are you gonna make it? And so we made the trailer, and it's like still pinned, and it's like, no one cares. We're really unlucky.
I loved it.
I'm glad you did. I liked making it, but ultimately, you know, the people voted with their chat. They didn't vote with their eyes. That's how it works, okay?
We might have to crowdsource it, because I think production was also like, you guys, we gave you the trailer. That's enough.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be on to the Rift. Golden Guardians inheriting their 3-15 record. 27 games to play, though, and top 8 make playoffs. If the team is good enough, they can make that run. And then, hey, it's just best of 5s, all right? From there, you can ignore your record and just make the carry on through. Cloud9, though, were the best team of Spring. Looking to keep that one going here.
Now, I want to pry into something you touched on, Azale, on Champ Select, and it is this Udyr into Rumble. And so much of the teams at MSI that were able to punish Rumble, and especially with Udyr, did late invades or try to attack the jungle very early on against the Rumble to try and put him behind. And now that should even be more successful since the recent nerfs to the Rumble slowed it a lot of his clear and his early clear. So we don't see that here from the Golden Guardians. They aren't opening with a late invade. They aren't opening with a lot of pressure onto the Rumble. If Blabber gets to have a smooth early clear here, it honestly feels like it does go a lot more towards Cloud9's favor. If you're not using the Udyr to get in your face, make use of that speed and the base stats, then it's going to get problematic.
A really tight fight in the bottom lane. You saw them both posturing as much as they could to get level 2 first. Ultimately, though, Set just does more damage to minions, and you thought Golden Guardians had to back away. Unless your team somehow screw that up, they'll stay too long, and they'll lose a flash for the engage. But right now, Solo pressuring the top lane. Halo Blades, by the way, on this one. Now fighting the bottom side. Level 2 on both, though. Vulcan, will they even go for more? Yeah, decent damage, but the root, okay, it doesn't get plasma stacked. It's not too bad. Pretty close trade.
Yeah, very close back and forth. Pretty aggressive matchup here. And generally, you want to see that from a Set. It is such an effective champion with that true grit when you're fighting these close fights.
Do you think Sven's looking at the pro view for the free pro view right now for King to watch his key clicks, see what's going on there? The AD carry spot hot here for Cloud9. Jump on into that pro view.
Yep.
If you're curious.
One free pro view per match. With the return of the LCS comes the return of pro view. You get a free one every match, and this one is going to be on the bot lane. This triumphant return is going to be Stixxay, maybe the best player on Golden Guardians. King, the new one on Cloud9. And we'll see how this one's going to battle up here. Because Vulcan almost finds that stun. That would have been half health off of Chime. I guess the other half meant maybe he's dead.
All right, all going according to plan here for Cloud9. Early Rumble jungle, smooth clear into bottom Scuttle Crab. Does finish up with Gromp as well. Honestly, this looks quite good for them.
It's going to be a trade of Scuttles. Ultimately, though, Iconic tried to make his time over to the bottom side. Yeah, couldn't get the Scuttle away, and as Blabber easily just cleans up the Gromp, it's going to be the same camps. But Blabber known to be bottom side. Does he find the dive?
Could be pretty risky here. All summoners available for Golden Guardians, so it doesn't seem like you've got a lot of structure to that dive. He is going to drop just the deep ward here onto Krugs. We'll see the delayed, top to bottom clear is kind of assumed, and it's just going to see the second spawn.
Should give a little bit of safety there for their bot lane, who is pushing pretty heavily here too. And when they don't show up, you know the Udyr's just kind of back on top side clearing again, likely just cycling those camps on cooldown. I'm waiting to see if Vulcan wants to use an early flash. You know, a lot of the sets do like going for Hex Flash and using that flash very aggressively, trying to trade out and then control the brush, look for those trades. And Perked here just withstanding the pressure in mid lane. You can see he went D-Shield, he went Resolve Secondary. You're really just trying to shrug off most of the poke here.
Oh, nice. Gets a Gore Drinker, so we'll blaze Olive with some wave clear tools. The Prowler's Clawed earlier. Q's going to land. Decent damage out of Fudge. Catches the Boomerang, but yeah, Solo dropped to 200 HP. Rank 1 Lee Sin Q will never kill. He's not going to be a problem. But this top lane wave, if he wants to freeze it, he can. Could force the TP out of Solo. Not going to land that face breaker either, so decent damage. Vulcan going to wait. Haymaker, and it's going to be, blocking the damage from Explosive Charge.
Yeah, Chime has actually been receiving a lot of punishment, but they're doing it on purpose. Even though it's a losing trade, they've got the jungle.
Early flash follow. They're going to land the stuns, and that's going to be first blood. And the ignite isn't enough. Not enough to trade down. Cleanse force at a king as he was stunned up again. And Golden Guardians in the bottom lane find first blood on Vulcan.
And look at that, Chime. He's willing to take these trades, sacrifices HP over and over in lane, even though it's a losing trade for him in isolation. This is not an isolated lane, baby. Jungle comes in, they time it with the jungle, no hesitation on the flash from Iconic.
Yeah, not at all, and there's no heal on King. He's playing Cleanse, so he didn't have that to be able to keep Vulcan alive. I think the Haymaker was actually even still on cooldown from the previous trade, so you don't even have that shield to keep yourself alive.
Crucially, that ward on Krugs, never saw him. He skipped Krugs to make this gank happen. Good flash follow.
It was an early flash from Vulcan, really did all he could, but as you can see, Haymaker's on cooldown, didn't actually have the ability, and the instant flash coming through from Chime, he barely survived. One more auto attack to trade there, but Cloud9 should be able to grab the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, those things I just love hitting on over and over, because a lot of, jungling is you have to remain efficient always, and your laners making trades like that, burning cooldowns, small cooldowns on basic abilities like Haymaker means such a large difference, but also, the summoner spells, the health trades in advance of your gank, and timing that with your jungle pathing.
They both get Noon Quiver off the recall, though, and right now is a CS lead for King as he's ready to keep going on this one. Looking for a play on mid, maybe. Hex Flash spotted.
Also, big benefit, upon the recall, getting to go roam and get those deeper wards. You see the control ward placed by the Golden Guardians up behind that red buff to see up by Raptors if Blabber comes through. This is a level 6 Rumble now, so definitely can look for some of these all-ins. Viego is always such a great lane to gank at 6 because the ultimate with the execution has a really, really high probability of getting one of those early kills. You just got to do a little bit of damage to help him out, get him to that threshold, and then, Viego able to steal the soul, and you instantly win the 2v2 as well.
It's a little bit of an awkward spot, this wave right now. If Fudge wants to hold the wave, you can hold a freeze, and Solo is taking a reset, but he knows that Iconic is on the other side of the map, so it's a bit dicey to recall here, and this does mean that in Mini-Gnar, Solo could potentially be at risk here, but playing it pretty safe, backing up, faking a recall, then going back.
Hex Flash, Rocket Jump, pulls him back out. Here come the TPs to follow. They got to get away fast here. Vulcan gets the punch, not a ton of true damage, and Buster Shot gets perks out. The engage comes across, and all it gets is a force TP and nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, really, really good disengage right there. See if the transition up towards mid can mean anything.
It's actually 2 cooldowns. King flashed as well, so they get perks TP. He's not going to lose any farm like the wave's here for him, but 2 cooldowns for a Hex Flash is outstanding.
It is. It's absolutely really, really good, and the pressure that they are creating pretty nice down there in that bottom lane. A lot of eyes going to be on King to actually perform very, very well, because Sven has been such a solid player for Cloud9 in his time with the team, performed pretty well internationally also, and King has got to be able to bring that to the table here. But so far, it's been 6A Chime and the assistance and coordination with Iconic that have been netting advantages for Golden Guardians.
Definitely has. Bottom side going well, though they weren't able to get the first dragon because in the aftermath, Blabber able to easily burn it down, overheat with Rumble. So was able to get the objective on that side of the map. We are approaching time for Rift Herald, though. Perk's already going to try and take a look. Iconic has early position on the scuttle, but this is timing with Vulcan early support roam. You look at the mini-map right now, both AD carry and support heading up for Golden Guardians. So even though they've got the first rotation there on Cloud9 to grab Scuttle Crab, Golden Guardians do invest their timers as well to try and make sure this is not going to be a taken Rift Herald in the opening.
Exactly, and if C9 want to go for it, they got to wait for King because his recall was so much later. It looks like they do still want it, and with King out here on the map heading over there, they can start to pull this. We will see Tristana is down towards bot lane. Cloud9 doesn't necessarily know this until he shows on the wave, but this will be Cloud9's Herald.
Okay, so the question is, cross map, what do you get? Because no one's in bottom lane. This is now known information. Golden Guardians, see where King is. So do you get the EV of a Herald? Do you get 2 plates out of bot because of that move? If you do, Herald got nothing special.
And I think it's always very beneficial to take this choice when you have a Tristana, because Tristana is going to be able to get that value, right? You see right now in the picture-in-picture, Stixxay wailing away at the turret, explosive shot, can quickly get those turret plates off in time, in payment for that rotation. Plus, you're looking at the composition in whole, right? Blabber on the Rumble really looking to try and use that. Since Cloud9 got early priority on positioning in River, you then have to go through those small jungle corridors. You don't want to have to walk through Rumble Ultimate and Viego looking to snap those kills up.
And when I'm trying to evaluate, was it worth going for a Herald play, I'm also always looking at, who the gold is going to. And even if it is an even amount of gold for the teams, it is not even in the distribution. Getting solo gold on your Tristana is really just more valuable than Rumble plus anyone sharing that same amount of gold. The completion of items is always worth more than the pieces. The solo experience is worth a lot as well for Stixxay. So the Golden Guardians looking really good in the early minutes of this game. It has just been the one major play down towards the bot side, but they're up 1,000 gold and they are looking very competitive.
There we go. Ward's killed. Vulcan going to add to that stat, no problem. Up to the vision score. Goes from 8 to 11. A nice ward killed. And okay, once again, they're going to put the vision down. Now Chime and Iconic are spotted. Sweeper comes down, going to get that one as well. Also gets 2 to the vision score, and we look at bottom control. Dragon coming up in 6 seconds, and Vulcan wants to walk in, but doesn't have the support network around him just yet. Now they're coming over. Now this could be the play. Stun coming up. Equalizer very nice on a 3. Dunk comes across. Do they have the damage? Flash forced away. The stun. That could be a kill. He's flashing to safety. The last team Ignite's going to kill him as a Blaze Olive kills him off with his own Ignite thanks to Spell Thief. Maybe it was Spellbook. Either way, he gets the kill. 2-0 on the scoreboard. Golden Guardians looking great.
They are looking great, Freak. That's another one in the bank as he barely burns down the last 6 of Ignite there. And now they have priority over the Dragon. Perk still full HP on this Viego, though. Don't mess around and give him a soul.
Okay. Half health or lower on self. Remember, this can be tough because, yes, Perks can reset. He can go hard. Smite fight is going to be equal because 900 no matter what. Flash engage comes in, but Chime going to die, and he's going to come back in as Leona. Perks is very tanky. He's a Leona. It's not easy to kill. Ult over the wall, gets away. That engage goes wrong. It does mean the Dragon at the very least, but it is still a kill handed back. Now it's time for Solo. Flash ult comes across. Do they have the damage to kill him? They certainly do. The top laner comes in and finds himself a kill.
Nice fight back there from Golden Guardians, able to grab a kill on the exit. They did commit Solo's TP, so they wanted to at least get something there. They will be able to grab the topside scuttle as well, but Perks, involving himself, gets participation in that 1 kill.
And Dragon picked up for Golden Guardians as well. This is pretty big for them. 2 kills now on mid. Here's another look at how it starts. And again, focus here with the Ignite going down. They're trying to get off the Rumble ultimate. As he gets kind of dunked to the side, though, the extra little bit of damage there with his ulti and the Ignite still ticking through from a Blaze's, Zoe Ignite there does find the extra kill. When you start to get Zoes with a lot of kills here towards mid-game, and Golden Guardians actually have a decent amount of control for themselves, all of a sudden you have to check so many more angles. When you're looking for these Zoe bubbles, and the more traditional team comp here with a lot of easy follow-up for Golden Guardians does have a kind of easier and simpler path forward through this game.
It's looking good right now. Mid lane gonna crash. Congratulations, your Rift Herald got 2 turret plates. Lino Tristana got that 4 minutes ago, plus denied a wave from King's Kaisa. So as we look at the results, maybe that play wasn't quite worth it, but it's a very small part of a very large game. Ultimately, it's a 1,500 gold lead for Golden Guardians. 3-15. They left to shake that one off, but look, they got 27 games to play. They just got to move up 2 spots in the standings at the very least, and that can be enough. So far, so good for Solo. Divine Sunderer is in. Kraken Slayer in for Stixxay. Golden Guardians looking for another fight now on the bottom side. They're going to find the dunk backwards from Vulcan, but the man is flashless. He has no good escapes except for reinforcements, and that's going to be enough to keep more from happening.
Yeah, with everyone piling in there from Cloud9 with Blabber, they know the Rumble is missing. If you overcommit into the set, the Haymaker comes through, the Equalizer comes through, that can be problematic. But Solo up here on this top side with the Divine Thunder, as you called out, has been doing a good job. Has a slight CS advantage, made good on his TP down towards that Dragon play, and is just looking to pressure.
Bit of damage back and forth. Needs to get the hyper off. Can't quite do so. Thank you, Move Speed Slow. Fudge still wants to fight. He's at half HP, but doesn't seem to care. He's getting a bit low, but he might find a solo kill. Woo!
Stack up that Conqueror, baby! Stack up that Conqueror and go for the burst damage on... Oh, Mini Gnar. Here we go, though.
Yeah.
Man, when I see plays like that to me screams champion expertise.
Yeah.
You know the limits. You have done that testing, and you have figured it out, because he is going forward at such low health there, but he knew he would have enough damage with Conqueror stacked up to be able to find that execute.
And this is the thing, there are not surprises from Gnar. If you see the Mini Gnar and you see the Rage Bar right there, so he knows he can go for it. There's not going to be some crazy burst that comes out for him. So love this Honda performance replay as we look at it again. This is him just starting now to charge back up the Rage Bar, so really good. Stridebaker in for the slow. Conqueror is fully stacked. You have a kick plus the follow on the Q, flashing to make sure he just instantly can get that auto. And then Ward jumps right back out just for safety. He's right back in with another Stridebreaker. Lands the slow, but no extra follow-up here.
And this is what we kind of saw from Fudge at MSI, was the playmaking. It wasn't necessarily about lane dominance. It was about the X factor, about him finding those plays, turnaround games.
Ulti in, heal burned early for the save to get some move speed. Chime, though, very tanky. That W, pretty outstanding at surviving Rumble ult. Pretty much blocks the ticks and doesn't have an issue getting away. But hey, that is ult for a summoner heal. That is a positive trade cooldown. Wise question is, do you need those cooldowns for this Rift Herald fight? Dragon spawns in 50, and Chime maybe went too far. Has to flash away from the Lee Sin Q. And just like that, Cloud9 on the top river.
Rift Herald number 2 should go their way. Teleport committed by Cloud9. This was Perks on the bottom side. Option is going for split push, but they decided to hard commit for this Rift Herald. All 5 members finish it off. In the meanwhile, yes, you can kind of bob and weave as Golden Guardians. Quick little jab towards mid lane here to chunk a bit off of the turret, but that is going to be it. So teleport cooldown timer invested from Perks, but Rift Herald is picked up, and this team does really want to open up the outer towers. Still no towers picked up yet, so they're going to try and just brute force that mid one down.
It's probably to die at this point. It's a pretty late Rift Herald. It might just die to the charge itself. 2,500 is about the damage you're getting out of this. We'll see if it gets one shot. It does. So that is no one getting the gold, by the way. No one touched it. So the 400 total local gold does not go anywhere. 250, though, still earned by Cloud9.
And again, Cloud9, they want to look for more of these obtuse angles, whereas it is Golden Guardians. Hey, fight us front to back. Please fight us front to back here. And it is Cloud9 looking for, do we have control wards? Do we have Lee Sin, possible teleport in on the bottom side? Fudge here. They've got them surrounded, but Dragon should get finished up.
Okay, Equalizer on to 2. Smite battle going to be in soon. Early Smite still claimed. Iconic gets it, and now the team fight has begun. A flash away from Iconic stays alive, but 1-for-0 so far as King picks it up. And now you've got more coming across. Perks is Zoe. He's good at that champion. On to Stixxay they go. The double kill comes across for King, and now this turret is going to belong to Cloud9 as well. Perks dives in. Ult comes across, gets all the resets. They're going to get the ace. You got to believe it. Triple kill comes across. There's all 5. Blabber loses his life, but what a team fight for Cloud9, the Bud Light 8.
Oh my God, Perks went off in that fight. taking over the Zoe, landing asleep. They kill off the Tristana. You jump in on that too, and you hop right in to clean up those kills. Cloud9 have been getting pressed by Golden Guardians, but their team fighting bails them right out.
And what's his reward? 6 whole assists for Perks. What a team player. It's Viego Day. Here's another look at it, though. Again, yes, they're able to burn down the Dragon, but the positioning for Cloud9, they get the flank positioning that they're looking for here. I love it. King, the new AD carry in immediately. Ults right in, follows up on that plasma. Blabber's happy to tank up this turret as they go for the dive again. Dunk there from Vulcan to make sure they don't have the extra response. And they're able to finish off the last one here. Yes, one more turret shot does mean 1 death on the side of Cloud9, but so much gold is given over.
5-1 in the team fight. You take a Dragon deficit for that one. Not going to be a problem. They get away but a bot lane. That turret's almost dead there as well. So more gold soon to be earned. Cloud9 definitely have turned the corner in this mid game.
And you can see Perks, again, going a very defensive build here. This is 2 games in a row on the Viego. We have the shield bow, and he's actually going into just, looks like pure tank right after the shield bow. And I think it actually makes a lot of sense.
They're going to look for damage on a Perks, takes a big chunk of damage, ults away, shield bow pop. Do they have the damage? Oh, that is a great equalizer. Onto the stun. Stixxay just roasting down and gets killed off by Blabber. Second half, though, is solo on the Mega Gnar. Can't find the damage. Now Blabber a bit low, but Iconic doesn't have the damage on Tank Udyr, so Cloud9 are going to clean it up yet again. The kick back, the Q lands. Perks has taken that kill. One finally goes back, and a flash force out of a Blaze Olive. Full HP, by the way, for Perks. Doesn't quite find that stun, but he's still on the chase.
Vulcan just looking like a superhero here as Perks is running for his life, barely escapes. He goes in, he's like, you know what? This is actually an opportunity for us. Claps them together for Blabber's damage on Rumble. They roast him down, and he even gives away his life in the end there.
They can't do it.
Baron attempt is too much because they're so low health, but man, what a turnaround play there. It looks like with 3 people on Perks, he's got to run for his life. Look at this. Picked off, doesn't get quite summed up, ults right out, and then Vulcan arrives to lock him up on the damage.
I mean, this is the tanky build in action. They committed so much. Vulcan turning around the play, but not only the initial play, then Solo comes through and tries to kill him off. The Q is dodged as Perks dodges behind it. That doesn't land. King is free firing on a Solo that whole time on the other side. Sure, you do lose the set, but you're piling through. You're getting so much here. And Perks is full HP by the end of it. He's going to be going probably like a Randuin's or something here next. And he's just going to be so damn hard to take down. And there's so much damage in the rest of the squad that you don't need to be the hero with the Blade of the Rune King and the Kraken Slayer killing people off. You have these other 3 members around you who are going to be fine to do that. So be tanky, be disruptive. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you know what? Just kill the carries on the opposing team and then take their souls and use their items. They'll build the offensive items for you.
Exactly.
As long as you get there for the first kill, you just take the resets to keep on going. Looking good right now as we're looking at the next setup here. The gold difference still only 3,000, not insurmountable, but it is a meaningful Cloud9 lead, especially with a 4-kill Kai'Sa. That's going to feel real comfortable. Top it under only a little bit of fire. Looks like they will let Tristana knock that turret down. So Stixxay going to get a solo turret. Now Chime in a lot of danger. Flash over the wall. The Blaze Olive doesn't find much. And Chime, he flashed to only be found out by Perks anyway. Gets stunned up, puts the shield on, but King about to be in range to chase one down. Probably they find that kill. He's running. They flash for it. Lock it. Pop. Doesn't matter. They get that kill. And Iconic is still on the way out. Big damage on a Blabber that rumbles at half HP. But the chase down still comes across. Cloud9 take a 1 for 0.
I love that Cloud9 just forces because they know, and they saw Tristana pushing that last wave top. And so the Tristana not there, there's very little damage in this team. You can just brute force chase them through their jungle, over walls, use everything. There are like 3 ultimates used on Leona. Usually you're like, oh, that's going to be bad for a team fight for you afterwards. But guess what? You know, Tristana, biggest threat, isn't there, and they see her. So really good, chase down there.
And now it's going to be all about this dragon. It's about to spawn here. Cloud9 do have some low health bars, though. King didn't actually get to reset, so if everyone from Golden Guardians can get over here, it would be a bit of a risky fight for Cloud9. You know, they're also missing the ultimate on both Perks as well as Fudge, and this would be sole point for Golden Guardians, so it's a huge one.
Ocean Soul can do a lot to turn back the team fights. It's not a really fast burst, so the Ocean will do a ton. TP gonna be spotted now. They know where Perks is. Chime gonna be attacked, but Leona is tanky. Stridebreaker gets Fudge out of the stun. Here comes the dunk. Hits a couple for the slow. Equalizer over the top. They find Tristana, but he's able to rocket jump away. But Iconic is just out of health. Flashes should barely stay alive. Fudge can't reach him, but the killer! Oh, what a shot! The W from downtown. King finds himself the kill. And now it's time to get a little bit more done because Golden Guardians are going to 4v5. Now Vulcan's low, so is Perks, but can they get enough done? They find that stun, the flash is safe. The stun's not going to be enough for Chime. They get the kill on a Vulcan. Ignite is off, but they're not going to get any more just yet. The kick comes in for Fudge. Pops the Zonia's Hourglass, keep the Blaze Elf alive. Tristana finds another. Stixxay is still fighting. Stixxay's still alive, but here comes the rest of the damage. He's going to fall asleep, and they might just find that kill. No! They stopped hitting him. They stopped hitting him. They let him get the kill on Trist. He woke up, but what a team fight. So close between the two.
And now with Golden Guardians retaining control of this dragon, Blabber is alive, has smite, but no flash, so it's just so dangerous to even go over there. Soul Point is on the line.
Well, Rumble is alive. Blabber has the smite, has the ulti, but doesn't have the vision. And that means, I believe, he might have stolen one or spellbooked it. The smite comes through. Soul Point.
Man, I'm just having so much fun watching Viego in these fights. The initial play here is looking pretty good for C9, but then you realize King is zoned out by Iconic, so he can't actually follow up on the initial engage. But able to snipe down Iconic, they kill him off. C9 looks like they're going to pile through the play, but this is where Tristana really came up big for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, they try and brute force here. You see, Perks on Viego trying to charge in with the tank build. Chime creates so much space, though, and a Blaze Olive coming in with that Battle Star for the execution.
Look at this, though. Perks becomes Leona. Zenith played in, stun him up, ult on his head, almost kills off Stixxay immediately. So, did they lose vision here?
They can't. He's in the brush.
Inside
He's in the brush, yeah.
He is inside the brush, just barely there.
At a certain point, obviously, as soon as he wakes up, he autos you to death, so they want to take as long as they can, but I think the man had Merc Treads based on that sleep duration, so just walks out of it pretty quickly, and now another attempt. That's a good time of the ulti. It prevents the sleep from coming through. Ulti coming across, but only hits Chime. Not that important there, of course, that happens. Solo! Meganar into 3. Helga's the frontline fight, though, because Iconic has to come right back out. Fudge, ward hops away, stays alive. Is there a re-engage, though? Can they find any more damage? Blaze Olive gets an extra flash. Looking for the next sleep. Looking for the next bit of damage.
They can just push this mid wave and get priority there first. Blaze Olive playing with a little bit of fire, going for that poke here. If they're able to land anything on the backside, it could be super detrimental. But regardless, pushing that mid wave allows you to then retreat back to the Baron and kind of collapse your vision hold around it.
Well, Golden Guardians have a win condition, and it's Ocean Soul in 3 minutes. A 2K gold deficit disappears when you get that one. You maybe favor him a little bit, but Cloud9 should still generally own the map. Sure, a couple things will go down, but Cloud9 can fight before then.
Now, Golden Guardians really should focus on this vision. They can get so much value out of a Zoe pick. A Zoe bubble right now, with the power that you have on, Sork Shoes plus 2 item power spike here with the Horizon finish on top of the Looted Zeko. A Blaze Olive lands that sleep. That sleep on one of these members could provide such big dividends. So if you put the investment into your vision and try and open up a lot of angles for the Zoe to find that with, that can be the big play that you need to actually get a win versus Cloud9. I mean, they're on Soul Point. They have so many things that they can just push it a little bit farther, opening up Summer Split for them, completely like rewriting and changing this year would be a very uplifting moment for this underdog team.
It would be huge, and that's why it's going to come down to a lot of the setup around the Dragon, right? If you're first to the scene, if you control it, you get your pinks out, and Cloud9 has to face check into this Zoe, it becomes very, very difficult. And while Vulcan is finding a lot of engages, Cloud9 isn't necessarily all there piling in at the same time, right? It's often him going in, Blabber drops the equalizer, but Perks, Fudge, King aren't necessarily able to actually follow up and get the initial kills.
Here we go. 2 minutes now left. Sleep comes across, not going to mean any kills, but Fudge does stride break to build some distance. Solo's looking for some Q poke. Thornmail done onto him to cut the healing away, as he's going to find some damage on a Vulcan. Spots Perks there as well. Solo has good target access, has Meganar right now. Can't find the fight.
I think Cloud9 should definitely wait out this Mega. They're not really in a lot of danger with this Baron, but they're forcing it. Solo still has 50% left on that rage bar for the Mega.
Can they force him to go for the play? Right now, Fudge on the outside of the pit, watching them go forward, still half health. They know that one now, and now it's Mininar.
Now go.
But that's going to be enough maybe to force
Here
them
comes
to
Vulcan
turn
behind.
around.
He's
Blabber still
flashing.
tanking Blabber. It's going to be Vulcan going in for the dunk. It's the first engage. Blabber very, very low, but they find that kill in a solo. A kickback, a Blaze Hollow stays alive. Fudge does as well, and Chime drops second. And it's time for Perks to set up his team. You've played bot lane, you've played mid lane, you've played support. As he finds the stun, he finds the kill onto Stixay as Vulcan claims it. And it's time for Golden Guardians to turn tail and run.
It gets you a man who can do it all. He's the mid laner, he's the support, and now he's the AD carry.
Get a champion that fits that role, baby. Do everything you need. Cloud9 pick up the Baron on the back half of this. Honestly, this has actually been such a fun 1-2 watch. Cloud9, I thought they were going to rush it with this Baron. You know, they're burning it down to 50%, but they're calculated. They wait exactly till Mega just expires, and Vulcan's like, I'm going in! Right over the wall. Mega is down, so he dunks the Mininar right back into them.
Exactly, and that was the moment where everyone could follow up. Perks then finding the Zenith Blade onto Iconic, not wasting the stun onto him, but stunning up Stixay. Instead, the team piles in, they kill him off, they get the Baron. But can they get this Dragon? They need to stop the snowball towards Soul here. Golden Guardians may just give this one up, not wanting to risk it. Solo does not have TP in his top side, so they won't contest.
It's a Spellbook Zoe on the map, so
Yeah,
I always keep my options open for random steals. It's not going to be a case this time around. Can't even get close, he's in base, but definitely have to keep your eyes open there. Number 1 of Soul Point denied here, so Cloud9 avoid that for another 450.
For now, it's what can you do with the Red Bull Baron. 2 minutes on that one, your Goldie's already 5K. You expect to just balloon that one, knock down 2 inhibitors. That's my expected situation there. Chime Hex flashes out and doesn't get hit by Lee Sin Q, but still going to be chased in. Vulcan going to find his stun, not going to go ahead and waste the ult. They just have the chase down, no problem. 6 deaths now for Chime. Had the lead in the lane, not doing well now.
Yeah, looking good there, and Perks is pushing in the mid lane. With one member already down, you really do feel like the chances of defending this are slipping away very fast. The tier 2 mid is going to go down. The bottom lane inhibitor tower is gone. The inhibitor likely to fall.
Give that one away. You now look at the other lanes. Can you find any poke? Not really, not going to mean enough. Inhibitor going to drop now on these few auto attacks whenever they choose to walk up. And King gets to go for 1. Cannon's dying, actually. But you've got Viego pushing in mid, and right now they're ignoring that. So in fighting for a dead inhibitor, they are giving priority onto the mid lane. That turret's dropped down to 3/4 already. They finally show up now, but Perks just going to walk away without much issue, and the siege can continue. Mid lane was not cleared, which means another inhibitor is under a lot of threat. Equalizer going to prevent the re-engage. Blabber knew he could have been a target. Second inhib turret is dead. Inhibitor itself now going to be the easy one to go for. King walks up, no problem. Stun going to be found out there. Perks wants in. They get the chase down. One auto will kill him. A flash, and the chase in. King finds it. Stunned into the turret, though, and he's going to be locked down. He goes 1 for 1. That's not the kind of trade he wants. Some explosive charge claims the last hit, so Stixay goes 1 for 1 individually. The chase in for Fudge once again knows his limits. That team fight is now 1-2-1.
I love these long Lee Sin plays all the way across to your screen there. Cloud9 with the Baron are looking to put their finishing touches on this one. Teleport should be ready for 5.
They're trying to win 4v3.
There it is. You just teleport right back in.
18 seconds on Tristana, but the wave and a Mega Gnar is available. Now, the fight's going to be really hard to win when all of your damage is gone. There's really no way you kill anyone, but TP is spent and ultimately means nothing. The cooldown maybe could matter in the future, but honestly, Cloud9 get to walk away, claim the jungle, and look to set up for the Dragon.
And thankfully, they still have a TP on Perk, so they can have someone out in that side lane. We'll see if it does end up mattering. But with Cloud9 unable to finish the game with that Baron, you look again towards that potential Soul. That could be the comeback mechanic here for Golden Guardians, but it's difficult when you're going to be having supers flooding in mid, supers flooding in bot.
And look at this. I'm actually loving this tank Viego build, especially for pro play when you trust your teammates. It allows Perks. He just keeps on walking straight into the opponent's team. He walks right up to Tristana, is able to get a huge chunk on him. He enforces him out of the fight. There's the downtown long-range Fudge Lee Sin play we're talking about, picking up the extra kill. But right back out to the map, you can just keep on, diversify into maybe a 4-1 here. Try and get your supers up to the base to apply that pressure, and then transition over to the last lane to finish off.
Double inhibitor down. Sadly for Cloud9, top lane does not have automatic pressure, so that's an easy lane to ignore for a moment, or just TP match, and it's not going to be an issue. I don't know if Golden Guardians get out of the base, though. As we've seen, the gold lead is 9,000, and their Dragon Soul may be continually denied. And then, honestly, Cloud9 can just turn around and grab Baron with the gold lead they've got. It's going to be some heroics for Golden Guardians to turn it one around. As top lane tier 2 finally falls, it's time to siege for the inhibitor. No Baron buffs, the wave clear's not going to be too hard, but the team fights are still very, very difficult on Golden Guardian's side.
Waiting for those supers to come in. Time is on your side. Here we go.
Stun lands, big damage. Zhonya's pop, but they find a stun in the backline. King has to ult to get away. A flash for Blabber keeps him alive, but King is down. Equalizer buys a lot of time. Second sleep will land onto Viego. Doesn't ult to get away. Second stun comes across. They're going to find a lot of lockdown, and he finally ults away. Stays alive for this one. Dunk comes across, but it might be Vulcan just doing it to keep his team alive. Has his Zhonya's Hourglass, burns a stopwatch, re-engage. Will they kill him? It's a 1-for-1 so far. The chase comes in. Perks has resets, has to ult right back out though. Blaze all out of Zhonya's, trying to run away. Does Golden Guardians have the chase? The Dragon's up in 35 seconds, and so is Blabber.
Remember, this is Ocean Soul as well. This could be big for Golden Guardians. Yes,
losing their base.
They've got super minions inside hitting the Nexus turrets, but a couple of recalls can quickly clear that trash out. 20 seconds left on the Dragon. Every member of Cloud9 will be up. So it's still like,
but running out of the base.
It's still going to be risky.
I mean, Blabber's going to spawn 10 seconds after the Dragon actually is up. And then he's got, what, 20 seconds to actually get to the pit? So Golden Guardians are going to have a good 30 seconds, and then you're going to be face-checking into his Zoe and potential Mega Gnar here. There's a real shot at grabbing Ocean Soul and potentially turning this game around. It looks like it's just theirs.
What a huge team fight. The long-range bubble caught Blabber, and they had the follow-up to win the battle. So still, it is a 7,000 gold lead, but buffeted by an Ocean Soul.
And the only healing debuff you have is the one Oblivion Orb for Blabber. You're going to need some upgraded heal cut here when you're going against Ocean Soul with 3 tanky frontliners. Cloud9 may be in trouble.
Here, though, right? They know he's down in bottom lane clearing the wave. They know he left now, but the chance of taking a 5v4 always matters. Once again, waiting for the wave, and eventually the inhibs will despawn. That's coming in soon. Right on the vision. Starting Baron again.
Solo. He does TP. He did transform right back into Mini, so he's going to have to build up his rage.
And they're rushing down Baron fast. They're going to have Iconic around 3k health. Here comes the fight. Dunks right in on the Mega Gnar, and that's going to blow him up instantly. And now how about the re-engage? King is low, but he is not dead. He can look for the fight again afterwards. Is the re-engage good? There is a sleeping Rumble. There is a dead Rumble. And now the chase on a Vulcan. Puts on the shield. Not going to matter. Stun's not going to help him anymore. Time to run away.
For the base.
A TP is going to be matched, though, as they're going to have a Blaze Olive show up as well. They'll lose an inhibitor and not much more.
He is going to get it. He gets it on the way out, but it's going to be a scramble. Baron started up by Golden Guardians. Perks has to run his entire way there. Teleport comes in from Fudge.
Fudge and King, the Australian duo.
Perks
They're going in. They're going in. They're going to have Fudge. They're going to have Perks. They're going to have the big play. Stun, kick. They're looking at Iconic. They've got a ton of damage. He's going to buy a few more seconds. Randuin's in a Locket Shield, keep him alive. A flash for Stixxay. Dodges the Lee Sin Q. Zhonya's for Fudge. Going to get him almost nothing. Flash to safety. Tries to stay alive. Now the stun into Perks. He doesn't have good ways to get away. Ignite is on. The chase is in. A Blaze Olive finds one. Perks going to find himself dead. That's going to be 3 unanswered kills. Gnar's holding the base. This Baron's a freebie, or is it the base instead?
They're going to go for the base. That's a minute respawn on Perks here. Golden Guardians marching down mid. They do have Equalizer to try to kill the wave, so I'm not sure if they can end, but they're going to look for it here, and look at the potential flank.
A Blaze Olive Zoe Bubbles are turning this around for Golden Guardians!
And that wave will not die. It is aimed too far forward. It does not catch the whole cannon minion. Either way, there's a reinforcement coming. So they're pushing for the game right now. 20 seconds on the last 3. Here comes the dunk. How good's the play? A Blaze Olive back in the back line. Vulcan just trying to kite them. And yes, as you mentioned, Azael, they got the wave. They'll find a kill, but they will not find the Nexus turrets.
Oh my goodness. You hear the tales of the Zoe Bubbles and the Battle Shot, the Battlestar one-shots. They're a reality.
They're going to try in the 5v4 of Blaze Olive's rookie year. They bring in 2 new players, and Golden Guardians is about to start the Summer Split with a win over the defending LCS champions. Wave cut again by Equalizer. Zhonya's pop, 5v4 going to be tough. He is Mega Gnar, finds the double stun, finds the Mega Gnar, and he's going to find himself a whole heap of kills. Fudge trying to kite away, Solo getting a bit low, but buying enough time as Fudge is now attacked. He's got a shield for a few moments. Decent damage on a chime, but not enough to stop it. Minis in the base might not be enough, but be careful that the kill comes across as now King is dead. There is still a wave, but it's being reinforced by the dead mid inhibitor. Once again, we're gonna try his very best as Vulcan goes for the face break, but he's not gonna save the base. Golden Guardians take down Cloud9.
10 taken down first to kick it off here in Summer. The roster swaps for Golden Guardians in full effect, looking really good there. And a Blaze Olive, you said it, Kobe. What a game on the Zoe, finding the key targets, making the big plays, and turning around a game where they were in a huge deficit.
Yeah.
They had that dream of the Ocean Soul, but Cloud9 started winning fights, started pulling away, and you're thinking, well, the dream is dead, but it wasn't for Golden Guardians. They found the fights they needed. They got the Tristana resets. They got the Zoe sleeps, and they take a well-deserved win.
Turns out the Golden Guardians got a package deal. They signed solo, they moved Chime up, and it came with blue shells. From last up there, taking out first place in the first game of Summer. That has gotta feel good for them. You know, making some adjustments here in Summer and immediately getting a win on the board.
And it sets the stage now for Golden Guardians moving forward. All right? You took down a win. Sure, you have to fight back from a 3-15 start. Spring split matters, and it wasn't a good look. But you replace 40% of the roster, and you start out taking out the #1 team. 26 more games to go to make up those spots, to get as far as you can and hit that playoff running. If this is the performance they show, the good parts of this game, if those stick, this is a scary team.
And Cloud9, they did their due diligence, warning everyone, yo, we're coming back from MSI. Only a few days of practice on this. They also switch out a player with only a few days of practice. But that game was definitely exciting, you know, both ways through it. Definitely don't want to take anything away from that. So much fun to watch. You know, them really embracing, okay, so they've only had a few days with, you know, Viego's now enabled and all this type of stuff. And they don't hesitate. Incorporate that, immediately draft it in game #1, test it out on the field. And it comes down to a lot of these scramble plays.
Yep, the fights were close. The fights were a lot of fun. And hey, good job to the new look Golden Guardians duo for coming away with an absurdly big comeback win. Now, we are headed for a break, but as we go, we'd like to introduce you to a special guest.
Yo, what's up, LCS squad? I'm Savage Gaspin. I know we're all hyped for the LCS Summer Kickoff, but first, this is a performance of my song, Rose Petal Princess. Also, Teemo is the best champion, hands down. What's good? At me. Say something about it. Hey. Look, I said like cute face, pretty girl. I've been thinking about you, baby. You my flower girl, so I'm bringing you flowers, baby. And I can really give you the world if you want, if you bout it, baby. I just wanna be with you, baby. You better off without me, baby. So, flower boy, can I be a flower boy? I text you or tell you I love you, say I doubt it, boy. And if you were the last two left on earth, maybe then I'll be bout it, boy. I said, let me tell you, girl. So tell me, boy, cause I've been thinking about you all the time. Running through my head, I can't get you off my mind. Listen, baby, I just wanna get with you, baby. Ever since I first met you, baby, I just couldn't forget you, baby. Look, she got a rose petal pink cat, ooh, she going crazy. I just gotta ask, will you be my little baby? The stars on her face, little waist, it don't faze me. Okay, girl, I'm lying, please date me. She got a comb on a sweater, said it's whatever. And like a necktie, girl, I want you forever. And I know it's been hard, but I swear it gets better. You could go be anything, but I just wanna be together. I don't know where I should go, she hopes I don't overdose. Don't believe in horoscopes, but I swear I hate Scorpios. Perfect person, wrong time, in closet filled with Murray. Call me, babe, I barely think about you, but I know you dream about me. Dear Lord, save me, I fell in love with Satan. Dear Lord, save me, she's so lovely. 6-inch high heels, 6 feet downhill. Dear Lord, save us, I wasted 6 years. Look, she still got that rose petal pink hair, ooh, she going crazy. I just gotta ask, will you be my little baby? The stars on her face, little waist, it don't faze me. Okay, girl, I'm lying, please date me. You're so lovely. Hey. Yup. Love me.
Immediately after the GG victory against C9, we've got Stixxay and his newest companion in the bot lane, Chime. First things first, Chime, it's your first time here in the post-game interview on the LCS after a year on the Academy roster. Tell me a bit more about your transition onto this roster.
I mean, I think I played a lot with the Academy team this year, and like we bonded a lot, and so it was definitely new getting into this team, and like I had a pretty big role compared to last time. So yeah, I mean, I think it was like obviously going to be a lot more responsibility, but I think we're getting there.
At that heat of coming straight into summer, that responsibility you're kind of feeling, and I know that Stixxay, you felt a lot of responsibility on this roster throughout the year, being put in a leadership position. Now you have 2 new additions to this roster as well. How has that affected the way that you approach your leadership role?
I mean, I think the biggest difference for me is having Colin on our roster. He's really experienced. He knows, what to do at most times in the game, so that's really helpful. I think similar to me, we have kind of like a set plan of what we feel like should happen during the game. So it's really nice. Me and him are kind of on the same page with that. And yeah, Chime here, he's really vocal too. So I almost have to like talk a lot less with this team, which is nice for me. I get to focus more on my gameplay. But yeah, it's been really nice so far.
And I do want to talk a bit more about the gameplay that we just witnessed, because I think it's fair to say that it was considered an upset for GG to get the victory over Cloud9 today. Chime, since you are apparently one of the vocal ones in the actual game, tell me a bit about what you considered the game plan to be able to take down C9 today.
I mean, I think we were planning to play through bot because like Zen to Leon is really volatile, and once one starts snowballing and has no flash, it's pretty easy to punish. So yeah, I mean, I think once we traded Sums and Udyr saw an angled bot side, like we just said keep pressuring them. And yeah, I think that was the game plan for a while, and then Dragon happened, and then yeah, other stuff happened, I guess.
You got the Dragon, another one, eventually the Soul, and the game was really kind of on a teeter's edge there for a bit. Very fun from the fan perspective. Yeah. We have gotten to see some of the new picks come through. Viego, for instance, right? Everyone's wondering how that's going to rattle out in the LCS. How was it facing off against the power that Viego was able to bring in the later portions of the game?
There was a time in the game where he killed my Leona, he took the Leona and then went on me and stunned me, and then Kai'Sa ultied, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's a thing. So yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I think all the new champions that have came out, Gwen, Viego, are like, they're pretty crazy to play against too. It's like, sometimes they just do things you don't expect, right? Because you haven't played with them that much. So, but yeah, it definitely makes it fun to watch, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, very fun to watch. And I do also like that you brought up the addition of Solo and how he brings his experience in. Chime coming onto this roster alongside Solo, but with very different backgrounds. How has that kind of helped you guys come into kind of this new system with the LCS, having somebody right by your side joining into the fight?
I think it's definitely nice. I mean, Colin is really like uplifting about like the team. Like, I don't know, he keeps things light. So it's like a lot less nerves, I think, especially for me. So, I mean, yeah, I think on that front, it's really helpful.
Yeah, having him, and then I do want to pay some attention to your other teammates as well. Iconic making those early plays down in the bot lane, but sure. Blaze Olive had some really great moments to keep you in the team fights as well. We know that he has been developing as a player throughout the year. What can you give us as far as insight into his development from this offseason coming into summer?
Yeah, I mean, Blaze Olive, I would say he's just overall probably the most consistent player on our team. He typically does his job pretty well. I think this game did exceptionally well. I mean, I would say he carried us pretty hard. But yeah, I don't know. He's he's an easy person to work with, and he plays well all the time, so it's nice.
Having that good time to build some confidence after this game. I do want to know, after taking down C9 today, you're facing off against Immortals next. Does this help at all in building that confidence as you continue in for the rest of your games this week?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely builds confidence to say that, yeah, we can take down a top team. But, I mean, we have to take it game by game, I think, for sure.
Yeah, game by game. But that being said, before I let you all go, Stixxay, I want to know, we have to look at the bigger picture here. Golden Guardians obviously looking to improve day by day. But for you personally, or maybe even for the team itself, what do you see as success, even in these initial weeks of summer, and what you look to gain from the experience?
I mean, personally, I think what I see as success is I want us to, make playoffs, make a dent there if possible. But mainly, I just want our new guys to get more experience on stage. Even for me, like I've been playing for 5 years, and I still think it's great to continue getting experience on the stage. So, yeah, just want to come in, play confident, and just kind of feel like we're making progress every week. I think that's improvement or success for me.
And after a year away from the stage, it is great to be back on the stage here.
It's so amazing to be back here.
Oh yeah, feels so good. We are going to be stepping away, but I do want to thank the both of you, Stixxay and Chime, for joining me here for this post-game interview. And for everyone at home, don't go anywhere because Flowers and Raz will be breaking down the banger that we have coming up between 100 Thieves and Immortals right after this.
Before the game started, when I go on the chair, I heard only like SKT, like SKT, like this whole stage. Suddenly, people is slowly screaming "Misfits" after we are winning. Yeah, so, and then after game 3, people was crazy.
Yeah, it was like I don't know, in the movie, like it completely shifted all the way around. Like people wanted us to win like so badly, and they wanted us to like prove that we can beat them. And I think they were really happy because they did not expect that anyone can beat them.
It's 2017, and China is playing host to the 7th League of Legends World Championship. South Korea's Titan, SK Telecom T1, entered this tournament with their eyes on an unprecedented three-peat of the world's title. Heading into the World's quarterfinals, SKT's matchup against European underdogs Misfits was predicted to be an afterthought in SKT's campaign to claim yet another trophy. The legacy of Misfits versus SKT can still be felt today in Europe, South Korea, and also North America, where 4 of the players are set to face off in the opening weekend of the LCS Summer 2021. It's a memory they won't soon forget. I'm Julian Carr. Let's load the replay file.
Hello, everybody! Welcome back. It's your boys. I'm Captain Flowers. This is Raz, and we are back in the studio and back and ready for the cast between this showdown with 100 Thieves and Immortals. Now, Raz, we got to talk about 100 Thieves' new man in the mid lane first and foremost.
Yeah, Abadage being brought in is, for a closer, a blast from the past. Because if you look way, way back in the TCL, they were paired up together with Freeze, who is, currently their coach behind the scenes, and they were a dynamic duo. They booked it straight into the finals. The regular season, they were first place. Of course, didn't have the fondest of memories when it went up against in the finals versus Supermassive. But it was about that mid lane jungle synergy that is relevant because they've had that prior workout, and then while Closer moved on towards North America, you saw, person in front of you, Abadage, have a fantastic time in career in Schalke in the LEC.
Yeah.
People told him, fake your Dage for a reason. Some of his games, especially during the ramp up to playoffs, were just that damn good. Worked with Gilius incredibly well. And the reason why people were singing the name of Gilius and Abadage was because of that two-man synergy that they had. And we're hoping to see that work alongside Closer.
Yeah, when you're looking at 100 Thieves and you're thinking about what this team looked like in spring and sort of where everybody pinpointed the weakness to be, there was juggling players back and forth in the mid lane. There wasn't a lot of consistency there. And now we're looking at Abadage and Closer together to be able to make that happen in that critical 2v2 situation.
It kind of feels like Cinderella finding that slipper. 4 splits, 3 different mid laners for Closer, spanning between those 2 teams. And I think this is it. I really do. I think Abadage is incredibly skilled individually. And what they were searching for in the previous split was a great control mage player. Abadage is that type of person. If you're in an Azir Corki meta,
no, not that kind of meta.
He could perform there. His rise is sensational too, so I'm really looking out for where he placed amongst the echelon of the mid laners in the summer split.
Okay.
I know people are interested in talking about perks and all that, and Power of Evil. Well, you now have another European mid coming in that's performing on a high. I like what I see.
Okay, now across the table, let's talk a little bit about Immortals, because I know that when you're looking at this team, you're looking at the jungle, right?
I'm looking for an identity for this team.
Okay.
And for me, Xerxes, once again, coming from the LEC with Splice, did not have a good showing in this split coming with the team. And a lot of it is because the first 10 minutes for this team is very scattered. It always feels like past 10 minutes into the game that something has happened. Either a tragic jungle invade, if we all remember casting back against them versus Cloud9.
Oh, yeah.
A top lane scrap not working out well. Everything can be a little bit up in the air. But we've seen moments from this team, and so I look to Xerxes because he's had the experience. And for a lot of teams that kind of lack the identity and lack consistency in the first 10 minutes, it's the jungle. Playing through your jungler, knowing that if you're bot side, your jungler's pathing towards revenge, that you're just holding back, you don't need to take added risks. Or if your jungler is on in an aggressive matchup, invade with them, giving a slow advantage. It is a consistent way to play a game that I hope for when I see Immortals.
And, going into this, I was going to make a point about how 100 Thieves and Immortals should both be approaching this first game of summer as being within striking distance of one another. This should be a winnable game for either squad. And then the last game, we see Golden Guardians take out Cloud9. So now I'm just left having to say that everything is within striking distance for anyone based off the evidence that we've already seen here today. So that means it's all on the table. It's all for the taking. Yes, the records are going to carry over from spring, but summer is a new chance to come back revitalized, ready to compete, ready to go, and set yourselves moving forward, looking to compete in those summer playoffs here just 9 weeks from now.
Especially. I know when we walked into MSI, teams are scrambling to figure out what's the meta, right?
Yeah.
Same thing's happening in this split. With the idea of what junglers are relevant. What junglers are the best in the patch, knowing catch-up experience is a thing, and that also, camps being moved back 15 seconds. then it really goes to show that every team going back into the locker room and figuring out what works for us, what works in the meta. And to your point, especially when, bringing in new players for 100 Thieves, and then you're locking in the same roster if you're IMT, you're right. This is the game that is the most winnable game for you.
Right. Quick update for everybody at home. We do have a slight delay on stage because of a mouse issue. Hopefully that will be resolved very quickly and we can jump into the game. But yeah, back to the point that you're talking about having to figure out this meta and discover everything. This is always one of the trickiest parts coming back from MSI because international events have to all be played on the same patch and they last for quite a while.
Yep.
You're used to, in these events, the game that everybody's playing is lagging pretty far behind in terms of the solo queue experience, in terms of the overall general player experience that people are having. And then you just take this big time skip forwards, and all of a sudden you're here.
Yeah.
And you're ready to go, and you got to be playing on this new patch. It doesn't happen the same way after Worlds is done, because after Worlds is done, we head into the off-season. Everybody's just chilling for a while. You've got All-Stars, but that's not the serious competitive event that everything else is, right?
Yeah, and no one wants to be the first region that tests out the patch. You want to have a look at, let's say, if LPL is starting or LCK is starting, what are they playing?
Yeah.
To just kind of confirm with if your scrims line up the same way, if they have a better idea than you do. But if you're starting out immediately, well, then it comes down to that confirmation bias. If you're winning your scrims, then, oh, snap, like, maybe we haven't been tested properly. Maybe the game...
You're the guinea pig now.
Exactly. So it's going to be interesting. I think Ezreal is a key champion because we've already seen a lot of it. Divine Sunder is a really good item, of course.
Yeah.
And so now you have to kind of play around in Ezreal. How much damage he's later on in the game, of course, doesn't scale as necessarily as good versus, like, the Kaisas of the world, depending on the composition, of course.
Yeah.
So I think there's going to be a lot of building between a lot of these teams. I've heard good things, personally about how 100 Thieves scrims are going. So that just gives you confidence if your player is looking at closer. While if I look at Raze, this is a topic that a lot of times, not a lot of people watch Oceanic play. But I was really high on Raze coming into the spring split.
Okay.
Because I've seen him perform. I thought he was, at times, the best AD carry in Oceania, and that he had really high, mechanics on his types, like the Xayah, the Ezreal, the Kaisas. Like, I thought he was definitely going to be someone that we, kind of undervalued, undersold. But he came in, much like everyone else on the team, didn't have strong performances. So that's why I think, a challenge to him individually, him and Destiny, having better lanes, but also going back to the earlier point, just having a cleaner 10 minutes playing around your jungler. So I'm interested in seeing what the champions they end up locking in.
Yeah.
And what if these performers can actually come out and have that strong game.
And on the topic of the champions that we're locking in, because you touched briefly when you were talking about looking at the performance of some of these players that have played in other regions like the TCL back in the past, and you mentioned some of the coaching staff now also being former players and things like that. Let's talk a little bit more about coaching staff, man, because we got Reaper back in the building now with 100 Thieves. This is one of the coaches that a lot of people for a long time, when you're thinking about the end of split, like best of voting that happened, Reaper was always one of the people that was coming up there and coach of the split for his work at Cloud9 for all the stuff that he did over there. And now he's here under a different banner with 100 Thieves, along with having this new mid laner now just not having to juggle those back and forth. I'm excited to see what his role in this whole team is and sort of what he shapes these guys into.
Absolutely. Reaper is the type that has a very firm idea of how he wants the game to be played. And so, like, that's great. If you have a coach that's opinion and heavy-handed, I think that's wonderful for a team to just immediately have a core team identity, or at least to challenge it. Because I remember last split for 100 Thieves, it was all in on bot lane. Sending closer down there, if they get a great trade, trying to force a dive, that's always been what the team's identity has been about, especially when they had Demonte. So I think it's a good idea to challenge what this team is good at. Now you have in Abadage. He has a very clear identity in being able to be a control mage player. I think that now shifts. FBI and Huhi are going to have a good lane.
Yeah.
Like, they're just that good that you don't need the resources being thrown towards the bottom side of the map. So I think if you just have two winning sides, you're looking at closer and Abadage, then, someday can sit happily on an island.
Yep.
See you guys in the team fight.
It'll be 20 minutes from now. We'll be having a great time together. But for now, he just gets to farm it out up there.
Hell yeah.
I do like the fact that now it feels like both those side lanes could be a potential win condition. We've seen someday hard carry games in the past. We know that FBI and Huhi can do that kind of work that you're talking about. It's a good lane, and you can pretty much count on it. So how these guys play it, exactly what they want to prioritize in this draft, especially in the environment that you already mentioned, with everything being so
so new. With people still trying to figure out this meta.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We've got to see some Divine Sunder or Ezreal. We saw a game that still has Udyr in it. Apparently, we can't hit him in the kneecaps enough with the Nerf bat to actually get rid of the run stun job done.
Good.
What is going to happen as this develops over the course of this week and next week? Because remember, we're now playing a triple round robin in summer. So every team is going to play every other team 3 separate times. We're going to have a bunch of games being played for these teams to see the difference between what works in the scrims and what works on stage.
Yeah, and I think a good example of that is probably Viego, that has been going into 4-5s and drafts recently.
Yeah.
Where he is incredibly flexible. I think he's a strong 3-way flex, jungle, top, mid. He's also just such a solid, immovable piece on side lanes as the game goes on.
Yep.
And as we've seen in certain games, he snowballs incredibly well. Especially in that Power of Evil game. If you just have that one execution, you can play around it, then you are just untargetable.
It's ridiculous.
And unpredictable, exactly. So I think Viego is probably going to raise in priority as we see more games come in. So that's an example where, maybe a first pick. Same goes towards Varus. I think Varus he's been getting banned a few times, but also just a solid first pick to allow your bot lane to just be that strong immediately.
And we're also seeing a bit more, at least what I'm seeing as defensive itemization from Viego here. Like when you see a Viego in your solo queue game, a lot of times the builds you're seeing are things like a Kraken Slayer with a Bork and just this, hey, I'm going to build pure on-hit damage, and if I start to pop off, I win the game. Give me my LP so I can get into the next one. But considering these games are generally more reserved, you don't get the chance to just pop off and kill everybody nonstop. We're seeing Immortal Shield bows, right? We're seeing defensive items with Randuins and Spirit Visitors and stuff like that. So the ability to adapt these strategies that work into solo queue and remove the parts that are a little bit too YOLO and replace them with something a bit more conservative makes it so these kinds of picks can work. Also, I believe Gwen is on the table, but has been banned quite a lot.
Consistently,
so I do want to see if that gets through. Have players been putting in the practice on that champion, because she can wreak a whole lot of havoc of her own.
Yeah, I remember when she first came out, a lot of top laners were playing her. Revenge is a great example of that. They just thought the champion was fun. And even though the solo queue win rates were incredibly low, she got buffed. Also, players just understood her a lot better as a champion. And so now you can't touch it. It's consistently banned. I do want to see one game of it. I think a lot of people would love seeing how strong and how she is in a 1v2 or 1v3 situation when she has her items.
Oh, yeah. Her damage is just through the roof. I mean, when you look at her, so many champions that have been released in the past couple of years, they do a variety, like a ton of different things with each button. So many of Gwen's buttons are just, I will kill you. Q is, I'm going to kill you. Passive, I'm going to kill you. E, I will dash slightly and kill you. R is I'm going to kill you.
Snip.
Yeah. W, of course, gives her that defensive utility, that incredible power of nobody's allowed to hurt her outside of that.
Yeah.
But when this champion gets ahead, the amount of pain she brings to the table is pretty incredible. So I'm hoping we get at least one game with her as well.
I do too. I remember, being able to cast the game. This was, college level, so it wasn't really like the highest level of League of Legends. But there were a few standouts, and when we got to see that game, the idea of being able to play into it, like, try and throw in a bruiser like a Renekton versus it in the mid lane while having an Olaf as your jungle so you can try and secure the 2v2. Problem is, her early laning phase, her first 2 levels are just absurdly strong. Not just the fact that you could stack up Q procs off the minion wave, but then, of course, just I think it's a 40% attack speed steroid on your level 1 E.
It's a lot.
And you have Doran's Blade too, so you're just snipping people right out the get-go. So it's like that part of her kit is probably going to get toned down, but we won't get to see it unless if we see crucial mistake on the stage.
Exactly. Speaking of the stage, quick update. I believe the mouse issue mentioned earlier has been fixed. However, unfortunately, that is not the end of it. There is a client issue that is now being resolved. Hopefully, we can head into the game sooner than later. I don't have any more updates than that right now. So instead, we're just going to switch the conversation up a little bit. I'm going to ask, because we're talking about Gwen and saying, okay, we'd like to see a game with Gwen in it.
Yep.
Specifically, what else would you like to see, Raz, that we haven't got to see yet?
I think more mage supports, because we already did see that with Ezreal Karma. So I think we'll see a little bit more. I think it was doing incredibly well in lane, but it's one of those compositions that if you ever have a mage support, nothing really to kind of overcompensate in the jungle, that if you make one mistake, well, you don't have a playmaking tool to get back into the game. But if you're a strong team, if you get on the objective at the right time, if you're dragon stacking, all these things that come into play, like a Lulu is a great example. I think Lulu is absurdly strong. I know the desk was actually kind of just hit on it on an off note.
But Lulu is such a great champion with a Kog'Maw. You know, if you want to also pair it with like an Aphelios or something like that, it just works really well in a team fight setting, especially if you have confidence. Let's just say a top tier team. Let's throw in like Team Liquid, TSM. If they're confident that they can get onto an objective well enough, if they have like tempo on sides, then the enemy team walking into a Lulu squad is pretty damn hard. So that's a good example. I think we should see more enchanters, including Lulu.
And I want to bring this up because you say a top-tier team, and you mentioned TSM, and you mentioned Team Liquid.
Yep.
Let's throw back to your show at the beginning of the day on Lane by Lane, because when you asked who's going to win in summer, Freak's turning around and saying he believes in 100 Thieves.
He did.
Being able to be one of those top-tier teams. So now that we've talked a little bit about looking for mid-jungle synergy between Closer and Abadage, now that we've talked a little bit about Reaper coming in and what he brings to the table, is that enough for 100 Thieves to be a top-tier team? If not, what sort of developments do you want to see from them to be able to say, okay, you're onto something here, Freak?
I think it is. I think it is enough. My biggest concern with 100 Thieves when they, had one failing part on the map, if like Demonte had a bad game or if just someone on the map wasn't performing, they would kind of stick to the same play and then fail. The dominoes would just keep falling. They wouldn't cut their losses, and I think that was a concern from my end. But if you just simply have better players across the board, if Abadage is just playing well regardless, then the dives that they make, like the kind of the headstrong plays they go for anyways, they just work. I do hope, though, because once we get later on in the split, and the teams like Cloud9, Team Liquid, like they're not having the poor games that they're having right now, then it will be a problem that if they're behind in a game, that they kind of, or at least like if they make one misplay, that they tend to domino it. Like they run it down. That's the one thing I don't want to see. But I think they're aware of,
and
cross my finger.
And when I look at the other team on the stage here, when I'm looking at Immortals, the main two spots that I'm looking at, I know you said you wanted to see Xerxes make more plays and wanted to see Xerxes like really keep things going early on for this team. The two players that I'm looking at are the solo lanes, because I think both these guys have a lot of pop-off potential. I think both of them are still plenty young. They're hungry to prove themselves and show exactly what they got here. And we've seen some real bright moments in the past, even just in this past split, from both of these guys showing that they could carry a game if things are just a little bit different, just a little bit better, maybe had a little bit better footing to stand on there in the early game like you were already talking about. So I guess the point that I'm heading towards here is that if they can accomplish the goal that you've already set out for them, which is stabilize the early game a little bit better, I want to see that continue and follow through with the solo lane carries, and let's go, baby! That is some Champion Select music, and that means it is time for us to stop rambling and get into some picks and bans. 100 Thieves versus Immortals, fourth game of the day. First day in LCS Summer 2021, and the continuation of spring. Remember, all them records are sticking with us, and we're going to see who's the real deal. Let's get it on.
I think it's quite great for IMT, after the previous split, actually coming in 7-11. You have a long summer split, longer than the spring split, that you can rectify that with good play. So to your point that you're coming off with, I'm really impressed with Revenge when he has his champions and when the game is still in play, 20 minutes onwards. I think he's a great individual player. So let's see who gets the ball.
Okay, we've got Nocturne, Lee Sin, Varus, Renekton, Senna, and Gwen. Sorry, we ain't going to get no Gwen this game. All banned away. First pick of the draft. Oh, my goodness. 100 Thieves must have watched the MSI Finals. They know exactly what they picked 5 games in a row. It's the Udyr.
Run and stun.
Job's done.
Great pick, especially if you want to solidify strong 2v2. And I'm expecting that he's going to try and work with Abadage and someday a little bit more. I want to see what those picks are. Blue side, we'll see if he can get counter pick. But Rumble being picked up by IMT is a great team fighter, but needs good setup. I think we've seen a lot of Rumble games already where the Rumble ultimate's just flying a little bit too far out of reach. But having what I've seen from great Rumble teams is that if you just have a Nautilus or something that can set it up, it really does make the pick that much stronger.
And you got to have people who are able to follow up after he drops it, right? You can't just have Rumble dropping these things from 1,000 units away and nobody else is nearby. So now we've got the Tristana locked in next to it here with Immortals. And back on 100 Thieves, we will get to see another game of the Ezreal Karma lane there down in bottom side. Very difficult to make things happen on these two champions if you're up against it.
Yeah, I love it. And you're picking Nautilus reluctantly. I mean, when we saw TSM, they ended up winning that game, of course. But in the lane, it was really tough for Sword Art and lost. Getting pelted consistently with the poke that Ezreal and Karma provided. So that's the idea that 100 Thieves have. If they have a better plan, then Karma is flexible and can go top lane. I don't quite like Karma, Udyr mid lane jungle, so I don't expect it to be mid.
Yeah.
But definitely expecting this one to be a Huhi Karma as we go into the 4-5s.
And we've got ourselves a not really much engage or any engage at all on the side of 100 Thieves here so far. That is always something that I'm critical of in general regular season LCS play. I'm not a huge fan of teams not drafting any engage. The execution barrier is very high at that point.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of engage here for 100 Thieves in the second half of the draft. But right now, let's see how the bans are going. It's Syndra and Callista both banned away, as Orianna will be the final ban from the side of Immortals, double targeting that mid lane there. They're obviously also believing that the Karma's obviously going into the support role.
Yeah.
Now, what is our final ban of the draft here from 100 Thieves?
They're definitely expecting an Aurelia. Okay, they're trying to set up for a Gnar GP possibility in the top lane. And so I like the Callista ban, respecting the fact that the Tristana can be flexed towards the mid lane, especially with an AP jungler. I think the draft has been good from IMT side. They just need to round it out. Strong top side would be preferable, and that's going to be a blind pick Jace.
Okay, in a Jace, ready to go. What will the answer be from 100 Thieves? Oh, now if that gets locked in, there's your curveball. There's your Karma's actually going mid. And we'll have engage power through the support role from Leona instead.
Thinking about it.
8 seconds left. They're taking their time. Want to make sure they get the maximum amount of thought in on this one.
Lock it in.
It's locked in. So Karma mid, or could be Karma top.
I think it's Karma top.
Ooh. Okay. Wukong.
Nice.
Let's do it.
So it's going to be a hectic top lane, and I want to see what IMT rounds their draft out here. With a mid lane option, just to see where the Tristana ends up going. I'm expecting it to be a Tristana bot lane. Mid lane here for Insanity. He has some time to think about it, but the draft from 100 Thieves is interesting. I think that, given engaged support to Huhi, he's the type of person, he will get the job done. I think he's been super instrumental in a lot of his engaged picks. That's going to be a set here, picked up for the top lane.
Okay, we've got Set picked up, so he'll want to be laning into that Wukong, and then we got Jace versus the Karma. Bottom lane, exactly as you're saying, you expect the Tristana to go down there with a Nautilus. So Tristana and Nautilus, very powerful all in. If Nautilus can land the dredge line, set Tristana up for the hook, it's pretty easy. The thing is, man, it's Ezreal and Karma. They are slippery.
Yeah, the Leona is going to be...
Ezreal and Leona.
It's always tough with these flexes. I'll say... Leona is going to be a target, most likely. If there's ever an engage, then it has to be Huhi's that's recognizing it. But taking a look at the draft as a whole, quite a lot of poke from the Karma. I wonder if that's going to be a support Karma build or an AP build, so they have more poke between her and the Ezreal. But that's a great flank engage that you have to be concerned about if you're IMT with the Wukong there. But Wukong and Set, I know Wukong and Jace was very chaotic. You're going to be expecting both junglers to be going topside. Wukong and Set is also equally so. My mind right now is going to be on Revenge.
Okay.
Expecting the jungle to be pathing topside and seeing if a good gank comes by. Especially even if it's out of laning phase. Set in team fights is just so damn instrumental. So I want to see what he's able to do in those fights.
Which draft do you favor here now that we've seen all 10 champions locked in? Who do you think's got the edge in this head-to-head?
I'll give it to 100 Thieves.
Okay.
I think Ezreal, Leona, mostly off the jungle pick on Udyr. I think Udyr could do a lot with that mid lane push and Karma.
Still got to fear the deer.
True.
All right, my friends. Let's do it. Let's see what we've got here. Everything looking pretty normal. We got Conqueror, Teleport on both of our top laners. Teleport and Airy for Abadage here in the mid lane with that Karma. Insanity running a Conqueror of his own. Bottom side, of course, Raze does need to take the cleanse when you're up against Udyr, when you're up against Leona. 2 different point-and-click stuns can make it very, very difficult to navigate team fights without the ability to break that CC like that. Everything else seeming pretty par for the course here as everyone heads out onto the Rift. Line of scrimmage being drawn. If it's an invade this game, it will be a late one.
This one's a double TP on both sides as well, so it's going to be Insanity and Abadage going to be pretty keyed into side lanes. If any fight is to start out, they're going to be there for it.
Okay, Someday just chilling up here in the top side river. We can see 3 of the players on Immortals around this bottom side jungle here. So usually if you see that delayed 3-man invade, it's jungler with the bot lanes together. Looks like we have a pause, tragically. Hopefully this will be resolved here very soon.
Yeah, and kind of taking a look back at the IMT draft, I know I focused on the fact that Rumble with good setup, that's what you need.
Yep.
Set and Nautilus are fantastic setups. I think if you're able to get a good fight off of a set, flank, or something to be able to get him into the full team fight, get a good stun off, Rumble carpet straight on top of him, it's a thumbs up from me. So I think if they can get themselves a good team fight, it works well there for them.
And I just want this game to live up to the excitement that we've had of the 3 games here so far.
Yeah.
Game number 1 of the day, we had TSM and TL. That was a pretty close one. Yes, TSM was in control most of the time, but there was definitely a fight in TL the whole time, like as TSM had to really work for that win there towards the end. You get to the second game of the day, and it is bloody, 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 bloody. Third game of the day, you get quite an upset, by the way. Like, holy cow. So all I want, Raz, is now that we're here casting the games, I want to continue with this madness. I want to start summer off the right way. Don't give me none of that resident sleeper. Don't give me no first blood at 15 minutes into the game. I want to see some wild League of Legends.
Yeah, take your chances, playmaking. Even in the Team Liquid TSM game, Team Liquid had chances there. Bot lane team fight that got them just a wipe. So if you have enough playmaking, anything can happen.
Okay.
Just the defense on this one. Rumble, of course, really early on, weak to invade. So nice to see Insanity just taking a check if there is a late invade coming through.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we saw at MSI, right? One of the ways the teams started to punish the power of Rumble and how his clear works. Rumble does have to take the W at level 1. When he does that, well, you can invade him pretty easily, and what's he going to do? Turn on his shield and run away? That's just about it. So no invade this time around. Immortals are able to get their jungler off to a solid start. We'll keep an eye on how things go in this bottom lane because, again, we want to compare this to the Ezreal in the previous games that we've seen and how well he can do in this lane and how accurate that poke can land.
Yeah, in the previous one, he did have a lot of help with the Karma, double range, double poke. In this game, he's going to get path to from the Udyr. So Udyr is going to be farming straight towards the bot side, ideally trying to get Scuttle. Take a look at this nice scrap here.
Yeah, nice little bit of 2v2 damage there in the favor of Immortals as who he loses about half HP. But considering that it's 100 Thieves hitting level 2 first, they'll be able to maintain priority over that lane and get the wave shoved in so it can reset. Up in top lane, Revenge will just smack Someday around here a little bit. Set is one of those champions that is very, very difficult to just stand there and fight in melee range.
Yeah.
So it's up to Someday to just hang back a little bit, lose some farm early on, try to punish later.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be put in a pretty tough position, getting Set counterpicked into him, and then also having the jungle move away. So if he ever has a bad trade, just going to happen, Xerxes is going to be there. So he's just taking it passively, getting the wave underneath the turret. The big scary part is, of course, what's going to be happening in the mid lane matchup. If Insanity's ever to find a good angle there, if he gets a good trade, as we saw quite earlier on, then a 3-man dive, no matter your HP, you're not going to be able to fight that.
Yeah, very, very difficult stuff. Revenge keeping control up here in this top side, but the farm is dead even between them, so it's not like Someday's actually being forced off the wave anytime soon. Xerxes is up here. Now, fortunately, Xerxes is also playing Rumble in the jungle instead of that super mega anime scream the name of your spell every time you do something skin, so it's a little bit more calm every time we mouse the camera over him. But down back in the bottom lane, we have the Scuttle Crab secured, so those have been traded back and forth, and Xerxes is still invested in this top side here.
Oh, he's looking for a flash stun here from Revenge if he can set up this play here. Get included close to it.
Revenge just doesn't even need to flash. We already got the stun. Xerxes here, and he's ready to go. The Flame Spitter keeps on ticking. Flash with the haymaker. First blood for Immortal.
Yeah, they used double flash for it, but it worked out. I think Xerxes was managing his rage bar very well there. Overheated, got the extra bit of damage, and a nice trade in the bot lane.
A lot of damage coming out there. Ray's losing a ton of HP, but FBI the same. The bomb's about to explode on his head. He nearly dies. Heal comes out and barely keeps FBI alive, but back up here on the top side, Revenge singing the same song. Closer wanted to help, but they could not secure the kill. Revenge barely getting away. Back here in the mid lane, now it's another trade in a 1v1. Abadage grabbing a bit more damage as Insanity falls back.
What a scrappy game 4 minutes in. And I liked what was happening there with Closer. Comes up for a gank and forces Revenge farther back, so he's going to miss a little bit more of the minion wave, TPing back into the lane. But great start from IMT. I was going to talk about how it was nice for Xerxes pathing away from the Udyr matchup so he can just farm out freely and not have to deal with it. And then finding the angle top lane. Seems like IMT has leveled up a little bit in the break.
That's what you like to see, my friend. Immediate back there from Xerxes, now grabbing the Sorcerer's Shoes, ready to go with the extra magic penetration. And talking about Xerxes, let's see how he made it happen here in top.
There we go. Not only was he that close to being able to get overlooked, but also had red buff to boot. Flash coming in from Revenge as he was channeling up his W. Just interested in this part. I think, yeah, Revenge just needed to base off this one with his jungler. Didn't expect the gank to come through. He's able to survive it, even with the flash down. So it's not too damaging, but lost a bit of the minion wave as Udyr was chasing him to his second turret, so that happened.
Very good placement on the face breaker there. If he didn't stun both of them, he was dead on that and really ends up being able to punish Closer's flash there, just getting back, getting that flash, not being punished super heavy for it, and Revenge is right back up in top side, keeping that wave shoved in. No focus onto the dragon here yet. I had a bit of an error on my screen, but now we're right back into the game. Here we go. Insanity trying to stay alive, but it's a three-man play here in the mid lane. They grab the kill. Closer taking the credit as, oh my goodness, that's not what you wanted to see, but there's the follow-up. Destiny starts it off, and the rest of the team is ready to go. Now they'll continue the chase onto Abadage. Revenge grabbing the kill there, and they end up getting the 2-for-1. Down here in the bottom side, the violence continues as Raze guarantees that he shoves in the wave.
That was an optimistic gank from 100 Thieves on towards Insanity, and his dying breath gets a lot of damage down to help support the Xerxes and Destiny coming through. So overall, love this from IMT, able to just block the plays coming through. Taking a second look at this one, yeah, basically a tower dive. Damage going down on towards Huhi, so when inevitably Destiny does come, a little bit of spaghetti over here. Great tethering in with the Rumble ultimate. The auto from Nautilus able to keep him in the carpet a little bit longer and also get the kill on Abadage.
Good stuff from Immortals, man. Hey, you said you wanted to see a team that did well in the first 10 minutes. A team that was able to make some plays and set things up, and that is exactly what we're getting here so far. Huhi's about to just explode, and the money goes over to Raze.
Well, just a great timing here. Also had the control ward to just mask it, so not only are they going to be able to get that kill, Dragon immediately afterwards. This is looking like a refined IMT. You have to watch out, FBI, because they all know that the jungler is in this area, so he's just going to keep it a little bit further back from the turret.
Destiny with that Hex Flash, just in case they wanted to get a little bit saucier, but nope, instead they will fall back over to the Drake. Yes, Xerxes can solo this one down very easily, but bringing over Destiny just guarantees that it's 100% safe. First Drake of the game secured at 8 minutes. Not exceptionally quick, but not terribly slow either.
And just as a confirmation, was wondering about the Karma build. It's going to be a Bandle Glass, so regardless, it's going to be a supportive build from the Karma.
Right.
So the DPS from 100 Thieves side will drop off as the game goes on. IMT should be pretty comfortable in terms of how they're scaling with Rumble, Tristana, and the threat from the Jace. So just a kind of a concern from me with 100 Thieves have been playing out this early game.
And that means that we need a lot from Someday and FBI on the side of 100 Thieves because you're the damage threats now, right? Support Karma in mid lane's not going to be doing it. Full tank Udyr, yeah, he can run and stun, but then the job is truly and completely done because he's not killing anybody after that too well. So I really, really want to see some big plays, some big flanks out of Wukong if 100 Thieves wants to come back into this game because I am impressed with the first 9 minutes of Immortals gameplay here.
It's nice. They're playing around Xerxes wonderfully on his pathing. When he was pathing towards the top side, it was actually Someday that wasn't respecting that timer. Packing towards the bot side, same with FBI and Huhi, and it looks like it's going to be an opportunity to get the kill on Revenge.
All right, there we go. Now Revenge wants to use that ulti to get himself out, and he does it. Closer still gets the stun, but it don't matter. Revenge gets away.
Feels bad. Every time it seems like an attempt from a gank is happening from Closer, it's immediately blocked away, and he has to escape with how IMT is now pathing and clearing vision topside, so they're just covering their corners here.
And honestly, it's so tricky to try to make those pincer ganks going around the tri-bush from behind on set if he has his ultimate up, because you're guaranteed that he's going to use his ulti to escape, and that means that the laner that you're trying to gank for is now 600 units away and has to find a way to catch up. He already used his dash. He already used the Nimbus strike. It's not coming in anymore. He needs the cooldown, and now Immortals are sending players up to the topside river. They are looking for this first Rift Herald for themselves. 10 minutes into the game, looks like they'll grab it. Someday wants to go in and fight for it. Revenge at about half HP, stuns the man into his own clone, beats him right back down into the riverbed.
Overall greedy. They were trying to buy time for Huhi to get there on time, but just a great recognition from IMT. Hey, you know, Revenge is there. Destiny's been there for some time. It's 100 Thieves that just had to give it.
That's not what you want. Somewhere out there, Azael is flustered. He's talked about it so many times about teams just giving up a Rift Herald, farm up instead, get whatever you can. But instead, it's just Someday giving away a free kill on top of the Rift Herald secured. And they've got this for the entire duration of the plates, so they should be guaranteed another minimum 320 gold.
It's just when teams are just tunneling a little bit too much because, you know, they did set up a little bit towards the top side. Huhi was there for a little bit. They're the ones that started Rift Herald, so they didn't even think about the opportunity of going to the opposite side of the map. So, caught with their pants down. Destiny also just hunting for a play on FBI. Overall, just taking a look at the vision on the bot side of the map, it's just been exceptional from IMT. It's 100 Thieves that need to be the one that make the play, and so a lot of onus right now is on Huhi.
Okay.
Close.
Destiny wants to go in there with a dredge line, but not a whole lot going to be happening here yet. Now, ooh,
no
TP.
way.
I think they're ready to go for it. Lay out the red carpet. The guests of honor have arrived. Here comes the set over the top. Goodbye, FBI. Meet the 100 Thieves demise, baby. The shutdown comes out. The set will die, but it's still going to be a 2-for-1. And Immortals just keep lining them up to knock them down.
What team are we watching? Spring Split, I would expect this is what 100 Thieves are doing to teams really early on, especially in the lock-in tournament. It's IMT cleaning 100 Thieves clocks out.
This is great stuff from Immortals. This is exactly what you wanted to see from this roster, talking about going into summer, learning with the time that you had off, using those opportunities to really get these guys meshing well together.
Yeah.
And damn if they aren't doing it in these first 12 minutes, Raz. I'm going to ask the question, but I already know the answer.
What a day.
Has this met your expectations for the first 10 minutes?
Hell yes.
That's what I want to hear.
This entire damn day has set my expectations for the Summer Split. Just clean. TP coming through on the ward. They're confident that they can chase him down. Revenge must be calling for it, knowing that he can call the distance.
And boom! FBI just explodes. Revenge is there. Yeah, he gets the Haymaker shield. Problem is that tower's not just warmed up. That thing's hot.
Yeah.
And that means that even the boss has to go down eventually. But man, the plays that Revenge is making...
Oh my god.
Revenge is not only doing a great job avoiding deaths from Closer's ganks by good use of the face breaker and the ulti, but he's also rotating around, helping the fights down at the Rift Herald, helping these plays in the bottom lane. I'm loving what we're seeing from this guy in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's set up to succeed. Not only were they pathing towards him initially, he has a good matchup for himself, and so every time he's getting the push off, he's walking towards that side of the map. I also think they're really in tune with TP advantage when they have that, when they're dealing against that, and so they're playing safely around that. So overall, fantastic from IMT. Now we're going to be looking to see if they can remain, keep the lead that they do have.
Yeah.
But I'm liking it because so far, they've done a great job sitting in their own vision. When they were in that bot side jungle, just chilling out, waiting for the wave to get cleared out and also for the dragon to come up, I thought they were playing a very respectful game. So this is a completely different IMT than we saw in spring.
And 100% kill participation on Xerxes so far.
Feels
I
good.
really like the fact that this is the guy that you were looking at to say, here's how you win the early game. Here's how you stabilize. Here's how you have a strong foundation to build that house that we want to see this team be able to build. And there it is, man. The Rumble doing so much work here for this team. So now I have to pose the question to you, Raz.
Hit me.
No, wait, hold on. Give me a second.
Someone's
because
about to
this,
hit someday.
This might turn into a real bad time for
it's
Mr.
aware.
Someday. We got a lot of bodies in that top side 100 Thieves jungle. Okay,
Hands
that's
up.
Scryer's plant doing a lot of work there as who he's going to see these guys waiting to set the trap. The collapse is coming. I don't know if they still win this, though. Dredgeline goes out. Raze goes in. Won't find a whole lot off of it. FBI tries to trade with him there, but Raze doing a good job sidestepping most of the skill shots here for now. So 100 Thieves is hemorrhaging this early game. They are already down 3,000 gold. It's about to be even more. That's the second tournament of the game going over to Immortals. What is the game plan for this 100 Thieves roster to stop this, to somehow put a bandage over this?
Yeah, going back to the comp, a lot of the times playmaking is the answer, but they do have that in Leona and in the Wukong. You just need the damage to follow up, which goes back to the draft. I think they're, regardless of the result happening in this game, they're going to go back and reevaluate the fact that they have support Karma with an Udyr. I didn't like it coming into the game, but I'm always interested, especially with a new patch. And if they're playing heavily towards bot lane, if bot lane can get a heavy advantage early, that just hasn't happened. And so IMT definitely are going to feel ultra confident overloading this side of the map if they want to. When they were sitting in the top side blue buff pit, and they were just caught, they're like, okay, what are you going to do about it? It's like, you're going to walk into us? We could take this fight. Destiny was willing to take the hook. So it's the same thing in this positioning. They just need to get a ward in this line bush here that Revenge is sitting in. Clear that one out.
Okay, here comes your Shirelia's activation. Very powerful engage tool there, but it just can't do it. You're trying to engage on champions that can get away, and it does not work. 100 Thieves, yes, they're starting to get these items online. We've got 2 different Divine Sunderers, as well as that Shirelia is there for Abadage that you just saw the attempted use of, but they still couldn't get the engage on Immortals just yet.
And if you're going to look for an engage on a champion, I think Rumble, Jace, Tristana, checkmark, great. You can probably get enough damage to get a kill on them. Set, different conversation.
No, not set.
You're probably set enough for a good team fight.
Set.
You don't want to touch that champion.
No, sir.
So, you know, they were thinking about it, realized that it would take too much time, and walked away from it.
And we are also seeing some more aggro itemization here from Set, and I like this because there's been so many Reddit clips and so much discussion lately about mathematically correct Set, which is the Set that gets maximum value out of his Haymakers by only building health and cooldown reduction, so that the Haymakers just come out, he takes 1 billion damage, but he doesn't die, and then he punches you for 2,000 true damage. So considering we're going for Stridebreaker and now into what I'm assuming is going to be a Stair Axe, this dude could just mollywop an entire team. If they line up into a Haymaker, it could be some scary stuff. You can see Insanity making his way down here into the bottom lane. He will stop Someday from securing the first turret of the game here for his team. We've already got another Rift Herald earned by the side of Immortals. There is nothing in this game, Raz, it's not going their way.
It's time to look into the future. If I open my goggles, because a minute, Dragon's coming up. Rift Herald's already there for IMT. They're a stronger team-fighting team. Set will be there for the fight. And so it's going to have to be 100 Thieves that make the hard decision of whether they're going to fight against or climb Mount Everest basically in that team fight.
Tough call.
For Soul Point, or if you just trade sides. I'm definitely in the court of trading sides a little bit here and trying to play for top lane turret and just let them have it.
Well, they're about to let him have it here in the mid lane. Immortals summoning up the Rift Herald. They know that 100 Thieves wants to defend this Tier 1 turret, but there's just no way to do it. Shelly's charge alone will take that one out, and that means more money in the Immortals' pocket.
And the vision is so good from IMT. If you're looking towards the Dragon, it's coming up in 15 seconds. They can walk into the line bush and force 100 Thieves to just try and walk into them. It's going to be a difficult task.
Immortals still grouped up as 5. Doing a great job making sure no man's left behind. Nobody's a straggler that'll allow for a pick.
All right, I know they're all grouped up, but I do need... close.
That was almost the go button right there. Someday has the flash. He can go over the wall if he wants and try to engage with the Wukong ulti. Approaching from the side, but a good use of that far sight trinket to guarantee that they will be aware of his presence.
Yeah, IMT needs to play this one slow and let Revenge get a good position on the flank, because I think he definitely would thrive in that spot where 100 Thieves have to back away. So let's see what we get here. He's going to be with the team, and now 100 Thieves are just trying to figure out if they can steal it or what.
Yeah, 100 Thieves backing away. The Dragon's going to be burned down. Already secured by the side of Immortals. 100 Thieves can't find their way into the fight just yet. The Dredge line making its way on the enemy top. Lane of the Cyclones coming out. The Immortals are trying to fight back. Revenge grabbing the kill on Someday. It's a trade for Destiny as Closer picks up the kill there. 100 Thieves, they won't find anything but a 1-for-1. They lose their top laner for the enemy support.
It could have looked really good for 100 Thieves, but it was IMT that was aware of the flank, and it was Destiny and Revenge that was marking that. So when Someday reared his head, it turned into a one-for-one where it could have very easily been a great engage for Someday. Take a second look at this, because if he was not detected, obviously he was, would have gotten a lot of good DPS off with Revenge as low as he was. But, you know, just turns into a 1-for-1. IMT being the smarter team of the two, knew they already got the bag in the Dragon. Back away, that Soul point, and now they're looking for Soul in 4 minutes.
That Soul could be very scary stuff. Damage dealt in the last team fight. Karma did 60. I mean, it's mid lane support Karma. You would you hate to see it, but it is what it is. Over on the other side, a lot of damage coming out from Insanity and Xerxes here with the Jace and Rumble combination. Jace having that Eclipse, and here's the other important thing for Xerxes. Look at the stopwatch in the inventory. Means he can go in there, try to get maximum Flame Spitter damage, and then immediately drop aggro. Lots of playmaking potential on that.
Oh man, it's going to be hard to penetrate what is a colossal vision advantage for IMT. And going back to the draft a little bit, I know we both expected that to be an Ezreal Karma bot lane. Yeah. And I know they ended up swapping it. Even if they had this iteration where Karma is mid lane, I was saying that maybe an AP Karma to amplify the poke with Ezreal, because as you start to see support items start stacking here for Abadage, you know, you really don't have the support itemization to help your team out.
Yeah.
Especially if you're poke Ezreal. I can see that they're calling for this.
Okay, they're daring their opponents to come after him. Stridebreaker from Revenge, flashing behind him to make the play with a showstopper. Closer gets away, Dredge line won't find a target. Immortals makes a move on the enemy jungler, they scare him away. And with Closer at 20% HP, they're right back onto the Baron.
They know they did enough damage. Would have loved the kill, but that's going to be a Baron unless 100 Thieves just focus on the fight.
Revenge is down to about 1/3 HP. Destiny, he dredge lines into the wall and he dies for free. Not what Immortals wanted to see, but a huge stop for 100 Thieves.
Oh, a breath of a miracle for 100 Thieves that Destiny misplayed that. You're going to have to expect a few members to stay just in case 100 Thieves start doing the objective. I'm expecting, you know, Insanity with the poke that he has. So it just basically turns into nothing, which is great for 100 Thieves. They can reset the vision, they can come back onto the map, and it buys them some time. But yeah, crucial misplay there from Destiny on IMT side.
Okay, so there's a little bit of breathing room
for
100 Thieves. And honestly, Raz, the gold's only 1,500 apart right about now. It's not like we're talking about this mountain of economic difference here between the teams, but a big part of focus will be that Dragon Soul. Here in 2 minutes, 100 Thieves makes the call. Do you fight for that one or not? Do you try to make some sort of a play? Remember, if you get the individual win, you get 1 Dragon point.
Yep.
Those are not worth a whole lot. You give away the Soul, it puts Elder on the board, game state changes a little bit. Got ourselves a 1v1 between the top laners. Backup showing up from both sides. Revenge gonna be your target, but now let's see if they're able to switch the aggro over onto Insanity. Revenge's Steric's gonna pop, he uses the showstopper, getting away with a haymaker, face breaker, let's go! Closer's your next target, and 100 Thieves will fall to pieces in front of Immortals. A little bit more damage finds its way onto Xerxes, but he will not die just yet. Who he has to fall back. Destiny will finally be brought down by a nice Mystic shot in the back end of the fight. FBI's looking for a little bit more, but at the end of the day, it is a 3-for-2 in favor of Immortals.
It's getting real close, and a Dragon coming up in a minute. This is 100 Thieves being scrappy, trying to find these plays. Someday was looking for a scrap onwards Revenge. Both TPs come through. Man, that was pretty insane, but I'm looking at Raze. I thought he had great positioning in the team fight. As you can see, TP's coming through on both sides to commit to this play. I feel bad for Revenge a little bit because it was going, the fight was going on and off, so he was actually resetting on that charge on his W as well up there. But he ends up just blowing up the Karma. And so 3 members dying on the side, but look at FBI. So clutch in this moment to get that kill on towards Destiny there. But we're back to another fight.
Oh man, it does not stop. A lot of damage finds its way to Huhi. He's down to 100 HP, but he will survive. A little bit of extra shielding there on the back end to guarantee that he gets away. Now Revenge is also very hurt, but remember that Revenge has the ability to teleport back. That will give Immortals the man advantage here as this 4th Drake of the game spawns. Immortals currently on Soul Point. If they get this, it's the Cloud Soul. Raze just lost a third of his HP to a single Mystic shot. FBI and the rest 100 Thieves somehow looking to fight here. Dredgeline finding Someday. A little bit more damage onto him as Closer jukes off to the side, trying to maintain a little bit of aggro, trying to keep these guys distracted. Someday at half HP. Cyclone still ready to go. Dragon still aggroed by the side of Immortals.
Rumble ult back up now.
That one going. Xerxes just about having the Rumble ulti ready to go here. Dragon's down to 2,000 HP. Equalizer finds its way there. Cloud Soul over to IMT. And the fight's about to do the same. He's already down and Abadage will follow. Both enemy supports are gone. More damage is coming out and Raze is taking out Someday. Everybody except FBI is going down and they will not be opening up today. Triple kill to the AD carry and an ace for Immortals.
What a clear sweep. With how long that fight was going on, I was concerned. Cersei, no Rumble ultimate, but they wait long enough for that cooldown to come back up. Great TP there from Revenge to be there with the team fight. Huge come up now. That's Dragon Soul. That's Baron and IMT in the driver's seat to a victory.
Dragon Soul, Baron, and a gold lead that now is a mountain of economic difference between these two squads. With the 300 gold per person from Baron, that will jump this up to over 7K for Immortals just 25 minutes into this game.
This has just been a huge performance out of Revenge, Xerxes. You can mention everyone on the team, but just as a highlight into those two individuals and then how their team fights have been going. I think I've heard that they've been scrimming for a long time, but just to check out this Bud Light Ace, the vision that they've had to secure this area, the patience waiting for the Rumble ultimate, and just take a look as Revenge sets up this fight incredibly well. It's Huhi that's isolated, and they're able to get down Abadage as well. So just a difficult fight for 100 Thieves to take. FBI trying to make the best of it, just get squashed.
Yeah, he tried to go in. There were a couple players at low HP. Maybe if he pulls off a miracle and kills all 3 of them, they can't get Baron.
Yeah.
But there's no miracles here today. Not for 100 Thieves, not yet. 7,500 gold lead is exactly what Immortals have, and they're looking to take it even further. Both tier 2 turrets here in top and mid are under pressure. Most of that pressure focused around the top lane here as Raze is just a demolition machine on the Tristana.
Something to take note of as we are on the Baron push from IMT is that they purchased 2 crucial stopwatches in their engages. That's going to be Revenge and Destiny that wants to be the ones that start the fight, and they have a way out.
Okay, they're pushing onto the top lane, tier 3 already. Someday has to use the clone just to get away. 100 Thieves tries to collapse on Revenge back in the mid lane, but considering he gets out with his flash, that means there's nothing to be found except a dead inhibitor there in the top lane. Well done from Revenge, well coordinated by the team as a whole, and now they can just rotate it back over to mid and continue moving as a unit.
Yeah, they're playing off 2 waves here. I want to see if they want to aim for this inhibitor. This is going to be the last straw here for 100 Thieves if they can fight for this one.
Okay, FBI will continue just holding these guys at bay however he can.
Wow.
Nice equalizer just scares them away. They know they can't fight if the AD carry's got 25% HP. Immortals is a bulldozer right now, and they are just smashing the enemy base. 100 Thieves seem completely unable to respond at any point this game. Immortals continuing the push now to the Nexus turrets. Raze has the bomb strapped to the first one, finds a lot of damage on that one as it detonates. Next minion wave already flowing in from top lane. Baron buff still active for another 45 seconds. Immortals continuing the push. 100 Thieves continuing to lose health on every single player. Someday tries to find some sort of an opportunity walking forward, but none will present itself.
It's going to have to be 100 Thieves drawing the line in the sand somewhere, but Abadage gets hit with a big one.
There's no line in the sand to be drawn, but they're going in right now looking to fight for their lives as the True Shot Barrage comes in. 100 Thieves' last-ditch defense will not find any success. Raze almost finds himself a reset. Double kill for Raze, triple kill for Raze. Quadra kill is it not quite yet, but it's enough. Ladies and gentlemen, this Immortals squad came to play in summer, and they'll take down 100 Thieves.
We may be working with the same standings from Spring Split, but this is an entirely different team.
That was not the same Immortals that was playing in Spring, man. Holy cow.
They were definitely the welcome party that Abadage was not looking for.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a rude invitation there. Holy moly. And I feel like they met exactly what you wanted to see from them and what I wanted to see from them, because they had a solid early game. They had lots of playmaking centered around Xerxes, and Revenge in particular did a great job of giving them any chance to come back into the game on 100 Thieves' side, as well as helping his team and supporting playmaking across the map.
Yes, and I think for me the key word here was discipline. That in the early portions of the game, when it's not your turn, when it's not your play back, respect Closer's timing. Closer had 3 ganks that just fizzled. That didn't really turn into anything. And it was mostly off of IMT recognizing it and playing safe accordingly to that. And then as the team fights they were setting up for them, solid vision in the red side jungle. I think this has a very clear indicator of a well-coached team.
And I don't think we really saw any moment where it's like, oh God, are they going to throw right here? What is that?
Yeah.
Immortals did a great job sticking together. It's that discipline you're talking about still. Making sure that you're moving everyone together. The time where even when we see them split up with the Baron push, when Revenge is in the mid lane, he knows how far he's pushed up and then flashes away when they try to collapse on him. It ends up giving away the first inhib, and then the team knows their damage thresholds together to push down mid, use that equalizer, scare the AD carry off. Man, once you've lost 2 inhibitors, the game is so hard.
It is. And for me, you can keep the standings, but at the beginning of the split, it still feels like a clean slate.
It does.
It still feels like, you know, anything goes. That like all the practice that you've had up until this point, because you've seen all the footage, it's not pretty of the spring split. And you know what you just need to work on. You just need to get it done. So I'm interested in a lot of teams. I know we're going to be seeing FlyQuest and CLG later today in our next game, but seeing now Immortals play at this level, I think it's a beautiful thing for the LCS.
Yeah, and it's just so much fun because it's a lack of inertia, I think, is the difference between comparing standings and comparing like summer feeling new.
Yeah.
You don't have that inertia of being like, okay, we're one of the bottom half teams. It's like these games have been rough. Oh no. The slate is clean, my friend.
Yep.
And Immortals just signed their name on one hell of a win that was awesome to see. We're heading to a break right now, but after that, we'll be breaking down that all-important Immortals victory with the State Farm Analyst Desk. Don't y'all go anywhere.
welcome back to the LCS. If you have been tuning in and are here for the ride, you know it has been quite a doozy thus far. And lucky for you, we do have some crumbs action coming to us on the desk. Hello, my friend. Welcome.
It's good to be here, standing next
Right?
to all of you. Look at this.
Yeah.
We can do this. We can actually.
Whoa, they touched.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
My mind is blown. But you know what else is kind of blown? The predictions of a lot of people after what we have seen so far today.
Yeah. So I had some prep. You know, I had my predictions written here, and it says, oh, I'm wrong on everything. What's going on today?
0-4, feeling great. I love it. Welcome back to the studio.
We're talking about this. It's the teams that made most of the roster swaps that have been losing. Golden Guardians made the clear upgrade. Everybody else was kind of shaky. Is this really going to be an upgrade? Is it a side grade? They lost. All three lost. 100 Thieves, C9, and EG.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that latest, I guess, loss if you're looking from the perspective of 100 Thieves, but a resound victory if you are on the side of Immortals. That being said, though, I think it is fair to say that there were maybe some things that surprised us when it came to the draft, considering we did have some of the newer players coming through.
Yeah, so today we've seen a ton of Ezreal Karma. This is the third time we saw it, but I had a big problem with this, which is why is Abedage on Karma? You brought this guy who's been playing carries his whole career over in Europe, and now he's on Karma duty? He had a fight where he did 60 damage. I don't understand this. You're not putting him on his comfort, on his strength. You could have kept other mid laners if what you wanted is somebody to play Karma.
Yeah, and to your point, it's not that Karma Ezreal is bad. You know, it has its place. Ezreal's really good with Divine Sunder. You can run Karma Ezreal bot and really dominate, but maybe not on your new all-star mid laner who's coming in, supposed to put a lot of pressure in the mid lane and carry. So I don't know about this one.
On the flip side, for me, I am loving Immortals draft. Like the double flex pick kind of in the top and mid lane, as well as the fact that they're doing it on red side. Actually using red side in its advantage to get counter pick was huge. I love to see it. It's also playing to Insanity's strengths. He's a very flexible player. He's always had a giant champion pool, and being able to put the Jace mid frees up the counter pick for Revenge in the top lane for the set, which has a nice little interaction with the Wukong when he goes into his little clone. If he hops back or forward, you can actually clap him against his own clone for the stun. So it's actually a pretty sick combo that they're able to pull off this game.
And having that alongside a lot of the engage opportunities with this draft, I mean, if we're looking at some standout players, it has to be noted that from the jungle position, Xerxes just had a huge hold on the game and on a pick that, of course, we expect to see on the Rumble, but you always want to make sure that it is executed effectively.
Yeah, and you know, this is pretty much a clinic in how to play around your jungle, right? We just saw the stats for Xerxes. Wasn't looking too good before that. Pretty sure his stats just got bumped up a bit after this performance. Every time he would go to a lane, he would get support from the bottom lane. His mid laner would follow up immediately. And this is what we wanted to see from Immortals when we knew that Xerxes was being added to the roster. He's supposed to be a veteran player who adds a lot of creativity, and it's really nice to see Immortals follow his leadership.
Yeah, I mean, it was the big pickup for this roster in spring, and it was definitely a little bit disappointing, but there were times in Europe where you could argue he was the best jungler in the entire region, and so it was nice to see a bit of a return to form for him here on the Rumble, and he can find these champions that he starts to excel on, and once he has one of those, it feels like it's a launching point for him a lot of the time, and so I'm excited to see what he can do with this kind of Rumble meta that has started to develop.
I just like that the teams felt like they listened to Freak and wanted to challenge him and prove that Rumble Jungle is actually a good pick. Not only are their equalizers better, their heat management is improving, but the Nautilus is getting combined with it a bunch. The set as well is just such a good pick to actually layer on top of him. We even saw Revenge take a hint on that and use his ultimate and actually suplex people onto the equalizer. You love to see it.
If your Rumble misses, let me help. Put him on top.
It's foolproof. So, Crumbs, I'm interested to get your perspective. We've seen a lot of upsets today. Do you think this is just first week jitters? Do you think rosters are gelling? Do you think Immortals is now the best team in the league? What's going on?
No, Immortals is not the best team in the league, but
Okay.
I do think that it is first week jitters because the teams are just not used to the meta. A lot of them have not been scrimming against each other, so it's gonna be that they have played a specific style and maybe it got them wins in their own scrims, but when it comes to playing against their competition, well, it just so happens that you throw your best bet out there. You don't know if it's gonna win already, and sometimes you're wrong on that coin flip, so the teams will adapt as we progress into the tournament.
Cool.
Primal trying to bait Crumbs into some super hot takes here on day one.
It didn't work, no.
But I think it was also a good point you brought that Xerxes was one of the pickups earlier on in spring. That was also one of the later arrivals for him, too. So great to see on the side of Immortals really getting their footing with this roster continually throughout the year. As far as the analyst desk, we are going to be stepping away, but don't go anywhere, because after the break, we've got one final face-off for the day between FlyQuest and CLG. We'll see you there.
My predictions.
My predictions.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back. We've got one last match for the day. It is CLG taking on FlyQuest in a must-win first meeting. But looking at their roster, considering that we do have a CLG expert on our panel here today, Primal, who do you think CLG can rely on to try and pull out the W?
You know, you might be thinking it's one of the veterans, maybe a pole belter or a wild turtle, but I actually think it's Finn. This guy's been a breakout star for this team, even when they were a dumpster fire in the beginning of the split. And now that they're more stable, I think he's gonna be allowed to excel. This guy's extremely good on picks like Aatrox, creating a ton of side lane pressure and creating opportunities for himself. And now that he has the support of Broxa, you know, coming top lane, has now the off season to sort of gel with him, I think we're going to see this guy really shine. So super excited for Finn, and I think CLG is going to do really well this split.
You mentioned some of the veterans. I'm still picking one. I'm picking Turtle. I think he's actually been low-key incredible for this team. There have been a lot of 2v2 kills in the bot lane that him and Smoothie were able to do in the early game. Mid to late game, he's also been pretty decent. I think that the entire team has had team fighting issues, and AD carry is one of those roles where you kind of live and die based off how your front line's doing. And they've had their issues, especially with all the role swaps that you're talking about. But now that they've found that solid kind of core, I expect Turtle to turn into a pretty reliable carry for them. And ever since he kind of got that temporary benching on FlyQuest at the start of summer last split, he's been really good coming back into the lineups.
You guys name players, but I just think the fact that they're getting practice now should make them good,
good.
right?
Yeah,
they were
counts.
in visa jail before, weren't able to actually play as a team, got such limited scrim time that if they kept that same work ethic that they were trying to scramble and get those wins at the end of the split and have driven all the way that for the summer split, well, I think that CLG is going to be really good.
Yeah, I agree. The only reason they're not in first is because they're unlucky. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, cool.
I'm convinced that the healthy debate over the right way to eat spaghetti is what is going to propel CLG into the front line, because apparently that dominates Finn and Brox's conversations. Got to learn more about that. But we have to recognize who they will be facing off here today, because FlyQuest definitely has their team under a microscope, and the jungler is right at the center.
I've been always looking at Jose Deodo when this guy came into the split. He has been so good as a jungler when right now so many junglers are dominating when it comes to the mechanics, hard carrying like the Rumble that we just saw from Xerxes. Jose Deodo is one of the best mechanically talented junglers that we have in the league. I mean, this guy is playing so many champions when you look at the in-houses, just the scrims, his solo queue, and that's exactly what you need to be able to shine in the picks that are currently meta. So I think that when FlyQuest can play around the jungle, like we've just seen some of the winning teams today, that's when they'll have their best look.
And I mean, one of the biggest things that when we're talking about what Jose Deodo brings to this team, though, we know that he has the mechanics, right? But it comes down to where's the leadership coming from? How has that developed with the squad? I mean, Licorice, for instance, at one point, top of his game in the top lane position, but now maybe trying to find his way within this team continually.
Yeah, and I remember that Licorice did an interview last split where he was talking about his role on this team as needing to be a leader, right? On Cloud9, he was kind of had a silver spoon, came in, just had to be a mechanical beast. Now he has to think on behalf of the leadership portion of the team and be the carry for the team. So I think now that he's had more time to grow into this role, hopefully we'll be able to see him bring back the performances we expect from one of our elite top laners.
And that's kind of when we're looking at all of the pairings across the board and how much that leadership has really come into play for a lot of these wins. I mean, we had the opportunity to hear from Stixay earlier and kind of the development from that through. But the thing that's different about this matchup, right, these two teams are coming into it, having that record carrying over from spring here, and that has a heavy impact on how they approach these games.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You look back and you see that 5-13. That sticks around from spring split. It's a new change for summer. And even though we're talking about CLG having all these improvements, they finished the second round robin 4-5 actually, but they started the first one 1-8, and that is a very hard climb for them. Luckily in summer, it's 8 teams making playoffs, so they do have the opportunity to still make it in. But it is one of these things where I think that they will be stronger than their standings their showing in the standings will be, because they have that kind of dead weight from spring, despite being a lot stronger than that.
That was a huge conversation, right? When you looked at this squad on paper for CLG, there was so much hype around it, but then there was a bit of a delay into getting them all together. Some of the price was paid there originally, but it felt like towards the end of the split, even though it was kind of too late for them to pick up some of the wins to really put an impressive record, they really started to get things together.
They really did, and that's why here against FlyQuest, having that same record, or at the very least really close, will truly matter, because we could be in an end game scenario where they're fighting for 8th or 9th place together, and only one will make it into playoffs. So getting that head-to-head right now is really going to matter between these two teams, because oftentimes, yes, we look at those late game, end of the summer season, and you're looking at a loss that you say, oh, we lost it. We lost the opportunity for playoffs there, but every single game matters, and starting here off the right foot against the opponents that you'll most likely be competing for playoff spots, that's where you really want to win.
It's all down to the wire, right, at every single point from this moment forward with everything on the line. But being that we have given a lot of recognition to Jose Deodo earlier and what he can bring from that mechanical perspective, there have also always been eyes on what Broxa kind of brings to the table in this scenario, right? I just want to get your thoughts on how these two are going to match up against one another.
Yeah, so I think they're very different types of junglers, right? Like when I think of Broxa, I think of someone who's more consistent. He's a stable jungler. You know, he's supporting his team. Whereas Jose Deodo is sort of like a carry from the jungle, potentially, depending on what kind of picks you put him on. So I think of this less as Broxa versus Jose Deodo, and I think it's more what Broxa can enable for his laners to do versus what maybe the laners can enable Jose Deodo to do. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, with the benefit of a few weeks to really refine their strategy, how FlyQuest chooses to approach this.
Well, from that jungle position and beyond, it is time to find out who will be coming out on top as we toss it over to Captain Flowers and Raz.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk. Welcome back, everybody. I'm still Captain Flowers. That is still Raz. And I tell you, one of my favorite things about being back here in the studio, man, besides seeing everybody's lovely faces, back when we were doing the work from home thing, I can't remember which direction I'm supposed to point when I say, and that's my buddy that I'm casting with. I always forget it. It doesn't matter now. Even I can get this right. Welcome back. We're ready to go. It is our final game of the day. FlyQuest, CLG. You just heard the analysts talking about it. Neither one of these teams ended spring exactly where they wanted to be. But hey, we said at the end of last game, the slate, despite the fact that it's not actually completely wiped clean, is much cleaner than it was before, and now is the time to come out swinging.
Absolutely. And they made, at least, I say they made changes. FlyQuest made changes. CLG just got their team.
So, they got all their guys here in time.
Yeah, they're here. I feel that whole, you know, sadness from being in Visa prison. I've been there.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably worse off because Broxa is watching his team definitely need him during their entire split. So Broxa, I loved what they said about him. I think he's very much a stable, conservative jungler that keeps him on the tracks, where I think CLG, they have great players. Finn, Pobelter, great mechanically. They've had moments throughout their split. So having somebody that knows where they need to be to support that, to facilitate that, is exactly what they need. And so a lot of people are high on CLG going into the summer split for good reason.
Yeah, I think the stat that Mark brought up was very, very important. When you look at their current record of 5-13, it looks really, really bad.
Yeah.
But when you consider the fact that the 1-8 half of that record was the first half of last split, and in the second half, they went 4-5, which although it's not winning, it's as close as it can be to winning.
Hell yeah.
Like that's a very, very, that's much more manageable. It's much more reasonable than 5-13. And so I'm expecting to see more of that CLG compared to the 1-8 CLG that just had so many problems. There weren't enough ways to plug all the leaky holes.
What you should always focus on if you're a growing team are the positive things you can build off of.
Yeah.
Because if you just look at the standings, I swear to God, they are if they are looking at the standings, you know, smack them.
Yeah. Don't look at that.
Yeah. Look at the most recent performances either in your own scrims or in the stage games to see what has been working for you, what you can continue doing and build off that team strategy. You know, we're seeing a lot of, in the spring split, Lucian there for Pobelter in the mid lane. Being a carry for his team and knowing that he could take that role, great. He's going to be facing off Palafox that was realizing that at the end of the split. So I think two teams very much in an upward trajectory, in my opinion, especially for FlyQuest. We'll talk about them later on. But I think CLG for sure on an upward trajectory. Smoothie is another play that I didn't get really an opportunity to talk about, where I thought he was a very solid, consistent support alongside Wild Turtle. So if you have a great early game, hopefully with the changes that you've had in terms of bringing in the jungler for a long time now, you can keep those leads. Like we saw in the previous game with IMT. IMT being able to have an early lead, play off their vision well, and secure it. I think CLG would have that meme in the last split. Get a lead, bad team fight, lose the game.
And I also like this matchup between these two teams because I feel like this is like two of the most wholesome teams in the whole LCS. Because you got FlyQuest who are literally trying to save the planet with saving the turtles and saving the bees and saving all these critters. And then you go over on CLG and you got some of the nicest guys that ever played the game in Wild Turtle. You got Broxa in here.
True.
Just some of those wholesome dudes you have ever seen play this game. But now one of them's got to go.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that at all. It's a competition.
Yeah.
You might love everybody, but at the end of the day, they're all working hard towards the same goal. And so looking at Dreams, I think Dreams is someone we didn't get to talk about either. Coming in, remember, Schalke's support, who's actually had an insane split. That was the split in which they had that miracle run off of his great support performance working with Gilius. And then LEC fans didn't see him. I was like, where the hell did he go?
What happened?
What
Where'd
is
he go?
this? Is he Avatar or what, guys? Where is he going? Was in the depths of FlyQuest. FlyQuest got a great deal in being able to pick him up. And I think we get to see, what he could provide for FlyQuest here, because what the desk echoed, not having a leader, right? Licorice mentioned that in previous interviews that he had. And so being able to see Licorice, I think, take a step forward. Dreams, who's been in that position, I'm sure would want to be a more vocal member of the team. All of those kind of hypotheticals, all these things coming together, I think are a solution here for FlyQuest. So we should be seeing a different team too.
And that leadership is so important, man, because when you think about the difference between pro play and between the sort of League of Legends that everybody out there in the audience in Twitch chat or whatever is used to playing, this isn't solo queue where half the people in the game are playing League of Legends and half of them are playing Microsoft Word, typing up their entire life story, telling you why you should uninstall the game. Yeah, there's none of that garbage. You got to have somebody that's got the plan. Everybody's not just playing for themselves, they're playing for the whole team. And if there's not one cohesive strategy for everybody to be working towards, it all falls apart and it looks like a mess.
That's why you got to have a vision, a team vision. What team are we? Are we a scrappy team like 100 Thieves, although it didn't work today? I mean, like, if you're a scrappy team fight team that you take inspiration from the LPL, great. If you're a team that's methodical, great. You just need to be on the same damn page, or we having problems.
All right, let's see how they do it here. We are into Champ Select. Final game of the day. Let's see what the bans are looking like. You named the Lucian as one of the things that we were seeing Pobelter get some work done on, but hey, not any of that work being done today, my friends. Lucian's banned away, Renekton the same. Hey, if you ban out one, ban out the other. The husband and wife combo is gone. Senna's taken off the table as Udyr will not be allowed into this game. Thank you, League of Legends gods. I am so tired of this champion. Hit him with the nerf bat again, please. Varus also banned out, and CLG, what is that last one gonna be here before we get into the picks?
Rumble is still available, so maybe they want to chip at the jungle a little bit more. But you can play into a Rumble a little bit more easily. Lee Sin is also a pick that you can go towards. Broxa and
she made it through! She made it through! She made it through!
Who let it happen?
Okay, we got the Gwen here for Licorice. First pick for FlyQuest, last game of the day. We said we wanted to see it at least once here, and now we're going to get that Gwen pick. Let's see how CLG wants to respond to it here. They chose to ban out the Thresh as their final ban of this draft instead of the Gwen, leaving that one open. Maybe they were thinking Licorice doesn't play it. If they don't first pick it, we'll grab it first rotation. Anyway, that doesn't work out. Instead, they're going to grab Kai'Sa, and I'm so glad, I so hope this is for Broxa. I love watching Brox on the Lee Sin.
I really do too, and we talked about the jungle experience changes, or at least how catch-up experience and other things. So you don't need to be the brain-dead clear jungler anymore. you could get a little bit more creative, and so nice flex that we're seeing here from CLG. Viego being hovered.
Oh, it's about to be a family reunion, my friends. Here we go. We're getting everybody together.
This is a fun comp from FlyQuest, and if you're CLG, sweating a little bit. I mean, they must have planned for this. I want to see what strategy they have around, because at least against Gwen, having more bruisers, something that can deal with it in lane, even though you won't know what position she's going to be going into, mid, top lane, at least CLG have red side so they can lock in a top/mid flex pick. An idea that I was talking about was a Renekton, perhaps.
But that's gone.
That's gone, so that's not going to be on the table. I want to see where CLG heads.
And, I mean, hey, at least for bruisers, too, they don't mind being inside that W zone with Gwen, preventing all that damage. They're okay having to dive in there and fight her in melee range. Now, let's see where CLG is going to take the rest of the draft here. Ezreal locked in for FlyQuest. Leona for CLG. So the Kai'Sa Leona, we have seen this combo plenty of times in the past. Kai'Sa loves allies that will facilitate her dive, apply plasma stacks for her, let her pop off with that damage. Leona fits the bill.
What I think CLG needs to start banning, it's a good karma ban, I guess, but I think start banning out the great CC lockdown supports, because right now FlyQuest is fiending for some form of engage.
Right, they've got none of that.
Exactly. A Nautilus or a Set, I think, would do a lot of good work here from CLG. Let's see where they end up heading, because support pool could get chipped at a little bit.
The Braum banned away instead. So not necessarily an engaged champion, a great disengaged champion.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at what's been locked in for FlyQuest so far, Ezreal cannot engage for any reason. Gwen should not be able to engage for any reason. When you look at Viego, yes, he has his stun punch. That's it's not a real good engage.
Yeah.
So I wonder how they're going to complete the rest of this as CLG has opted to take the Gangplank into the Gwen top lane.
I like the GP. I need to see a little bit more of it in the lane, but as a concept in teamfight, it's going to be very difficult for FlyQuest, even if they did get an engage option that I was talking about, like a set, to really dive into the backline. So the disengage from the Lee Sin kick, same with the ultimate there from GP, is very clear identity of how CLG wants to team fight.
Okay, the set's locked in, so that one's 100% here.
Yep.
Now, what will our final pick of this draft be? We already know the flexibility of Viego. You already mentioned how this champion can be a triple flex. He can go solo lanes, he can go jungle, he can do whatever. We know that Set can also be flexed around to a couple of different roles, so Set might be our support option into the Leona down here. He also might be...
Could be a Gragas. It could be really... There are a lot of picks that you can go towards. Sylas
Okay,
is the
so
pick.
there it is. The Set will be support. We will have Gwen in top, Sylas in... mid, I'm assuming, Viego jungle?
Viego jungle could be it. So for me, the only thing is if it's going to be a Viego jungle or a Gwen jungle. But Viego does work. It's creative. Karthus being locked in here.
Okay.
CLG!
So it's Pobelter Lee Sin, Broxa on the Karthus, and they locked it in rather quickly. They didn't give me a chance to say this. I wanted to sound halfway smart for a second. I was going to say I want to see AP from CLG.
There we go.
Because everything so far, yes, Kais is a bit split, but Gangplank and Lee Sin both completely damage-based except for Gangplank's ulti. Well, I guess Lee Sin, never mind. See, I already sounded stupid because they blocked the point that I wanted to say earlier. Anyway, CLG's comp was incredibly heavily AD, but now they've got a bunch of AP threat there with the Karthus.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back with the theme that they have as a squad. Like, long range engage or disengage there from the GP. Also, Wall of Pain is going to help in that.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of DPS, a lot of threats from CLG that FlyQuest have to deal with. So it's going to be interesting to see how FlyQuest does fight into them.
And if you're looking at what CLG's composition can do as well, especially post-6, Broxa and... so what Broxa can do, farm up fast, he'll hit level 6 at the same point the solo laners are hitting level 6, or around there at least, maybe a little bit slower. It's not like we're back in the Season 6 jungle, right? But then when you have a Karthus and a Gangplank, those two can help bottom just by pressing R. They can do a lot. And then Pobelter goes down there on the Lee Sin. You can set up a whole party down there for the enemy bot lane.
That's true. Finn and Broxa are going to be helping out. It's going to be a party in the bot lane, and they're doing it from long distance. So
it could be an absolute monstrous experience for the FlyQuest bot lane together. But these guys as well, I'm so excited to see the Gwen and Viego combo. Oh, and it's not just Gwen, Raz. It is Teleporting Knight Gwen. It is Chad Gwen here in the top lane.
Fight me. That's what he's trying to
say. Let's go. Teleporting Knight and FlyQuest is already off to a sneaky plan here in the bottom lane. 5-man brush play. If anybody face checks this, they will have an incredibly bad game of League of Legends.
All right, so we're not getting any, ye old CLG run down mid and get an early first blood. Trying to see if they can catch Wild Turtle and Smoothie trying to sit in the bush, try and get first push. Not going to be happening here.
Nope. Does not look like it. Instead, everybody's just going to reset just fine. So let's take stock of what everything looks like. I already pointed out the teleport plus ignite there for the Gwen. Going with the Dorian shield as well, just because of the way that Gangplank's lane is wait for grasp, shoot you with the gun. It's consistent poke all the time. Over on the other side, we do have teleports on all 4 of our solo laners this game. It's a cleanse for the Ezreal. Generally, that's what you're going to see every time the enemy support is Leona. Heal on the Kai'Sa, though. Turtle doesn't feel like he needs a cleanse against something that doesn't have as much hard CC that's just so point and click.
Yeah, you got to be a little concerned there if you're Wild Turtle, because the concern is you're going up against a set support that's just going to flash at you early on and try and get as much DPS on. So you don't have a cleanse to kind of deal with that, especially since he wants to have Hex Splash anyways. Might catch you off guard. But early on, just to see where the junglers are pathing kind of opposite to each other. So Brox is going to be pathing up towards the top side. Going to be trying to see if anything happens. Might help out in a dive towards the Gwen. Meanwhile, Viego going to be pathing towards the bottom side of the map. A lot of gank help here, I would say, from Jose Diodo if he's going towards the bottom side of the map, that he's going to be able to help Dreams in a moment, or even the Palafox. So great 2v2 there that Broxa has to be concerned with.
Yeah, Broxa will have to be very mindful. Also, if Jose Diodo gets ahead, if Jose Diodo has good push in his lanes, Karthus' weakness is that he can be invaded pretty easily. Yeah. Sometimes you'll see Karthus in matchups against strong invading junglers take an exhaust instead of a flash even in situations like this. Because while he is incredibly good at PvE, early on he is so incredibly vulnerable in PvE.
Yeah, doesn't want them to get a whiff of where he's starting.
No.
The timer on his Raptors give him a good indicator of where he's going to be, so both Palafox and Jose Diodo can camp out in the bush waiting for him. But they both been having good clears here. Karthus, of course, the naturally faster clear, but this is going to be the gank angle that I was talking about.
There it is, your flash immediately into the CC coming out from set. Jose Diodo already here and ready to go. Flashing forward, gets the W, a little bit more damage will get it done, and it's first blood for Jose.
He delayed that channeling on his W. Great there from Jose Diodo. Flashed in first just to see if there was a flash coming out instantly. Smoothie takes the bait. So wonderful setup there. FlyQuest able to get the first blood.
And it happens exactly like you set it up, my friend. The power of the set. Flash into the face breaker. Here it is one more time.
All right, does it early. Knows that Viego is coming in due time. Even if Wild Turtle and Smoothie take the long trek over, it's just not going to be enough. This movement speed boost coming in from that E from Jose Diodo. And of course, follows through with that flash. Just really well executed there from him.
Super well done. Goes back to base, picks up the pickaxe there for himself. Going to speed that clear up nice and easy here. Now, of course, Broxa was able to keep his farm going during this time, but I'll take the first blood any day of the week.
Yeah, so Pobelter definitely needs his lane fixed, and that's a great opportunity for Dreams to come in. He gets spotted out by Broxa, though, so not going to pan out well.
Yep, Dreams will just be chilling here. Jose Diodo just farming up his Raptor camp as his support takes a little bit of damage. Has to walk away from this one. Pobelter moving in, finds a Sonic Wave, but there's your face breaker. Pobelter being forced to flash away. And CLG, they lose their mid laner's flash for not a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't know what they were trying to look for there. Level 4 from the Lee Sin really isn't going to be much of a chance to chase on top of the set. I can understand the poke, but all you needed to do, you called out the Dreams looking for a pick mid lane, push him out, help Lee Sin get the wave pushed back in. They do it now, but of course looking for a play at the cost of Pobelter's flash.
Okay, we got the teleport from Licorice back up into the top lane here. Finn already having the Sheen prepped and ready to go means that Q poke is more obnoxious than ever. Licorice doing a little bit of snip there, trying to shave some HP off of him. As Jose Diodo has moved into the enemy jungle, and this is what I was talking about. Yes, Karthus is great at killing Raptors. He can kill that camp in 3 or 4 seconds. But when Viego just shuts it down and leaves one of the baby ones up, you're delaying his clear, you're stopping the Karthus game plan, and slowing down that level 6, slowing down that power farm that makes him a threat in the mid lane.
You're also just baiting him to try and take a fight if he wants to contest for his own Raptors camp, because he's going to be a little sad here. But in the end, right, working with Palafox, who does have a flash up against his opponent mid laner, and Licorice, who's just been dominating or pushing in the top side very consistently in his lane. It's just a fight you don't want to take if you're Broxas, so he's going to be a camp down on this one, a little sad. But overall, you know, he's just going to be farming out Krugs and dealing with that. As long as CLG's bot lane is safe and farming out well, it's not going to be too harmful for Broxa.
And you've got a bunch of minions crashing into this wave right now that will allow Wild Turtle to close this CS gap some. But before that wave collided, it was a +20 there for the Ezreal, there for Johnson.
Yeah.
See the total gold here on the left side of your screen. There is only one player from CLG in the top 5, Raz. Now, despite the fact that they got that first blood, remember the first blood plus assist is worth 600 gold. This is a 1,000 gold lead, so FlyQuest are doing a nice job building up these tidy gold leads in the early game.
Absolutely. Even though we harped on the scaling element of CLG and how they want to play overall later team fights, FlyQuest just wants to fight you.
Yeah.
Dream setting up around mid earlier, and then you saw this set up around mid now. I think FlyQuest, when we asked them what their team identity is, this is a clear-cut answer, and so I wonder if they can find and open up a larger advantage to challenge CLG when dragons start getting stacked up.
Right. You can see the Executioner's calling bot second here for Finn, recognizing that Gwen often goes for that Rift Maker as her mythic item. Lots of Omnivamp, lots of base healing in the kit anyway. Any sort of extended fight against that champion where she can get some damage down is very difficult if you don't have the Grievous Wounds. So really wants to make sure he's itemizing for that. So that means that we could see some attempts made on her life as we move forward here in the game. Checking everybody else's state of things. You can see your solo laners have all hit that level 6 point over there in the jungle. Still only a level 5 for Jose Deodo. But Broxa, level 6 here on the Karthus means they will have that ulti ready to go, and Broxa looks to solo down the Drake.
Yeah, and I think he's has had a pretty good pathing so far this game. Getting this dragon, his bot lane's going to be getting a base off. He's going to be able to path topside as both his camps in the blue side jungle are up. So it's been a great game here from Broxa. And so FlyQuest do need to be a little bit more confrontational. They've tried through mid lane, and I think CLG has done a great job pushing that back. Need to see a little bit more. Now, it's going to be Rift Herald that probably draws a lot of attention coming up in 5 seconds time.
Well, we're ready to go now. Dreams has made his way into the top lane, and that gets the flash out of Finn.
All right, that's a way to start it up. I think if you're pulling your support this early on, you better just straight up start Rift Herald now. That might be the game plan for FlyQuest.
Well, Jose Deodo with the level 6. That is a critical spell for Viego. Back here in the mid lane, it's Pobelter and Palafox in the 1v1, but Johnson knows it won't be a 1v1 for long. Red buff going to lose most of its patience. Still aggroed right now by the side of CLG. Might just go for a full-on smite fight here, but Broxa doesn't have his, so he decides to back away. Johnson ready to go here. Not Johnson, excuse me, Jose Deodo ready to go with the smite. Johnson making his way back down into the bottom lane instead.
Yeah.
Jose just decides to clear out the red buff here. He activates his challenging smite, gets rid of the knife, and steals the red.
All right, I guess the entire play was for the red buff itself. Johnson had to go back lane, bot lane to deal with the wave stacking up. He's actually just losing the wave here. Sitting right by around mid lane.
Oh, nice play coming out here from CLG. They find Dreams as he tries to escape. He pops the haymaker for the big shield, goes back in, but it will not matter. Pobelter's on the board, and so is CLG.
Yeah, CLG is in a much better place. It must have been a concern for Johnson wanting to go back bot lane when they didn't have any vision and no idea where Broxa and the crew were. So sure, you get Rift Herald, you get red buff, but by trying to stack up so many objectives at the same time, it's Wild Turtle that's just getting the whole heaps of rewards here.
Yeah.
While, you know, Johnson doesn't want to idle by around mid lane. He wants to be able to come back bot. Great response from CLG. I think they benefited the most.
And we've got Jose Deodo now grabbing the Rift Herald here for the side of FlyQuest, so that means that they'll have the entire time the turret plates are up to use that one.
True.
Grab at minimum 320 extra gold as long as they don't summon it in the middle of the woods and it dies for no reason. As he goes back, he'll also get the Noon Quiver, so he'll continue towards that Mythic as Licorice has a 20 CS lead over the Gangplank here in topside round.
Getting larger and larger, and now with Jose Deodo having that Rift Herald, you know, I expect him to go topside. Unless if he wants to free up Dreams a little bit more, going and trying to kill bot lane turret. You already see him pathing towards the top side of the map. I think CLG is well aware of that. Licorice is an incredible win condition for his team later on in the game.
Yes.
Scaling of Gwen is just insane on side lane, so definitely would be the call. Licorice is being set up to succeed this one.
Licorice, and this is kind of what we heard the desk talking about, right? He came into the LCS. This was a guy who was on the Cloud9 squad that was already incredibly powerful.
Yep.
He showcased mechanical talent, but now he also needs to be the kind of guy that can lead a squad, that can say, all right, I'm going to be here in the side lane. You guys go do this. This is going to work out fine for everybody. So I want to see if he can continue to push that and be that win condition and be the guy that everybody else has the faith to play around.
Yeah, so far so good. A lot of the times it's easy to say that for the first 10 minutes of the game, but they have a very clear identity, and now Jose Deodo is setting up for a dive here. Does he have the help of anyone else?
He's ready to go. They're already using the TP. Finn tries to defend himself here. A lot of damage coming out from Jose, but he has to get away. Karthus ulti's coming in. The kill goes through. Jose Deodo stays alive, and so does Licorice. It was so close, but it was a dub for FlyQuest.
Yeah, really close. The only adjustment you can make is just waiting for the teleport to complete before you look for the dive. But it still pays off. Top lane turrets getting chipped. Huge minion wave getting lost here. Finn's going to have a real rough time, and it's going to be CLG as a whole that needs to decide what they're doing as they lost the gold lead.
And remember that Karthus ulti and Gangplank ulti at level 1 have incredibly long cooldowns. They are summoner spell level cooldowns almost. And so not getting a kill with those, it's a little tragic here. As you can see, it starts off early ulti from Jose to get away. This was worrying.
Very concerning. Good flash from Jose Deodo. Recognized that he took a little bit more damage. He's dead there. So even though the mistake happened, they rectified it. Great kill towards the top lane, and now a huge lead for Licorice.
Very, very nice stuff for the side of FlyQuest. The gold remains rather close still. Broxa continuing to farm here on the Karthus, but honestly, Raz, anytime I'm looking at a game and Karthus is the jungler and the enemy jungler has more farm, I'm saying, hey, that's a great game for the other guy.
Yeah. you take wins on that one. Not only farming out incredibly well, has the 2 kills to his name that has etched out that advantage for him. So it is always a concerning thing if I look to the CLG side and say if they just have one good fight, then that top fight was almost a good fight for CLG. Then yeah, they can come back with the scaling that they do have. But Rift Herald being placed down, GP has to play so far back to his own second turret now. Great start here.
Very, very good stuff. First turret before 13 minutes into the game. They should be able to push this one up and get the charge onto the tier 2 turret now as well. Licorice will handle the wave while Jose continues to deny every single possible jungle camp that he can from Broxa. Jose Deodo now the man in the jungle that has the level lead over the Karthus. Remember that trying to farm up the objectives like the Dragons and the Rift Heralds and stuff, that doesn't give you as much personal gain as it's all about the team. So Broxa making that little bit of a sacrifice here as Pobelter moves forward, kills that last of the baby chickens so that the camp respawns in time. It is a 2 Drake to nothing lead for CLG, so here in the next 5 minutes we should see FlyQuest start to respond to those.
It's a classic philosophical discussion around like what's the best way to play the game. Either getting a goal lead naturally through turret plates on the opposite side of the map, or just trying to get dragon stacking. And in this case, CLG has a clear win condition in Infernal. If they can get one more, get us Infernal point, Soul point, then FlyQuest are now kind of strapped in what they could do, right? But FlyQuest now has a humongous advantage towards the top side of the map and their junglers. So like, they are now dead set fighting for the next few dragons, and they're in a good position to win those team fights.
And bottom lane, almost enough damage to take out that tier 1 turret as the turret plates fall. You can see Wild Turtle just being left to his own devices down here.
Yeah.
Again, this is what is the cost of FlyQuest, rotating people around, having Dreams always try to be making all these plays. It means that Wild Turtle is the one who has priority in the bottom lane. Back up here on the top side, Licorice has the Rift Maker ready, Raz. He's also got his plated steel caps, which are very powerful against anybody on the enemy team not named Broxa. And Finn will continue trying to deal with this, but it's not looking pretty. He just jumps right back in and goes snip, snip.
Yeah, especially if you could just QE towards the target. It's hard to kind of react to that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're just getting your Q stack, or at least your stack for your Q on the minion wave itself. Now, Finn's just holding out this wave, so it's going to be on FlyQuest to either try and break that, or to just try another play on the map, and they are just stationed on the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah. Jose Deodo moves forward. He finds the stun. Turtle wants to get away there with the killer instinct, and because he has his support close by, he will escape. Now they're coming in, looking to make even more happen. Finn summons up the ulti here to keep him in place. Nice turnaround coming out from CLG, who grabbed the kill.
All right, the defensive measure is there, and it has to be FlyQuest that turns tail, as CLG were ready for that dive.
CLG using the power of that ulti, the power of Gangplank to shut down their opponent's over-aggression. Yes, you saw the stolen Karthus ulti come out to try to get something in return, but it is not enough. And right before that play, I was about to mention, hey, we got both the globals back up. CLG, what can you do with them? And it turns out they got the kill with it.
All right. But now you want to be able to hold a lot of your resources for the next fight. Seems like there's something happening here.
Okay, Smoothie's in the enemy jungle. He's stuck in the red pit. He tries to get over the wall with a Zenith Blade, but it's just money in the pocket of Palafox.
Plan gone horribly wrong. Didn't have the pressure through mid lane. FlyQuest are also just back on the map, so it's a really tough position. We didn't get to see how Smoothie was caught there to begin with, but
yeah,
I mean,
maybe we'll get it in a replay.
I don't even want to see.
Maybe. But down here in the bottom lane, those minions are actually about to just kill the turret.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Minions kill the turret. Johnson just lets that one go and then farms up the last little bit of that wave. Divine Sunderer completed on the Ezreal. Tier stacked a little bit over halfway. Over on the other side, you got the Serrated Dirk plus the Kraken Slayer for Kai'Sa, nice and strong there too. Broxa in the jungle, still without a mythic item of his own. Did go for the completed Sorcerer's Shoes before getting anything there, and he doesn't quite have the same amount of kills as his opponent to facilitate having that gold threshold just yet.
Yeah, and I wonder if that means that like if CLG want to concede the dragon, they can do that if they want to and look for more gold on the top side of the map with the turret still open there. They don't need to go for this dragon, though it would be incredibly helpful. So those are the things that kind of come to my mind if you don't really feel confident as the Karthus in this play. Meanwhile, to the opposing side, FlyQuest, Palafox was able to get his Everfrost, so he's able to get his own Mythics across the board for FlyQuest, so they feel a lot more comfortable in a teamfight setting.
Okay, FlyQuest with that 1,000 gold lead. Now they've got about 45 seconds, my friend.
Here it
until
is.
It's time to answer the Drake problem. This is where we find out about those philosophical differences you were talking about. Is the lead that FlyQuest has earned for themselves good enough to overcome this 2 Drake lead of CLG and challenge them for the 3rd Drake of the game? Otherwise, you're stuck in that corner, your back's against the wall, where now you got to fight for every Drake for the rest of the game.
Hey, compositionally, a quadruple melee comp that FlyQuest have is going to be difficult versus a GP, even if it's a, you shed a lot of resources early. So I will always give CLG an angle, especially with just a small deficit in goal. I think their comp is just great. So that's going to be the Abyssal, actually, Leandries picked up there for Broxa just on time for this fight. They will definitely look for this.
Okay, Broxa having that extra power here. Finn having the ulti, Broxa having the ulti. Both huge tools. Summoner spells are also ready across the board for both teams. Dream's not having his real flash. Yes, he still has the Hex flash he can use, but that's a big one that's also not available here. So FlyQuest have moved on to the Drake. Smoothie tries to call down the Solar Flare, but it's not going to do anything. Dragon's picked up, Dragon secured, Wild Turtle's in a bad place. Killer Instinct to get himself away. Palafox won't chase all the way after the kill. Good stuff from the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to contest with that Dragon, you have to do it as a team. And so it was Kai'Sa that was trying to push out that mid lane wave, but didn't have control over the line bush or really anywhere in that area of the Dragon. So you have, if you want to go back and help your team, you have to take the long way out.
Oh, yeah.
So there was no shot that CLG was going to be able to fight for it, but they tried anyways, and so lost an opportunity getting gold on the opposite side of the map.
Jose Deodo tries to steal away the red buff, but there is way too much help for Broxa. He will not steal that one around this time, so Broxa can pick that up nice and easy. But I do like how even now, level 11, everybody's got Mythics online. Jose still knows how easy it is for Viego to just beat the snot out of Karthus, and he continues invading every single time.
Yeah, he's going to take his risks, and especially knowing how safe a Viego can be, right?
Yeah.
Viego definitely could slaughter you, but if you try and send members, Jose Deodo knows he has multiple ways out.
Yeah.
The movement speed of his E, the shroud that it has, the invisibility, it's just difficult for CLG to chase that up. And then, of course, just if worst comes to worst, you have a flash and a defensive ultimate.
Yeah, you can just yeet yourself over the wall with the ulti. It's not really that big of a deal. So Jose Deodo on this pick. Second item, you can see the Phage and the Ruby Crystal there in the inventory, so continuing to build more towards the Bruiser path.
Yeah.
Still, he went for the Kraken Slayer, though. Remember the Viegos that we have seen thus far doing the Immortal Shield Bow, going for that defensive option in the Mythic. He wants to go for that pure damage of the Kraken Slayer. Remember that it is very powerful with Viego because of the nature of the fact that he gets the double attack after every spell, so super easy to rack up a bunch of procs.
Proc it up so quickly, and honestly, if you look on who they're going up against, if you get an assassination on the Kai'Sa as they almost did, or the Karthus as they will continue to try and do, then yeah, like Silas, Viego, they can get that snowball going with how Viego wants to play his game out. So those are the things that CLG has to be concerned about. Dragon coming up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds can really, you have to start to draw that line.
Oh, Smoothie a little bit far forward here, having to flash away. There is backup nearby in the form of Broxa and Pobelter, but they won't get a real punish here. Wild Turtle grabbing the turret there in the mid lane, but now we got Pobelter going in. POB, what are you doing, buddy? The Haymaker comes out. Jose over the wall, charging up the W for the point-blank punch, and then pick up a kill for Palafox.
Found another kill in that red side jungle. CLG keep poking their heads in there. First it was Smoothie, and then it was Pobelter. Wild Turtle dies as well, and this is just multiple members now off the map. FlyQuest TPing here. Are they calling for it?
Looks like they are. We're 21 minutes into the game. The enemy mid laner's dead for 20. The AD carry for 15. FlyQuest sees an opportunity to dare their opponents to stop them. Even if CLG is able to get them off this Baron, it may cost them a body, and that's just another win here for the FlyQuest side.
They just have so much mobility. If CLG move anywhere near that rim, then it's just going to be FlyQuest that hops over the wall.
I don't like how Licorice and Johnson are just standing behind this Baron, taking the extra damage from the back spikes.
Yeah.
So they'll be forced off of it. Pobelter tries to jump in there and make a move. He TP'd into the fight, but he just gets back out instead. Baron is stopped.
Could have been done a little bit more easily. I think if you could just commit 4 people onto the objective, because of how mobile they are as a team, that they can take the fight if they want over the pit. They can make that decision, but of course, took that extra bit of damage, less people on the pit, and so it gives CLG an opportunity to come back, clear out the vision. But this is where it all started. We didn't get to see this. This was Wild Turtle getting picked off by Licorice in the mid lane, and so nice to have that added context that started the whole Baron debacle.
Oh yeah, Licorice just goes forward. Turtle tried to flash away, but Licorice just uses the ulti plus the Q and just cuts him to pieces, man. And they tried to even stop it there with the Gangplank ult, but it was not enough. Now you can also see Licorice just completed the purchase of his Zhonya's Hourglass too, so another very powerful team fight tool, and that one's up and running in time for this Drake that'll be spawning in 35 seconds.
So it's going to be hard for the carries of CLG to deal with what is a double Zhonya's in terms of Silas and Gwen. Trying to be the one that dives into the back line. Wild Turtle faced that earlier on. It's going to be worse for him now that he burnt the flash in vain. So if a dragon fight is to happen and it's 15 seconds left, he's not going to have that. He's going to be in a dire position.
Down here bottom lane, Pobelter wants nothing to do with this 1v1 against the Gwen. True Shot Barrage flies through mid, finds a little bit of damage onto Finn, but honestly not a whole lot. Broxy took a bit more of a hard hit from that one. And you can see CLG are going up to the Baron, so they're saying, okay, if you guys want to go after the Drake, you can, but we're taking this.
This is a real threat. Both teams actually burn through Baron very quickly. Karthus on one side, using that ultimate to get vision as it's FlyQuest that's getting the dragon for free.
FlyQuest using the power of the Gwen to just take down that dragon. They don't need their jungler nearby, and CLG will move over. They'll start up the Baron. They've got a lot of wards around here, but will they be able to make this happen? Smoothie's already lost half his HP to Baron's auto attacks. FlyQuest is coming around. CLG have to back away. This is just a win for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and in fact, that might turn on them. If FlyQuest wants to start this objective to bait in a fight, knowing that Smoothie is going to go back to base, not going to happen here, but it's one of those things. We've seen these play out millions of times, where it's one team that's getting control of mid lane, has one member on Dragon, and wants to slow contest the Baron, and that will win because it's the opposite side that has to take a whole lot of time on Baron, a whole lot of damage as well, and of course, don't really have perfect information on who's on Dragon and who isn't.
Okay, Pobelter in this side lane. The Dragons have been equalized now, and the gold is also almost equalized now. True. We have ourselves an incredibly close game state here, Mr. Raz, so I want you to tell me, where do you see the win condition for CLG specifically because of the fact that they're the ones who feel like they lost their grip on the state of the game that they were looking to control in the Dragons?
Yeah, I think my eyes are going to be on Pobelter.
Okay.
You know, big POB that he's on that Lee Sin, he's going to look for a pick. If it's going to be on Viego or Silas or something, that's going to be a great position to be in as a team because you don't even need GP or Karthus to be there for the fight, but this is an all-in.
Oh, they're going for the dive, and oh my goodness, Finn is just destroyed, man. Cut him to ribbons. Licorice made that look effortless.
That's the thing. You wanted me to look at it from the losing side because it's just so much pressure on the side of FlyQuest with Gwen. There's a reason this champion has been banned out all day long. And CLJ is going to learn the hard way.
And it's only going to get more dire, my friend. You can see the bow in her inventory likely to be turned into that Nashor's tooth that just makes her damage go straight through the roof. And with Pobelter and the rest of CLG currently down a man, they're going to have to do some hefty defending to make sure FlyQuest doesn't get anything else.
So we might see some desperation from the side of CLG because on a split pushing perspective, she just going to keep going.
Yup.
She's on that side lane. Stopping. Doesn't matter who she's dealing with. She's going to try and dive you underneath that turret. And she has zonas, as you saw before, to take to lose that turret aggro. So for CLG, I think they need to find a clean gambit on Baron. Or just that one dragon fight that's coming in 2 minutes that they could take, turn into a good fight for Baron. So it can steamroll pretty quickly. But FlyQuest are in a great position.
FlyQuest feeling good about how this game has been going so far. Again, remember that both these teams' records carrying over from Spring.
True.
Neither one of them having the greatest time in that, but the split between Spring and Summer, it's not even. Despite the fact that both Spring and Summer last for 9 weeks, recall that we kicked off with the lock-in tournament back in Spring, meant that we only had a double round robin. Summer has a triple round robin, so that means 60% of your games will be played in Summer. You've got more of that weight here in these upcoming 9 months. No, not 9 months. No, these upcoming
Got food
9
on the mind.
weeks.
Got the Grubhub on the screen as well. I can understand it. But yeah, you have a lot of time.
A lot of time.
A lot of time, a lot of games to go. It's why we're seeing a resurgence from some of these teams. Like IM2 looking good and all that.
Oh,
no.
Nice use of the W there to block the damage as Finn was outside of the range. And he gets the double value out of it too. Both barrels being stopped. The power of Gwen's W, just an incredible defensive tool, especially if you put in the reps from the champion and you know exactly those ranges that you need to stay at to keep them on the very edge.
Yeah. Oh, wait a second.
Okay, we got ourselves a fight. Smoothie's going in, looking to make it start. Dreams tries to turn it around here with a set ulti. Both sides are bringing in the backup as the cavalry arrives. Pobelter wants to make a play on the side, kicking away Palafox, looking to stay alive. Licorice is in the middle, looking to make a 1v2. Smoothie's going to be taken down. Palafox goes on a killing spree. Broxa is dead, and he's not dead in much of a place to make anything happen. Will this be able to find a kill at all? Licorice with the Zonias to stay alive. Pobelter lands Sonic Wave, but the Resonating Strike will not show up. 2 for nothing, FlyQuest.
The best they could do is dissuade for a Baron, maybe even catch out Jose Diodo on track here mid. But man, what a great team fight there from FlyQuest. Licorice TPing over, and that's a lot of damage going down on the Wild Turtle.
Ooh, yeah, Wild Turtle wanting to back up after that one. FlyQuest happy about how these fights are going. They pick up another win. They build the gold lead up to almost 3K. And Raz, we got 30 seconds, man. And then it's time for another Dragon fight. Remember that both of the last 2 have gone the way of FlyQuest.
And Licorice was able to cash in just before this one. Now gets himself the Gnasher's Tooth that we were looking for.
Oh, no.
She's ready to fight.
Oh, it's not going to be a fight as much as it is just an execution, man. Those scissors just line up underneath your head and go chop. It's not a good situation for the boys from CLG. FlyQuest have control right. Oh, boy. Okay. Licorice is going in. Gangplank ulti's already been used. Just look at it. He's just snipping him to death.
Get back here.
He dashes right back forward. Licorice
Reduced
still
cooldown
on the
too on
chase.
E with the autos on the minion wave. So just chasing out the Lease in there, but nice stolen ultimate from Palafox used to help out the Gwen there. Oh, are they just going to try for this?
They just might.
Nah, they're just going to clear this one out.
Okay. All right. Just clear that out instead. FlyQuest. The Drake is alive. The Baron is alive. They have control over the mid lane, but they still, 29 minutes, almost 30 minutes into this game, they still haven't taken down that tier 1 mid lane turret. So that thing's been a bit of a pain in the butt for them, as now Licorice will mostly solo down this Drake. And it's FlyQuest who are the first team to soul point 3 Mountain Drakes. Means these are some tanky boys. Pobelter trying to push out the bottom side. Now, Pobelter still has his ulti. He got that one back up. The cooldown is rather short. Licorice coming around from the flank here. He's saying, hey, remember me? Let's do it again. As Pobelter dashes away there with a safeguard, Licorice will not be able to close the distance.
Yeah, but it looks like FlyQuest, it's one of those risks that you take. You take the first 2 dragons, the enemy team just gets triple mountain dragon.
It feels bad, man. It feels bad. CLG feeling like they just can't find a chance to make anything happen here in this game. Broxa gets his ulti stolen away. There's so much potential there for Palafox to just delete some people.
And even though it's not going to be super impactful to have those resistances now, as you got a lot of carries on the side of FlyQuest, it's going to get worse. We know how Viego is going to itemize in his 3rd and 4th item, so expect him to go more defensive much more easily. Set's already there, so now he's more incentivized to start fights.
Yeah.
CLG are going to have a bad time. They need some magic penetration, especially on the Karthus, for them to have a chance in this game.
Very, very scary stuff for the side of Counter Logic Gaming, man. It just feels like any sort of opportunity they looked for never really turned into anything. We saw a couple different punishes when they tried to invade the red buff area of FlyQuest.
Yeah.
The first time resulted in Smoothie's death, the second time resulting in Pobelter's death, and also sort of halfway resulting in Turtle's death as well, because since they were occupied down there, they couldn't help him when Licorice made the play mid, so it just hasn't been going so well for him.
It's a mix of not being on the same page, but also just not knowing your timers, because those are 2 instances like you mentioned. Also the fight that they tried to go for top lane, not recognizing that TP is there. It's available from Licorice. She's just going to, you know, shoot right on top of you. So those are really damaging for CLG, who we've had a lot of faith in coming into this game, but today's been a day of upsets.
Indeed it has.
And mostly a reset of expectations for some of these teams.
I saw a couple different people's predictions on Twitter before this game that are currently all 0 for 4.
Yeah, I'm 0 for
and
4.
Those same people had CLG predicted for this game. So a FlyQuest win then creates just an entire breakfast worth of donuts for these predictions that everybody's having on the internet today.
Everyone's taking an L.
Yeah, it is just a day of upsets, and I'm loving it. This has been a lot of fun to see. We have to still play the rest of the game, though. We have to see if FlyQuest can close it out. CLG does have the ability to make some crazy things happen in a team fight if everything lands where it needs to land. The power of the Gangplank ulti, the Karthus ulti. If POB gets a massive kick on an important target, there is that chance there. But FlyQuest have been in control here for the past 15 minutes or so now. As Smoothie will shadow Finn as he pushes out the top side. Licorice has found Pobelter once more. And Pobelter does not want... Holy cow, the damage on the Q! The ultis are coming out, but Pobelter with a disengage stays all right. Licorice jumping right back in, continuing to move forward, continuing to be that point of pressure.
Even if you have good enough disengage to push you back, that's still a turret going down now, but they're looking for a fight.
Okay, they might have just caught Johnson. That was a nice catch from CLG.
Instant. We're able to pick him off right next to Baron, too. With no AD carry, you better believe that CLG is going to take this gambit.
They got to get something, man. They've got to turn this into something more than 300 gold. Let's see what they do. Broxa will lead the way here into the pit. Palafox and Dreams are both nearby. Teleport coming in now from Licorice to be able to join the fight ASAP. Jose Deodo looking for the chance to jump back over the wall. Could he go into the pit and steal this Baron right here, right now? Smoothie's taken very low. Finn having to run back out of the pit. Brox is about to die now as well. Palafox into the stasis, staying alive. Licorice doing all the work he can, but the Karthus ulti's going to be channeled. Baron goes over to the side of FlyQuest. CLG, can they win the fight? It does not appear so. Jose Deodo continues going forward. He's going to Reset City. Population FlyQuest. It's a family reunion, and this family loves picking up a team fight. Ace for FlyQuest.
The last name of this family, Broken New Releases.
Holy cow.
Gotta love it. That was a sick fight coming in from FlyQuest. The stolen GP ultimate to just kick him up in the pit. Jose Deodo was ready, picks up that smite fight win over them, and that's a huge win that they end up getting for themselves.
Absolutely awesome stuff for FlyQuest, and that should just be the nail in the coffin here for CLG. They lose out on the Baron, they lose the team fight afterwards, they lose the inhibitor, and it's all fallen to pieces with the Mountain Soul about to spawn.
Yeah, that's the last one that you add as an ingredient to your demise, is that quadruple Mountain Soul.
And Gwyn with the Cosmic Drive now completed as well. So more movement speed, more CDR, more abilities to just guarantee that nobody on CLG can ever fight her in a 1v1 situation. It's all FlyQuest all the time now, Raz. Let's take another look back at the fight.
As we were saying, cooking him out in the pit with that GP ultimate there, Smoothie was incredibly low off this one. Same goes with Finn and Broxa. At this stage in the fight, they know they're gone. They just don't want to give what is a pretty juicy reset there for Viego. They try to at least combo off of the Karthus ultimate, try and get the Baron, and then maybe just ditch out. Not happening. And just take a look at Viego fly.
Oh my goodness, he's jumping all over the place with the resets, and then Licorice just jumps in there. He's not gonna let Viego have all the fun. Triple kill for the Gwen. There's, to everybody out there who's enjoying watching this champion,
Yep, 0 damage, by the way. Didn't need your AD carry.
Because he was dead.
Yep,
He was never there.
Exactly.
But that 6,850 for Gwen, if you really enjoy watching this champion, I'm so sorry, because you're never going to see it make it past bans again. This is just an incredible destruction of CLG as FlyQuest move into the base. They're looking to make this final fight very quick, just put them out of their misery. Double kill for Palafox, and it's Finn against the world. The world is a big old place, Mr. Razzleplasm, and it will crush CLG. FlyQuest will earn their first win of summer.
There it is. They talk about showcasing greatness, and that's the first taste test here. FlyQuest in the summer split coming in hot.
Holy moly, man. The Gwen and Viego. How...
It's a dynamic duo.
This is a public service announcement brought to you by Captain Flowers and Raz. Y'all should not be letting the enemy team get both of these champions. They might be a little bit busted.
Yep.
Woo! Awesome stuff there from FlyQuest. They were able to stop CLG from making anything happen off of their early Drake control. They ended up investing more in getting those turret plates and making the gold plays early on. That set Licorice ahead when he was already winning the lane by having the lead over the Gangplank. And it was just what you were talking about. He was the win condition in the side lane.
Yeah.
Povelter couldn't go near him. Finn couldn't go near him. Broxah couldn't even be on the same screen as him. There was no answer.
This was the risk that CLG was willing to take. The draft had an idea. They were stacking up dragons. The idea was pretty clear in what, being able to fight for it at some stage. Around, the Karthus ultimate, Lee Sin finding a kick engage. To me, the problem, you're right, the first thing is the draft that they can look towards, but they took a gambit for a reason, and a lot of it will come down to when they were trying to get vision. Because about 3 or 4 of those deaths are incredibly preventable from the side of CLG.
All the red buff deaths.
Exactly. Right? A lot of those are preventable, and they'll look at this game and say that they could have won if they were a lot more clear in how they wanted to play that out. That being said, you're still going up against Mount Everest.
Yeah.
With scissors.
Yeah, okay. That's my new nickname for Gwen. Mount Everest with scissors.
Trying to climb up, and you just get snipped.
Anyway, it was all FlyQuest needed to get the win there. We're tossing to a break here one more time now, but after that, we got Pastry Time and Licorice in the Verizon post-game interview. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you so much for joining me here, Licorice. It's been quite a long day here at the LCS, but you said it before we came on camera. You're much happy to be here with some delays and play on the stage again. How's that feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's just really nice to be back. I mean, there's no crowd, so it was a little disorienting when I took my headset off at the end, and there's just like no noise whatsoever. But happy to be back. I always enjoy playing on stage, and I'm looking forward to playing more here.
Is there anything specifically about playing on stage that just feels so different for you?
I think just being able to like go somewhere to play like in a stadium, and I'm not just like playing solo queue in my house. Like it just like feels so different because that was what I looked forward to when I was like a solo queue player before I went pro, and to like be back in the studio, it's like, yeah, this is the LCS, you know?
Makes sense. And you've been welcomed back to your time on stage in the LCS Summer by getting Gwen.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone thought would happen. How on earth did you get this champion? What happened?
Well, I think something must have gone wrong with their comms over on their side of the pick ban, because Gwen is quite OP. But I think we just like played the game. I was playing Gwen. I was like, hey guys, we can just take it nice and easy. Once I get some items, it'll be a quick win for us, and I think that's kind of what happened.
I'm curious, did you always plan to play Viego jungle as well, or was that something you can maybe flex between the team? Because getting ones already feels like pretty wild, but getting both seems kind of even more out of control.
I mean, I don't want to reveal all our secrets.
Okay, that's fair.
But we all play Viego in solo queue, I'll tell you that much.
All right.
So, you know.
Right. So check the solo queue if you're at home and trying to scout FlyQuest. What did you think of the matchup, actually? Because obviously Gwen not a champion we get to see all that often. It felt like that 1v1 could maybe be a bit tricky early on, but it feels like you handled it in the later levels quite effortlessly.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the idea with the GP pick is. It's not something that I've seen before into Gwen. It just doesn't feel like GP has enough damage to really threaten Gwen with like an all-in or kill pressure at any point. So I was just kind of felt pretty safe farming up, pushing waves in, and then eventually getting some items. So.
And this is something we see a lot, especially when things change and we're coming back. It does feel like the meta's in a spot where there's lots of different options, and teams are definitely still figuring it out. Do you feel like that's true on the FlyQuest side, or do you feel like maybe the team has actually gotten a leg up in what's good right now?
Oh, totally. I think like everything is up in the air. Our prios have changed completely in like the last week of our scrims, and I think it's just been really hard because everyone. Like every pro player was watching all the MSI games, and then all of a sudden there's like Gwen and Viego that are now in the game, and it kind of like flips everything on its head. So I think you're going to see a lot of like different ideas of how to draft right now, but I'm pretty confident that we've got a really good read on the meta.
Right. And the last one, how are you feeling just in general? After the playoffs are finished and you've got a bit of a break in the off season, how are you and the rest of FlyQuest feeling, kind of moving forward through what will be quite a long summer?
I mean, obviously, it's a bit of a bummer that this is the first split that the record carries through, but,
unlucky.
Unlucky. You take it as you get it. But I think, like, everyone had a good off break, and it's been feeling, I mean, it's, like, hard to say at this point, like, oh, yeah, we're going to be, like, really good this time, but there's the potential. We got the potential there, you know? Like we're beating some top teams, we're losing to some bottom teams. It's a little all over the place right now, so maybe talk to me again in a couple weeks and I'll have a better read for you.
All right, well, I'll simplify it for you a little bit. How do you feel like you're playing right now?
I think I'm playing really well right now. I'm really happy with, like, I think so much of top lane is knowing the matchups and like picking the correct champion, and I think I've got a really good read on the meta. I think I'm really confident on everything that is meta, so I'm really happy to play more games on stage.
Yeah, so it looks that way today. Licorice, thank you so much for joining me, and congrats on the win today. With that, we're going to wrap things up, but before we do, we are going to throw over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Pace. Your time. We are back on the desk, though I lost Mark. Oh, hey.
0-5 on predictions on the first day back after a year and a half at home. Doesn't feel great.
So you put yourself in timeout?
It doesn't happen to the best of us, Mark.
Oh, yeah,
Damn.
Mr. 2-5 feeling great over there.
Not 0-5.
Do you realize you have the best prediction record at 2-5 for the day?
Wait, we should carry them over from spring like we did with the records. I think I'm still ahead of you then if we do that. I hope so.
Yeah, but one thing that we gotta do though, let's talk about this game a bit. Nice to hear some reserved confidence coming from Licorice after that performance. A lot of it at the hand of a very interesting draft where we got to see some powerful picks blasting on through.
Yeah, I think Licorice summed it up. Something must have gone wrong on the CLG camp. You just don't let Gwen and Viego go through. The fact that they didn't take it themselves, and I know we've seen it earlier today as a priority later into the game, like last pick on red side for the Viego, but the presence for these two champions has been so high today. Gwen permaban Viego in almost every single game. No one has been prepared for this, and CLG clearly was not, because it didn't look like they had an answer for it at all. They just thought it wasn't that good.
Yeah, and as Licorice noted himself, if you're going to give them Gwen, you're not going to pick GP into it, right? Like, you don't have an answer in the side lane. And this is kind of a disappointing draft from CLG where I feel like they just kind of made things much more difficult for themselves than they had to.
It kind of felt like they had a general idea of like, okay, they have a bunch of melee assassins. We pick GP Karthus. They have to jump into us. But when you look at how they actually play, like there's a lot of counterplay with the Gwen Mist, nullifying a lot of that global damage if you try and use that against her. The Viego getting the resets after they kill one person. Like you can grab the Karthus thing while Karthus is still as a soul. There's a lot of those little interactions. I think all day you saw why Viego is super powerful right now. Gwen, we got the one showing and it looked pretty dominant. So we'll see how people react. Licorice was saying their priorities were changing around the last week. I'm sure CLG is going to look at this game and go, okay, not doing that again.
Well, I'm thinking about how important flex picks have been for teams even prior to Viego coming into professional play. And just today, we got to see him both in the solo lane as well as the jungle position.
That's exactly why they're so powerful. You can three-way flex these two new champions, so it's even more difficult to draft against them than the usual picks. And they're very strong in all three and synergize really well with what you want to do in the current meta. Heavy skirmishes early on, good side lane pressure after. So CLG, I think they can take this lesson and quickly apply it. It shouldn't be too hard to just drop a ban on these picks when you're on red side.
Yeah, running the VOD in their head a bit, thinking about those Gwen moments. And, oh, she is a pretty powerful pick right now. Maybe something that people will be favoring continually from here on out.
Yeah, I think there's one clip in particular I'd want to show for, this is an example of how strong Gwen is. Licorice here, gets the initial Q trade, and he has Ignite, which is not necessarily exactly standard, but with just that chunk, misses the first ult, but he's got the Ignite on him, gets the auto in to get the next ult. Nice flash out there to dodge it on Finn's side. Misses the third ult, doesn't need it. Still kills Finn. It looks pretty free. Maybe a champion can do that without hitting any of its ultimate and not being particularly fed at that point in the game. You might want to ban it. And credit to Licorice, I will say the Ignite was really smart, TP Ignite, because there's no gank threat with Karthus, GP. There's no setup. There's no, they don't really have any way to kill you. So it was smart. I don't want to look at that clip and be like, Licorice sucks. It's more like, look at how good this champ is.
All I'm saying is if you've been watching Academy, it's been played in Academy before. The Academy teleport Ignite Gwen has been making the rounds and has been dominating there as well.
Both in the College League of Legends Championship we had recently, Gwen was a huge pick in that regard, and I'm sure we'll be lucky enough to continue seeing her on the Rift here in the LCS. As we take a look at our standings, a quick reminder that spring records are carrying over into summer. Licorice calling that out as a little unlucky in the moment during his interview.
Yes.
So although this is the first day of action this summer, Cloud9 are still up at the top tied with TSM, and they are followed by a tie for third between Dignitas, Quantum Pay, and Team Liquid.
Yeah, and the highlight for me for today can be summed up not by my own words, but by Golden Guardian's new top laner, Solo. The man tweets out, I leave for one split and y'all let these dudes win? Big burn on Cloud9. I love it. I love the fact that we're getting some trash talk in the LCS on the first day.
I missed it from Solo. Last time he was here on FlyQuest, he was making sure to bring that heat to Twitter too, and we got a little bit of a taste of that today. I'm sure more to come. And we do continue to have action going throughout the entirety of this weekend. Tomorrow, we're kicking off our day with TSM battling against Evil Geniuses, Cloud9 taking on 100 Thieves. Both of those teams looking to find their first win. And we're rounding it out with Immortals versus Golden Guardians. Both of those teams looking to rack up the wins and build that early momentum here in summer. I do want to make sure I hear from y'all here on the desk, though. What matchups are you looking forward to in tomorrow's games?
I think it's Cloud9 100 Thieves. Even though Cloud9 lost, I felt like they at least played a decent game, and I thought Golden Guardians actually stepped up hugely today. Whereas 100 Thieves, I think we're all disappointed to see Abadage make his debut on Karma, and I think getting to see a different look on from Abadage and get to see him play a control mage that he's comfortable on, or even play like a TF or something that can go to side lanes, just something that doesn't just support would be nice from Abadage.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like an interesting day because it's a lot of the people who lost today playing up against each other, and some of the people who won having a chance to go 2-0. So I'm excited to see who is actually gonna start putting some consistency in the summer split, because this day felt like the day of upsets, but because it's been so long since all these teams actually play, it's like, wait, maybe they're just actually the good teams now.
Consistency is a myth in the LCS. I'm not gonna buy into it at any point. I'm just not gonna believe it. I'm not gonna believe it till we get to the end of the split, and even then, the coin flip will still have a greater prediction rate than we did today.
Yeah, I'm feeling like I should just make my predictions tomorrow and then just flip them all.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah? All right, you do that then. I'll keep my normal.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'll leave you on that island alone.
No, we're in on this,
go
man.
over here.
We were both on 5.
No.
No one go with their gut reaction. That is what we heard. And I mean, nothing like summer, right, for us to continue off of that momentum from spring. How wonderful it feels to have our first day of summer in the books. But that is going to do it for us here. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote and live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.
Especially good night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No more predictions.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing them.
Get on over here.